Chapter 774. In later generations, men flaunted their wealth in luxury cars and watches. Of course, there were also pickled vegetables, tea eggs, and Xianxia. In the Tang Dynasty, the most awesome three treasures were the Kunlun slaves, the Bodhisattva barbarians, and the Xinlua maids. The Bodhisattva barbarians came from the small countries around the Tang Dynasty. Their names were no longer known. Li Wangyu only knew that these barbarian women dressed strangely. Their hair was combed up high, and they wore small golden hats and jade bracelets. They looked a bit like the Bodhisattva in the temple murals. Therefore, these beautiful barbarian women were called the Bodhisattva barbarians. For the nobles and princes in Chang'an, marrying such a concubine and bringing her out was a very glorious thing. The Xinlua maids were women from the Xinlua kingdom on the Korean peninsula. They were docile, well-behaved, and very obedient. Therefore, all the officials and nobles in the Tang Dynasty were willing to buy a few Xinlua maids to serve them. In Li Wangyu's mansion, there were Xinlua maids among the maids bought by the old butler Li Hang. Because these maids came from the distant Xinlua and were well-behaved, the price of the Xinlua maids was much more expensive than other maids. As for the Kunlun slaves, it did not only refer to black people. It was a general term used by the Tangs for people with black skin, including South Asians and Africans. These Kunlun slaves who were sold to Chang'an were strong and could fight. They were the slaves that many playboys in Chang'an liked to take with them when they went out. From Li Wangyu's point of view, the so-called three treasures of Chang'an basically meant that Tyson would be his bodyguard, Fatty D would be his concubine, and Jean Taishi would be his maid. Well, thinking about it this way, it was indeed very ostentatious. In Chang'an City, Li Wangyu had seen many Kunlun slaves. Back then, the old housekeeper Li Hang had also wanted to buy a few Kunlun slaves for the mansion, but he did not manage to do so, which made him very regretful. In fact, for Li Wangyu, it was best if he could not buy them. He did not want to take a few black and hard people around Chang'an. Although Li Wangyu was not racist, he did not like black people. Especially after the incident in a university in Wuxia, he was really tired of those black people. Naturally, he did not want to keep any Kunlun slaves in his mansion. Therefore, Zhang Gongjin sent 2 Kunlun slaves as a return gift, which made Li Wangyu a little. In fact, Zhang Gongjin had good intentions. Although Kunlun slaves were not rare in Chang'an City, slaves from Africa or faraway India were also rare. After all, even Xuanzang had to go to India to get the true scripture. It would be even more difficult to transport these slaves. Therefore the price was price, and price. Due to the scarcity, most of the Kunlun slaves that were sold to Chang'an City were reserved by the nobles and nobles. It was difficult for ordinary people to buy them even if they had money. At least, the old housekeeper Li Hang was not able to buy a Kunlun slave. Although Li Wangyu did not like this gift, since it was given by Zhang Gongjin with good intentions, it would be inappropriate if he did not accept it. He could only wave his hand helplessly, indicating to Li Hang to accept them first and think of a way to deal with them later. At most, he could give them to Cheng Chumo and the other rich people. It was not a big deal. Li Wangyu did not care too much about this matter. He casually gave an order and went to soak in the hot spring. This guy was thinking about how to carry out this perfect murder. Why would he care about these trivial matters? He did not like the Kunlun slaves, so he would let Li Hang send them far away. It was not worth his effort. Soaking in the warm pool water, Li Wangyu closed his eyes and let the maidservants beside him massage his back. He was very comfortable. This person really did go from frugal to extravagant. Back then, he had looked down on Pai Lupi and Cheng Yaojin for not wanting Phyrus. These men were naked and let their beautiful maidservants attend to them. But now, he had slowly gotten used to this and did not feel ashamed or embarrassed. As he enjoyed the soft massages from behind him, Li Wangyu pondered how to deal with Geisaman in the abyss of death. It was truly not easy to have a mad dog bite young Geisaman. But Li Wangyu had thought that rabies was transmitted through the saliva of dogs and cats. Since this was the case, if he had someone find a mad dog, take its saliva, put it into a needle, and then find a chance to give young Geisaman a shot, he would undoubtedly die. The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. But who would get close to young Geisaman and give him a shot was a problem. He naturally could not do it himself. Everyone in Chang'an knew that Cheng Chumo and the others had a good relationship with him. Young Geisaman had accidentally injured Cheng Chumo and almost killed the son of Duke Lu. At this time, he was worried about Duke Lu's revenge and was in a state of panic. If he rashly went to the Chamberlain of Dependencies to make friends with young Geiseman, he would probably be suspected. Moreover, Li Wangyu was not an extremely shrewd person. If he had to pretend to be brothers on the surface while secretly thinking about how to give someone a shot and take someone's life, he really could not do such a thing. Two names immediately popped up in Li Wangyu's mind: Su Jingzong and Li Yifu. These two were famous men of the great Yin of the Tang Dynasty, and would be suitable to help him do something harmful. But Li Yifu had not yet been recommended and was still in the Salt Pavilion of Sichuan, so he could not count on him. Su Jingzong was currently helping him with the matters of the Royal Academy, and he could be considered Su Jingzong's boss. He should find him to discuss this matter. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu suddenly felt that the two Kunlun slaves that Zhang Gongjin had given him had a place to go. If he gave them to Su Jingzong, would he not be afraid that this fellow would not work for him? He did not want these Kunlun slaves, but others did. Using two Kunlun slaves to buy young Geiseman's life was an extremely profitable transaction. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu immediately ordered someone to find Su Jingzong. Su Jingzong, this old bureaucrat, was quite diligent in his work. Ever since he had no choice but to accept the job of the Royal Academy, he had been waiting outside Dingzhou village at the Academy's construction site by the Gan River, supervising the officials of the Ministry of Works to build the Academy. Hearing that Li Wangyu was looking for him, Su Jingzong did not dare to delay and hurriedly rode his horse to the manor of the Count of Hu County. Su Jingzong got off his horse in front of the castle of the Count of Hu County and threw the reins to the servants of the Lai Hot. Just as he was about to step into the castle, he was shocked to notice that there were two strong Kunlun slaves with skin as dark as charcoal standing beside the castle gate. Su Jingzong could not help but feel envious. He thought to himself that the Count of Hu County was indeed in the limelight. He could even get such rare goods like the Kunlun slaves. There were so many nobles in Chong'an, but there were not many who had Kunlun slaves in their manors. Su Jingzong looked at the black and hard, before following the servant girl of the Lai Hot into the castle. Chapter 775. In the guest hall of the castle, Li Wangyu, who had just finished soaking in the hot spring, was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. Several beautiful Xinlua maidservants were massaging his hands and feet, making him look like an evil landlord. Seeing Su Jingzong being led into the guest hall by the maidservants, Li Wangyu smiled and nodded at him as a greeting. He also indicated that Su Jingzong did not need to be polite and should sit down and talk. Su Jingzong respectfully gave Li Wangyu a full bow before carefully sitting down on the sofa. He tried his best to straighten his back, but in his heart, he didn't forget to curse the county count's mansion for being too unruly. For example, the sofa he was sitting on was comfortable, but it didn't have any image to speak of. It was impossible for him to sit upright and still. Moreover, in Su Jingzong's opinion, there were no rules between the maidservants and the master of the county count's estate. Li Wangyu stretched out his hand to touch the beautiful servant girl's soft breasts, but the servant girl gently slapped his hand away. What kind of scandal was this? The maidservant dared to slap the master's hand in such an unruly manner. According to the laws of the Tang Empire, she could be beaten to death. However, not only was the county count not angry, he even turned his head to tease the maidservant with a smile. Su Jingzong inwardly cursed. This county count is really tolerant of his servants. He's not afraid of losing respect. The maidservants in his residence, not to mention touching their hands, even if he was in the mood, he could directly press them onto the bed. Which of those maidservants would dare to say no? Su Jingzong didn't need to worry about the matters of the county count's estate. He could only dryly cough and ask, "Dare I ask the count, why have you called me here today?" Su Jingzong didn't feel ashamed. The vice principal of the Royal Academy called Li Wangyu, a fourth-rank county count who had founded the Tang Empire, count, and even called himself a lowly official. This could be considered as groveling. However, Su Jingzong didn't think this way. He knew that although the saint was the principal of the Royal Academy in name, in reality, all matters of the Royal Academy were decided by the young man in front of him. As for his official rank, was that important? In Su Jingzong's eyes, the young man in front of him was a very thick thigh. Since he had already boarded Li Wangyu's ship, he naturally had to hold on tight. Li Wangyu was already used to Su Jingzong's humility. He nodded carelessly. Just as he was about to instruct the maidservants in the reception room to leave, he saw his beautiful superior walk in. Su Jingzong didn't dare to be arrogant and quickly stood up to greet Su Chongqing. Su Jingzong was a rank 3 official in the imperial court. It was embarrassing for him to bow to the woman of the county count who founded the country, but Su Jingzong didn't care about that. After all, after becoming familiar with Li Wangyu, he could tell that the person with the most authority in Noda County Count, whose residence was not the county count who himself, but this beautiful woman. Although he was somewhat contemptuous of the county count whose henpecked attitude, it did not affect his respectful attitude toward Su Chongqing. Su Chongqing returned Su Jingzong's greeting and then asked with a smile as beautiful as a flower, "Principal Su, when is your birthday? Do you know what constellation you have? How about I calculate your horoscope for you?" Li Wangyu speechlessly placed a hand to his forehead and inwardly groaned. Ever since he learned from Yan Liben that the Tang also knew about the 12 constellations and informed his beautiful superior of this matter, this woman seemed to have been possessed. Whenever she saw someone, she would ask about their birthday and horoscope, and then she would analyze their temperament and calculate their recent fortune. Within the county count whose residence in Noda, the more than 100 maidservants and soldiers had almost all been calculated by their beautiful superior. In the Tang Dynasty, only a very small number of high-level intellectuals knew about the 12 constellations. Ordinary people knew nothing about them. These maidservants and soldiers did not know anything about the 12 constellations, but they did not know anything about them. They treated their beautiful superior's words as if they were gods. In the future, even horoscope calculation websites were very popular, let alone the Tang people. They believed in these mysterious things without a doubt. His beautiful superior also did not seem to get tired of it, making Li Wangyu speechless. In reality, although Su Chongqing liked to study the constellations in the future, it was only for entertainment after tea. He would not be so obsessed. Life in the Tang Dynasty was simply too boring for modern people, which was why she was so excited when she learned that the 12 constellations had been introduced into the Tang Dynasty. Li Wangyu originally did not understand why most women liked constellations. He had even searched for this on Baidu and learned about a term called the Barnum effect. This theory said that people would easily believe that a general and popular personality was suitable for them, even if this personality was empty. The description of the constellations was a very typical Barnum effect, and women were naturally prone to the Barnum effect. Li Wangyu did not know if this was true or not, so he could only believe it for now. Facing Su Chongqing's question, Su Jingzong was also stunned. He did not understand what she meant. After a while he replied, "I was born in the 11th month of the lunar calendar. I know the 12 constellations. If I'm not wrong, I have the Scorpio life body." Su Chongqing immediately said, "The Scorpio life body's guardian star is Pluto, so Scorpio constellation has a mysterious characteristic. It is energetic, jealous, possessive, and holds grudges. Its actions are not bad, but its opinions are lacking. But this year, Scorpio career is developing like a fish in water." His beautiful superior talked endlessly about Scorpio constellation's fate and analysis, making Su Jingzong stunned. He nodded his head, feeling that Su Chongqing's words were completely in line with his personality. He had never seen someone use such straightforward words to describe his fate and fate. Su Jingzong was naturally not one of the servant girls in the Hu County Count's household. He knew of the 12 constellations from Indian Buddhism, and had even discussed the fate of the 12 constellations with the eminent monks. But in Su Jingzong's view, the eminent monk who had discussed the 12 constellations with him was far less knowledgeable about the constellations than Su Chongqing, the wife of the Hu County Count. Su Jingzong's thoughts were not wrong, but in terms of knowledge about the constellations, the eminent monks were not as good as Su Chongqing. Of course, this was very normal. In the future, the study of astrology in the West had even become a professional course in universities. Although his beautiful superior was not that professional, compared to the ancient people from 1,000 years ago, there was probably no one in the world who understood the fate of the constellations better than her. Of course, Li Wangyu did not believe in the constellations at all. But if he could use this to fool the Tang people, it would be a wonderful thing. At the very least, he could not think of a way to make the stubborn Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son agree to let him marry his beautiful superior as his wife. He might as well try and see if the fate of the constellations could create some other opportunities for them. In any case, Li Wangyu would not accept marrying another woman as his wife. He could take in a few more concubines, but his wife had to be Su Chongqing. Since Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son emphasized so much about matching in terms of social status, If he could package Su Chongqing as the master of horoscope divination of the Tang Dynasty, he might be able to make these two meddlesome in-laws agree. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu naturally smiled as he watched Su Chongqing trick Su Jingzong, treating it all as an experiment. Li Wangyu could see that Su Jingzong's experimental subject was surprisingly effective. As his beautiful superior spoke, the expression on Li Wangyu's face became increasingly solemn and respectful. Chapter 776. His beautiful superior's analysis of Scorpio's character and numerology had fooled Su Jingzong. Although Su Jingzong did not understand a lot of Su Chongqing's words, it did not affect him from understanding the general meaning. For example, what kind of planet was Pluto? Of course, Su Jingzong had never heard of it. This dwarf planet, which was invisible to the naked eye and was expelled from the solar system, was only officially discovered in 1930. If Su Jingzong knew about it, then he would be damned. But this did not prevent him from imagining the meaning in his own mind. Pluto, as the name suggests, must be the king of the netherworld. Pluto should be an unknown constellation that he did not know about. These things that Su Jingzong did not understand made him listen more carefully. It had to be said that there was a reason why the study of constellations in the future could attract a large number of fans. Not to mention that the Tang people originally believed in those mysterious things without a doubt. The constellation numerology that Su Chongqing talked about was the accumulated knowledge of the later generations over thousands of years. Naturally, Su Jingzong was stunned. Different from the servant girls in Lai Hot, Su Jingzong was not only a listener when Su Chongqing talked about the constellation numerology, but he also gave his own opinions from time to time. This made Su Chongqing more talkative. Li Wangyu naturally had no interest in these. He was about to yawn as he listened. He also did not understand why a top student from the University of Pennsylvania, the city's white-bone fairy, and the beautiful superior of a professional woman, would be so obsessed with constellations. But since his beautiful superior was interested, he naturally would not disturb her. He simply let the servant girl continue to massage him. He closed his eyes and leaned against the sofa to take a nap. When he woke up, he asked the servant girl next to him and found out that he had slept for almost 2 hours. And the constellation exchange meeting between his beautiful superior and Su Jingzong finally came to an end. Su Jingzong stood up again and respectfully bowed to Su Chongqing. "Thank you, Master Su, for clearing my doubts. It turns out that the constellation numerology is so profound. In the future, this Su will have to consult Grand Master Su. I hope that Grand Master Su will not be stingy with his guidance." Originally, Su Jingzong's attitude towards Su Chongqing was extremely respectful, but he only called her Lady Su because of Li Wangyu's face. At this moment, Su Jingzong changed his way of addressing Su Chongqing as Master Su, which surprised Li Wangyu. In the Tang Dynasty, the term Great Master was not only used by the close eunuchs of the emperor to address the emperor, but it was also used by daughters-in-law to address their mother-in-law respectfully. In addition, there was another way to address women who were knowledgeable and learned. Of course, the pronunciations of these 3 great masters were different. The first 2 pronunciations were the same as in the future, and the Great Master Su, that Su Jingzong called Su Chongqing, had the same pronunciation as Great Aunt Su. Li Wangyu was wondering if Su Jingzong was flattering him. His beautiful superior casually talked about constellations. How could he have the nerve to call her Great Master? In history, women who could be called Great Masters were all people who left their names in the history books. Su Jingzong just listened to his beautiful superior talk about constellations for half a day and called her Great Master. Wasn't this a bit too shameless? Although with his beautiful superior's talent, there was probably no woman in the world who could compare to her. Chapter 777. Li Wangyu and Cheng Chumo's group of wastrels were so close that they were practically wearing the same pants. This was something that everyone in Chang'an knew. Moreover, Cheng Chumo had been accidentally injured this time, causing him to lose blood and go into shock. Even Zhang Baozong and Lu Shenwei were helpless. It was only after Li Wangyu gave him his blood that Cheng Chumo was pulled back from the gates of hell. This matter had spread like wildfire in Chang'an, and everyone knew about it. Su Jingzong didn't understand what Li Wangyu meant by asking this. The Count and the young Duke are as close as brothers. This lowly official heard that the young Duke lost too much blood this time. It was the Count who gave his blood to him to save the young Duke. Li Wangyu nodded, a pained expression on his face. General Su is right. Brother Chumo and I are as close as blood and flesh. He was injured by the Goguryeo deputy envoy for no reason. If I hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid that we would have been separated by life and death. Every time I think of Brother Chumo's bloody appearance that day, I feel a heart-wrenching pain. Su Jingzong didn't know what to say and could only console him. Fortunately, Count's methods are heaven-defying and the young duke is also very lucky. Only then did he manage to turn the situation around. Since the young duke has survived, he will definitely have good fortune in the future. Li Wangyu shook his head. Although that's the case, I still feel that my heart is filled with unease. He stopped mid-sentence and stared at Su Jingzong as if waiting for him to say something. Su Jingzong's mind was filled with questions. He couldn't understand what Li Wangyu wanted to do. After pondering for a while, Su Jingzong asked with uncertainty, "Does Count want to help the young duke vent his anger?" Li Wangyu slapped his thigh. As expected, General Su understands my intentions. I am very relieved that General Su can think this way. Then I will leave this matter to General Su. Su Jingzong was dumbfounded as if he had been struck by lightning. What did he say? How did it become his matter? Even Duke of Lu couldn't do anything about the Goguryeo ambassadors. So what could he do? This pool of water was obviously very deep. Su Jingzong had always been wise to protect himself, so how could he be willing to get involved? Li Wangyu naturally saw through Su Jingzong's thoughts. He deliberately showed a displeased look on his face. What? Is General Su unwilling to help me? Su Jingzong's face stiffened as he said embarrassedly, "It's not that I don't want to, but the saints said that this was an accident. Even Duke of Lu was helpless against the Goguryeo envoy, so how could a lowly official like me share Count's burdens? Wouldn't it be a sin if we delay your important matters?" Li Wangyu chuckled and said, "This matter is actually very simple. It's just that it's not convenient for me to make an appearance. That's why I asked for your help. It's not that I want to make things difficult for you." Even if Su Jingzong used his knees to think, he knew that what Li Wangyu wanted him to do was definitely not something simple. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Su Jingzong didn't want to be a busybody, but he was worried that he would leave a bad impression in Li Wangyu's heart. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. Li Wangyu naturally understood Su Jingzong's concerns. He straightforwardly threw out his bait. "General Su, have you seen the Kunlun slaves in my residence?" "Of course I have. Count, you were even able to obtain such rare goods. This humble official admires you. General Su also likes Kunlun slaves? Why don't you buy a few?" Su Jingzong smiled bitterly and said, "To tell you the truth, which of the hundreds of officials and nobles in Chang and doesn't want to keep a few Kunlun slaves? It's just that Kunlun slaves are too rare. Every year, there are only about 100 Kunlun slaves sold to Chang and through the trade route. They are basically divided among the 5 families, 7 families, and the princes and dukes. Even if I like them, I can't buy them." His answer was naturally within Li Wangyu's expectations. Therefore, this fellow was even happier. "General Su, if you can help me vent the anger in my heart, how about I give you a Kunlun slave?" Su Jingzong's eyes instantly widened. He didn't dare to believe Li Wangyu's words. This temptation was not small. It must be known that even Zhang Gongjin, the founding duke, felt his heart bleed when he gave away 2 Kunlun slaves. Even though Su Jingzong was the vice principal of the Royal Academy, a lower rank 3 official, it was still extremely difficult for him to obtain a Kunlun slave. He was just about to nod in agreement when he suddenly realized that Count Hu was willing to put in so much effort. This matter was probably not going to be easy. Logically speaking, whether it was Duke Lu or Count Hu, if they wanted to make trouble for the Goguryeo diplomatic mission in Chang'an, even with the Saints' ban, it would be difficult to stop them. Even if they found someone to sneak into the Chamberlain of Dependencies and beat the Goguryeo diplomatic mission half to death, it wouldn't be a big deal. No matter how Su Jingzong thought about it, he couldn't figure out why Li Wangyu would use him, even going so far as to use Kunlun slaves as a reward to tempt him. He was greedy, but he wasn't stupid. Humans would die for wealth, and birds would die for food. This was something he understood. Su Jingzong swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He asked, "Count, how do you want to vent your anger on the young duke? What can this lowly official do for Count?" Seeing his nervous appearance, Li Wangyu's smile became even more relaxed. It's actually very simple. You just need General Su to befriend that Goguryeo Deputy Ambassador Yun Gaesaman and invite him to the Peace Square or the Hu Taverns to drink and make friends. Su Jingzong thought that he was hearing things. It was that simple? Was this Count Hu's revenge? Count, what do you mean by this? There's no need for you to ask about other matters. Relax, I won't harm you. I'll have to trouble General Su with the matters of the Royal Academy in the future. So how could I put General Su in danger? Li Wangyu naturally didn't tell Su Jingzong the complete truth. While his beautiful superior was chatting with Su Jingzong about the horoscopes, he had closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. But he was thinking about Death Abyss and Gaesaman. He naturally couldn't let Su Jingzong know the truth. Otherwise, given this fellow's cowardly personality, if he knew that he was going to take the life of the Goguryeo Deputy Ambassador, he probably wouldn't agree even if he was beaten to death. Even if he used his influence to forcefully suppress him, there would still be many variables. Thus, Li Wangyu dispelled the idea of discussing with Su Jingzong and made a plan for himself. Li Wangyu's words allowed Su Jingzong to relax a little. He naturally understood that while this count who was extremely intelligent and had unfathomable knowledge, he had a lazy personality and didn't have the patience to deal with such trivial matters. Su Jingzong also knew that Li Wangyu was definitely not telling him the truth. However, he had no grudges with Count Hu, and he was following Count Hu's lead. There was truly no need for him to harm him. When he thought of this and thought of those two towering Kunlun slaves in front of Count Hu's estate, Su Jingzong couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. In Chang'an, with his status, he could easily obtain Guanyin Man, Xinlua maidservants, and Guanyin Man. He also didn't lack for beauties. However, such beautiful Kunlun slaves were truly hard to come by. It would be a pity to miss this opportunity. In the end, Su Jingzong gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Since Count trusts this lowly official dares to refuse. However, this lowly official has nothing to do with that Goguryeo Deputy Ambassador. It won't be easy for this lowly official to rashly request an audience. Chapter 778. In response to Su Jingzong's question, Li Wangyu casually shrugged. Duke Su, this matter is simple. I've heard that Kunlun slaves are rare goods even in Goguryeo. I presume that Yun Gaesaman also likes them? Duke Su has the Kunlun slaves as a stepping stone. Are you afraid that you won't be able to get close to Yun Gaesaman? Su Jingzong was taken aback. Could the Kunlun slaves that County Count who had given him be used as a stepping stone to get close to the Goguryeo deputy envoy called Yun Gaesaman? Wouldn't he have done all this for nothing? Li Wangyu saw that Su Jingzong was in a daze and knew that he had misunderstood. He smiled and said, Duke Su, be at ease. My residence has 2 Kunlun slaves. I'll give one to Duke Su and the other to Yun Gaesaman. Only now did Su Jingzong realize that he had misunderstood Li Wangyu's intentions. He couldn't help but feel his face heat up as he hurriedly changed the topic. Count, this lowly official is only worried that Yun Gaesaman will not easily leave the Chamberlain of Dependencies after Duke Lu's announcement. Li Wangyu was not worried about this. In a few days, it will be the Lunar Summit, and the Goguryeo diplomatic mission will be going to the Taiji Palace to meet the sage. Presumably, as the deputy envoy of the Goguryeo diplomatic mission, Yun Gaesaman will also be going to meet the sage. As long as he shows himself, with Duke Su's abilities, you won't be able to get close to Yun Gaesaman. Su Jingzong nodded. As an old bureaucrat, he naturally didn't need Li Wangyu to instruct him on such matters. In truth, Su Jingzong felt that the matter Li Wangyu had instructed him to do was very simple. He had plenty of ways to achieve his goal. Su Jingzong was even thinking that he didn't need to give the precious Kunlun slaves to the Goguryeo deputy envoy to become friends with him. But this was just a thought. While Su Jingzong was greedy, he was also clear about what he could and could not do. If County Count who found out that he had secretly taken a Kunlun slave, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Su Jingzong was only slightly worried. Li Wangyu had invested so much, so it was likely that he was after something big. It was probably not as simple as just venting his anger as he had said before. However, since he had already agreed to this matter, it would not be good for him to go back on his word. In any case, even if Li Wangyu wanted Yun Gaesaman's life, Su Jingzong didn't care about the lives of these Goguryans. He just had to be careful and not let Li Wangyu use him as a scapegoat. Li Wangyu then instructed the old steward, Li Hang, to bring several hundred taels of gold to Su Jingzong, claiming that it was for his expenses. It was to be used for the banquet at Peace House and the Hu Tavern. Su Jingzong pretended to refuse for a while and finally accepted the gold with a smile. After having a delicious meal at Lai Hot, he led the two black and hard men back to Chang'an. After sending Su Jingzong away, Li Wangyu temporarily put the matter of Yun Geiseman's murder to the back of his mind. He did not intend to kill Yun Geiseman in a short time. After all, the death of the deputy envoy of the Goguryeo diplomatic mission in Chang'an was a troublesome matter. Moreover, there were many renowned doctors in Chang'an. If Yun Geiseman fell ill and Pai Lupi sent Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong to treat him, it would be bad if someone discovered the illness. The matter of Yun Geiseman's death had too many implications. Li Wangyu was prepared to keep it to himself and not tell anyone, so he naturally had to clear himself of suspicion. It was precisely for this reason that Li Wangyu believed that the best time to strike was when the Goguryeo diplomatic mission was preparing to leave Chang'an and then find a chance to give Yun Geiseman a shot. By the time Yun Geiseman's rabies broke out, the Goguryeo diplomatic mission would have left Chang'an and would have nothing to do with the Tang Dynasty or him. He had Su Jingzong get close to Yun Geiseman precisely so that he could strike quietly and without attracting attention. But this was just Li Wangyu's own plan. He had no idea if it could be realized, so he could only take it one step at a time. In any case, there were still several months before the Goguryeo diplomatic mission left Chang'an, but there was no rush. During this period of time, Li Wangyu had become idle again. He had left the matters of the academy to Su Jingzong to manage. Back then, when he was recruiting new students from the Imperial College, he had used a set of psychological tests to filter out more than 100 pure and patient students. After a few months of training, these students would be able to join the academy and serve as teaching assistants to teach the children. But Li Wangyu, this lazy bum, didn't even want to do such a thing. He shamelessly threw this matter to his beautiful superior. In his words, his beautiful superior had often trained new employees in the company and was very experienced. In this regard, the beautiful boss just rolled her eyes at him, and then happily ran off to teach the group of rookies in the workplace. Li Wangyu couldn't help but secretly laugh at this. He naturally knew that his beautiful superior wouldn't refuse him. First of all, the beautiful boss was also bored. Although she was in charge of the Shun Phone Carriage Company, the underwear store, and other industries, the army of women she led had now grown up and managed those industries in an orderly manner. There was almost no need for her to personally go out and work every day. Recently, she had been spending more and more time at the county magistrate's estate in Dingzhou, and she had become more and more proficient at mahjong. Even Li Wangyu was no match for her. Moreover, to be able to train a bunch of rookies was an interesting matter for his beautiful superior. The Tang Dynasty was a society where men reigned supreme. As a professional woman of the future, she was naturally very unhappy, but there was nothing she could do. Li Wangyu naturally understood the disappointment in his beautiful boss's heart, so he deliberately let her to train that group of scholars. To be able to give instructions to more than 100 Tang Dynasty scholars was naturally a form of mental pressure for his beautiful superior. Li Wangyu didn't care whether those Tang Dynasty scholars would be unhappy to be taught by a woman or not. Ever since Pai Lupi was prepared to personally become the president of the Royal Academy, and even the vice president was a lower third-rank official in the imperial court, the Royal Academy was no longer a grassroots organization. Those students who had left in anger because they thought that Li Wangyu had deliberately humiliated them were now regretting it so much that their intestines turned green. There were also countless scholars who wanted to enter the Royal Academy to teach. If Li Wangyu was willing, he could easily recruit 10 times the number of scholars, let alone 100. It was hard to find a 3-legged bastard, but there was no lack of 2-legged scholars. Moreover, the Tang Dynasty's academy treated them well. Under such circumstances, if anyone dared to cause trouble because his beautiful superior was going to train them, Li Wangyu wouldn't mind making an example out of them and kicking them out. As a wife-protecting maniac, Li Wangyu dared to make his beautiful superior unhappy for the rest of his life. After throwing these troublesome matters out of the way, Li Wangyu was free again. Looking at the blonde beauty who was swaying in front of him every day, Li Wangyu couldn't help but ponder over the words his beautiful superior had said that day. Taking Aphrodite, who wasn't even 16 years old, into his room, was he too much of a beast? But compared to being worse than a beast, wasn't it acceptable to be a little more beastly? At this thought, Li Wangyu couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. He gritted his teeth, called Niu Wu, and rode straight to Chang'an City. Chapter 779. Li Wangyu had only gone to Chang'an for one thing, and that was to buy a piece of land. The purpose of buying land was, of course, to build the theater that he and his beautiful superior were planning. The theater was naturally for the performance, and the performance needed someone to manage it. That person was, of course, his beautiful blonde, Aphrodite. Then, a certain someone could openly take the blonde into his room. It had to be said that a man needed motivation to do something. It was not easy to buy a suitable piece of land in Noda's Chang'an city, but this was not a problem for someone of Li Wangyu's status. Lu Dehang and Cui Zhua went straight to Chang'an and Wanyan counties. Lu Dehang and Cui Zhua immediately ordered the officials of the county government to take out the files and maps, and found a few vacant plots of land for Li Wangyu to choose. Most of these were confiscated land by the county government. Li Wangyu could not help but laugh when he saw a house in Guangde Lane. He had an impression of this house. It seemed to be the house of the wealthy Luo Hui, who had been ordered by Ho Junji to arm wrestle with him and the other fops. After Luo Hui failed, he fled Chang'an City and his whereabouts were unknown. His house had been confiscated by Chang'an City and was ready to be sold. The location of this house was rather good. It was close to the bustling Shi city and was not small. Li Wangyu took a liking to this house at first glance. The backyard wall of Luo Hui's house was the wall adjacent to the Shi city. Li Wangyu pondered for a while and felt that he could open a door on this wall as the entrance to the theater in the future. Although the doors of houses could not be opened on the streets unless one was a third-rank official or above, Li Wangyu felt that it was not a big deal for him to go through the back door with Pai Lupi. Moreover, he wanted to build a theater and not a house, so it should not be a big problem. As an elegant art theater performance, the tickets were naturally not cheap. The target audience was of course the officials and aristocratic families of Chang'an City. The officials and aristocrats could not possibly go around Guangde Lane to watch the show, right? Guangde Lane did not have enough space for everyone to park their horses and carriages. Cui Ming House. How much is this house in Guangde Lane? I'm quite interested in this house. Cui Zhua smiled fawningly and said, County Count Hu, this house belongs to Luo Hui, who has no criminal record in the county. It's not worth much. If County Count Hu is interested, you can just give him a few tens of thousands. Li Wangyu naturally knew that Cui Zhua was trying to curry favor with him, but with his current net worth, he disdained to take advantage of such a situation. Luo Hui's house in Guangde Lane was in an excellent location. According to the current market price in Chang'an, it would not be less than 1,000,000 yuan, or even more. If he really only gave a few tens of thousands of dollars, it would not be worth it if someone caught him and impeached him in the future. I appreciate Cui Ming House's good intentions, but this house will be sold at the market price, Li Wangyu said calmly. Cui Zhua could only smile awkwardly. He stretched out his hand to summon an official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs and asked, How much is this house in Guangde Lane? According to the current market price in Ming House, it should be 2,000,000 yuan. 2,000,000 yuan was about 8,000,000 yuan in the future. It was actually quite cheap to buy a house that occupied a few acres of land. Li Wangyu could not help but curse the black-hearted developers in the future when he thought of the 100-square-meter house he bought with a loan of more than 2,000,000 yuan. Okay, I'll buy this house at this price. I'll have someone send the gold later. Li Wangyu did not hesitate at all and immediately made the decision. Cui Zhua nodded repeatedly. He did not care whether he received the money or not, and immediately ordered the official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs to process the title deed for Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu did not refuse. After all, he did not lack the money from Chang'an, so he did not hold back. After drinking 2 cups of tea with Cui Zhua, the official from the county government completed a series of procedures. The house that occupied a few acres of land in Guangde Lane was now Li Wangyu's property. After receiving the title deed, which was still wet with ink, Li Wangyu smiled at Cui Zhua and said, Cui Ming House, I don't need to trouble you for one thing. I'll have to trouble you to find some craftsmen to demolish the house for me. Ah, demolish? Li Wangyu's words stunned Cui Zhua. He had also seen Luo Hui's house. It was beautifully renovated, and the carved beams and painted rafters had been put in a lot of money. In his opinion, although the house was only a civilian house, it did not match Li Wangyu's status as the county earl who founded the country. However, he could just find some craftsmen to renovate and expand it. Why did he have to demolish it? That would be too extravagant. Li Wangyu smiled and said, I don't intend to use this land for living. Naturally, I have to demolish it and rebuild it. Zhuizhua asked cautiously, "May I ask, what do you plan to build? Is there anything I can do to help?" "Haha, nothing much. I just plan to build a theater for watching plays." "Watching plays? Theater?" Zhuizhua did not understand what Li Wangyu was saying, but he did not dare to continue asking. He could only pretend to understand and nodded. He planned to find someone to ask what a theater was. After leaving the Chang and County Yamen, Li Wangyu saw that it was still early, so he went directly to the Ministry of Works in the Imperial City and asked to see the Minister of Works, Duan Luan. To build a theater, cement and craftsmen from the Ministry of Works were indispensable. Now that the cement was in the hands of the Ministry of Works, the civilian craftsmen could not do this. When Duan Luan heard his subordinate's report, he felt his head swell. Ever since he became the Minister of Works in the second year of Zhengguan, he had been tormented by Li Wangyu. Whether it was building the Huxian County Earl's mansion or building the baseball field, they all gave the Ministry of Works endless headaches. Li Wangyu's prodigal road was even more lifeless. He took away a lot of mirage mud from the Ministry of Works, which gave Duan Luan a headache. Now, Huxian County Earl Li Wangyu could be said to be on the Ministry of Works blacklist. Everyone, from the Minister of Works, Duan Luan, to the ordinary officials of the Ministry of Works, could not help but shiver when they heard that Li Wangyu had come to visit. Everyone's first reaction was, F***ck, is this guy here to cause trouble again? Naturally, Duan Luan could not avoid him. He could only rub his temples and order people to invite Li Wangyu into his office. "Zio, how come you have time to come to the Ministry of Works today?" Li Wangyu smiled and bowed to Duan Luan. "Minister Duan, I have come to ask for your help again today." Duan Luan's hand, which was stroking his beard, could not help but tremble. He almost pulled out a few strands of his beard. "Haha, Zio must be joking. The Ministry of Works is only in charge of some construction matters. How can they help you? In addition, the amount of mirage mud produced by the Ministry of Works is limited. Last time, you took so much mirage mud from the Ministry of Works in order to repair the road. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. If Zio wants to ask for mirage mud again today, you can save your breath." Duan Luan glared at him. He did not give Li Wangyu a chance to speak and directly refused. Li Wangyu's smile froze. He cursed Duan Luan in his heart. Asking for some cement was the same as asking for his life. Did he have to go so far? It was not like he did not pay. Not only did he pay, but he also paid a high price. F***ck, 5 strings of copper coins for a ton of cement. He did not even complain that it was expensive. This old man Duan Luan actually complained that he used a little cement from the Ministry of Works. He was really stingy to the extreme. Li Wangyu and Duan Luan were very familiar with each other. He knew that the old man was joking with him, so he decided to act shamelessly. "Minister Duan, I really did come today for the mirage mud. Haha, if you don't give me the mirage mud today, I will not leave." "You won't leave? That's fine. Since Zio is willing to stay in the Ministry of Works, I will let the night watchman on duty go home." "Haha, I can't ask for more than for Zio to lead your troops to help me on duty." Duan Luan's words almost made Li Wangyu's nose crooked from anger. Why did this old man not play by the rules? Chapter 780. If Duan Luan refused to sell him the cement, Li Wangyu would never be able to build the theater. Li Wangyu pulled a long face and replied to Duan Luan's teasing with a mischievous smile. "Hee, Minister Duan, isn't it just some mirage mud? Do you really think it's a treasure? Besides, you can't burn the bridge after crossing the river. This mirage mud was given to the saint by me. The Ministry of Works got the recipe for mirage mud for free. Shouldn't they give me some? Besides, I spent a lot of money to buy it from the Ministry of Works. It's not like I took it for free." Duan Luan heard this and glared at him. "Zio, you still have the nerve to say that? This mirage mud is so precious, but you used it to pave roads. Do you know how many fortresses and cities at the border are waiting for the mirage mud to be repaired and strengthened? How can you waste it for no reason?" Li Wangyu naturally knew that Duan Luan was telling the truth. Ever since Pai Lupi and the others learned about cement, they immediately thought of using it to strengthen the city walls and fortresses. Li Wangyu could understand using cement for military purposes, but it was also proper business for him to build roads and theaters. In the end, the production of cement was too low. Li Wangyu touched his nose and smiled. If the production of mirage mud is not enough, then we can increase it. Why does Minister Duan make things difficult for me? I have great use for the mirage mud. Humph, it's easy for you to say. Mirage mud needs lime to be burned. Now that the production of lime is not enough, how can it be easy to increase the production? When Li Wangyu heard Duan Luan's words, he couldn't help but think of the undiscovered lime mines in Hu County. Originally, he wanted to monopolize the lime mines, but there were too many things to do, so he completely forgot about it. After thinking about the many troubles of opening the mines himself, Li Wangyu, a lazy person, simply gave up on this idea. It seemed that he had to take the old path, which was to cooperate with others and let them manage the lime mines while he waited for the profits. However, he did not want to be a partner in this business with Pai Lupi. Should he ask Pai Lupi to sell the lime to the Ministry of Works? Wasn't this taking money out of his own pocket? Li Wangyu thought about it. Why not take care of Cheng Yaojin and those old hooligans? Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingda, Chai Shao, these dukes could also be pulled in for a share. After all, there were plenty of lime mines in the Guanzhong path, and he could easily form a partnership with a public house. At the thought that all the Grand Dukes of the Tang Dynasty were his partners, Li Wangyu could not help laughing. Let's see who else would dare to provoke me in the future. Ho Junji, Zhang Liang, and those people with 5 surnames and 7 nobles? Would they dare to fall out with a group of dukes? When Li Wangyu thought of this, he couldn't help but chuckle. This made Duan Luan extremely surprised. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with this kid. After Li Wangyu came to his senses, he said seriously, "Minister Duan, if I can get you a large amount of lime, would you be willing to buy it?" At that time, "Can you provide me with mirage mud?" Hearing this, Duan Luan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Zio, is this true? If you really have a large amount of lime, I can buy it at 50 coins per stone. I'll buy as much as you have. As for the mirage mud you want, as long as there is enough lime supply, you can have as much as you want. The price will be the same as before." Li Wangyu curled his lips. This old man was really calculating. This kind of volcanic ash cement was just calcining lime and clay together. There was no cost to remove the lime. Duan Luan, this old man, actually wanted to buy his lime for 50 coins. After calcining it, he would sell it to him for 250 coins. He really thought of him as a fool. "Minister Duan, do you think I don't know how to calcinate the mirage mud? I'll sell the lime to you. After calcining it, you'll sell it to me at 5 times the price. Do I have the word stupid written on my forehead?" Li Wangyu's words made Duan Luan's face turn red. He felt that he seemed to be a little unkind. "Haha, Zio, what are you talking about? I was wrong just now. As long as you have enough lime supply, the Ministry of Works won't make any money from you. We'll supply you at 60 coins per stone." Li Wangyu nodded with satisfaction. "Minister Duan, it's a deal." "Zio, when can you start to supply the Ministry of Works with lime? I won't hide it from you. The sage has been urging us to increase the production of mirage mud. Now that the Imperial Court has seen the usefulness of mirage mud, it's in urgent need everywhere. Zio, the mirage mud you made is really a treasure that benefits the country and the people. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for being the Minister of Works." Duan Luan smiled amiably and was very amiable. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. He thought that Duan Luan, this old man, said nice words. In the end, when he wanted to get some cement from the Ministry of Works, this old man blew his beard and glared at him, refusing in every way possible. It was as if he had gone to his house to rob him. When Li Wangyu heard that he could supply lime, he immediately changed his face. This made Li Wangyu wonder if this old man had learned the Sichuan opera's face-changing skills. Bah, in the Tang Dynasty, from Pai Lupi to these high officials in the imperial court, none of them were good people. They only knew how to bully an honest person like him. However, whether it was Duan Luan or the bad-tempered Wei Zhang, they were very much to Li Wangyu's liking. This group of lovable and hateful officials of the Tang Dynasty. "Minister Duan, there's no rush for lime. Hee, the mine hasn't been opened yet. As for the mirage mud, this nephew needs it urgently. How about you give me 1,000 stones first?" When Duan Luan heard this, the smile on his face disappeared. He glared at Li Wangyu. "Zio, are you here to make fun of me? The mine hasn't even been opened yet and you dare to say that you can supply lime to the Ministry of Works? Do you think this old man is stupid? How can I be fooled by a brat like you?" Li Wangyu was speechless. Why did this old man change his face faster than flipping a book? Minister Duan, how can this nephew deceive you? 1 month. This nephew guarantees that in 1 month, the Ministry of Works will be able to start steadily supplying lime. Really? How much can it be? How could Li Wangyu know how much lime could be produced from those mines? In the future it was mechanized mining. In the Tang Dynasty, it was all manual labor. He didn't dare to guarantee the output. Well, I think I can still guarantee 10,000 stones a month. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment and replied. 10,000 stones, that's 500 tons. If he cooperated with Cheng Yaojin and opened a few more mines at the same time, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Good. Then this old man will believe you this time. Come, let's make an oath. In 1 month, if this old man doesn't see lime, don't blame this old man for finding a saint to judge. Li Wangyu nodded straightforwardly. He clapped hands with Duan Luan and settled on the supply of lime in a month. Duan Luan also straightforwardly summoned the officials of the Ministry of Works and told County Count Hu that if he needed it, he could give 1,000 stones of mirage mud. Li Wangyu thanked Duan Luan again and again before leaving the Ministry of Works. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Wangyu estimated that he wouldn't have time to go back to Zhou village today. He sent one of his troops back to report. He called Niu Wu and led his troops. Holding the mentality that the wind was blowing and the water was cold, he went to kill his way to Duke Lu's residence. Chapter 781. Ever since he rescued Cheng Chumo, Li Wangyu had been avoiding the Duke Lu residence and the old hooligan Chang Yaojin. Usually, if it was not necessary, he would never pass by the Duke Lu residence. He would rather take a detour than pass by the old hooligan's residence. Saving other people was one thing, but saving the old hooligan's eldest son, the only way to thank him was to drink himself to death. It was as if he was not drunk and unconscious, Cheng Yaojin was not grateful enough. Li Wangyu had long been too lazy to complain about the old hooligan's way of doing things. Today, if it were not for the lime mine, Li Wangyu would not walk into a trap. Wahahaha, boy, you are finally willing to come. Come, prepare the food and wine. Today we are not going home until we are drunk. Li Wangyu and his party had just stepped into the Duke Lu residence when Cheng Yaojin's hoarse voice resounded throughout the residence. Rubbing his temples, Li Wangyu carelessly bowed to Cheng Yaojin. Uncle Cheng, the matter of drinking is not urgent. Today, this nephew has something good to discuss with Uncle Cheng. Cheng Yaojin's eyes lit up. Which gambling house do you want to bet with? Last time I bet with you, boy. I won until old man Chui's eyes turned green. Wahahaha, it was very satisfying. Li Wangyu was speechless. This old thing, winning money from his father-in-law, was still so happy. What was even more shameless was that after winning the gold, he did not know how to share it with him. Uncle Cheng, this nephew came today not to bet, but to cooperate with Uncle to open a mine. Open a mine? What mine? Gold mine or copper mine? Lime mine. Cheng Yaojin was stunned, then reacted. Is it the lime used to make mirage mud? This is a good business. Boy, do you know where there is a lime mine? Li Wangyu nodded. This nephew naturally knows. That is why I came to discuss this matter with Uncle Cheng. Wahahaha, boy, you still have a conscience. You did not forget your Uncle Cheng when it comes to making money. It is not in vain that I dote on you. Let's go, let's drink and chat. Li Wangyu secretly curled his lips. He didn't know where this old hooligan's confidence came from. He actually had the nerve to say such shameless words. Hee, Uncle Cheng, this nephew knows of more than one limestone mine. Why don't we invite Uncle Qin, Uncle Yuqi, and the others as well? Li Wangyu remembered that there were about 5 or 6 limestone mines in Hu County. Cheng Yaojin, Li Jing, Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingda, Chai Shao and Niu Jinda were just enough. Cheng Yaojin was stunned when he mentioned the names of the dukes. Then he slapped Li Wangyu's shoulder heavily, causing him to grimace in pain again. Good boy, I didn't misjudge you. Men, take this daddy's greeting card and invite second brother, old man Yuqi, and the others. Li Wangyu did not personally visit each family to discuss this matter. Instead, he asked Cheng Yaojin to invite Qin Qiong and the others. In Cheng Yaojin's opinion, it was naturally to let him sell a favor to everyone. In the future, if these limestone mines made money, whether it was Qin Qiong or Yuqi Jingda, they would all owe Cheng Yaojin a favor. Actually, to Li Wangyu, he was just being lazy. How much time would it take to go to each of the duke's manors? How much time would it take? How much wine would it take? It was better to let the old hooligan invite everyone to Duke Lu's mansion. He only needed to waste a bit of time. Chang Yaojin invited everyone on behalf of County Count Li Ziyu. Naturally, no one would refuse. This group of dukes did not live far away. Not long after, everyone gathered in the main hall of Duke Lu's mansion. Chang Yaojin waved his hand. Immediately, groups of servant girls brought wine and food for everyone. Musicians played music and danced in front of the hall to liven things up. It was very lively. After 3 rounds of wine, Li Wangyou's face had become rosy. He didn't dare to drink anymore. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to talk about proper business today. Uncles, this little nephew asked Uncle Cheng to invite all of you here today because I have a business deal. I want to see if all of you are interested. Yuqi Jingda laughed. Haha, Ziyu, you are now the famous god of wealth in Chang'an City. If you have any business deal and are willing to bring us along, that's a good thing. There's nothing to discuss. Just say it directly. No matter how much gold you want, Laozi will listen to you. Old ignorant Yuqi's words are beautiful. That's right, that's the truth. Ziyu, you are willing to bring us uncles to make money. What else is there to say? Chang Yaojin raised his head and gulped down a mouthful of wine. It was rare that Yuqi Jingda did not quarrel with Chang Yaojin. The surrounding group of dukes also nodded repeatedly, feeling that what the two said was reasonable. Li Wangyu blushed with shame. When did he have such charisma? He naturally did not know how shocking it was for a white-clothed youth to establish such a large family business in just over a year's time. Even Yuqi Jingda, who had always been proud and arrogant, could only say the word admire in regards to Li Wangyou's business skills, not to mention others. Heh. Then this little nephew will speak frankly. This little nephew knows that there are a few lime mines in Hu County that have yet to be discovered. This little nephew is a lazy person and does not have the patience to deal with these trivial matters. Therefore, I want to partner with all of you uncles and operate those lime mines. What do you uncles think? Lime mines? Is that the lime used to make mirage mud? That is a business that benefits greatly with little capital. Ziyu, are you really willing to use this kind of mine to partner with us? Li Jing was astonished when he heard this. Li Wangyu nodded. Duke Wei's words are correct. It is precisely that lime mine. This little nephew has already discussed it with Minister Duan of the Ministry of Works. 51 per stone. The Ministry of Works will buy as much lime as there is, so there is no need to worry about lime sales. Cheng Yaojin was furious. That old man's surname Duan is going too far. Ziyu, why did you agree to his conditions? I bought some mirage mud from the Ministry of Works, but it costs 351 per stone. Isn't it too much of a loss to sell it to the Ministry of Works for 51? Everyone nodded in agreement. They also felt that Li Wangyou's price was too cheap. Li Wangyu said with a smile, Uncles, mirage mud is expensive because the lime is transported from afar. This little nephew has inquired before. The lime used by the Ministry of Works costs 101 per stone. The lime mine that this little nephew knows of is in Hu County, only a few dozen li away from Chang'an. It is very convenient to transport it. 51 per stone seems cheap, but from now on, the Ministry of Works can only use the lime produced by our mines. This is a monopoly business. Uncles, you must not underestimate the profits involved. Duan Luan had offered to sell lime to the Ministry of Works for 51 per stone. He was just waiting for Li Wangyu to haggle over the price. The price in his heart was 101 per stone. Duan Luan did not expect that the always shrewd Li Wangyu would agree to it. This shocked him greatly. How could he have known that Li Wangyu was thinking about monopolizing the supply of lime? His appetite was quite big. Li Wangyou's words made Chang Yaojin and the others ponder for a while. In the end, they slapped their thighs. Ziyu, you little brat. You are indeed full of cunning ideas. Fine, we will do as you say. How are we going to share this lime mine? You should give us an explanation. We will listen to you. Chapter 782. The discussion process with the bigwigs was very simple. Mining. 50-50. Simple and clear. Li Wangyu and each duke's residents would each contribute half to purchase the land where the lime mine was located, as well as the various mining expenses. As for how the lime mine would be mined and how it would be managed, Li Wangyu did not care.
He was prepared to be a hands-off shopkeeper and enjoy the fruits of others' labor.
As for recruiting absentee workers, building mines, and many other tedious matters, Cheng Yaojin and the other bigwigs patted their chests and took on all of them. Regarding Li Wangyou's lazy behavior, none of the bigwigs expressed any dissatisfaction. After all, this cooperation was purely because Li Wangyou was leading them to wealth. Everyone could see the benefits of mirage mud and knew its value. As for the lime used to make mirage mud, it was naturally a hot commodity. Unlike copper and gold mines, the output of lime mines was very shocking. Li Wangyou estimated that the price of 50 copper coins per dan would not be maintained for long and would continue to fall. The price of mirage mud would also continue to fall. As for directly using lime to make mirage mud, whether it was Li Wangyou or the other bigwigs, they did not plan to participate for the time being. After all, Pai Lupi had already taken the production of mirage mud back to the imperial court and treated it as a strategic resource. Naturally, it would not be their turn to produce it. Li Wangyou provided the location of the lime mine, so it was only right for the dukes to contribute. Moreover, Cheng Yaojin and the other bigwigs had a large group of stewards in their residences.
These trivial matters would naturally be handled by the stewards of the various residences.
There was no need for the bigwigs to worry about it. Cheng Yaojin ordered someone to bring over a map. Li Wangyou began to outline the location of the lime mine on the map for the bigwigs.
It had to be said that as the great general of the Jianghu guards, the maps in Cheng Yaojin's residence were all used for military campaigns and were very detailed.
They were much more detailed than the maps in Chong, and for 10,000 years. Although the mountains and rivers had changed a lot in the past 1,000 years, Li Wangyou only remembered that there were many lime mines in Xijing Town in Hu County in the future. He had asked Yang Quan before, but there was no place called Xijing Town within the jurisdiction of Hu County. Fortunately, Li Wangyou still remembered the general location of Xijing Town in the future. It was 14 li south of Hu County, at the northern foot of Mount Zhongnan. After searching for a while on the map, Li Wangyou determined the approximate location of the lime mine.
As for which mountain the mine was located on, it would be up to the big shots to send artisans who specialized in mining to find out.
When Li Wangyou said that there was a limestone mine in Hu County, Cheng Yaojin and the others believed him without a doubt. No one asked him how he knew about this. Everyone was already used to Li Wangyou's mysterious way of doing things. Now, everyone believed that Li Wangyou was the reincarnation of some almighty Taoist. In this regard, Li Wangyou was happy to see it happen, and it saved him the trouble of making up lies. The matter of him working with Cheng Yaojin and the other big shots to mine the lime mine was settled. Including Cheng Yaojin, none of the big shots had any plans to sign a contract with Li Wangyou. By now, Li Wangyou was well aware of the habits of these bigwigs. Naturally, he would not ask for trouble and insist on signing some sort of partnership agreement with these dukes. They were all famous dukes who had founded their own countries. If he signed an agreement with them, wouldn't he be slapping their faces? After the matter was settled, Cheng Yaojin and the others once again started to drink. Within Duke Lu's residence, a new round of noise started. Li Wangyou had always politely rejected the gatherings of the nobles of the Tang Dynasty.
There was no other reason other than that he was too agitated.
It was not without reason that people in the future called the stinky Tang Dynasty dirty. The open atmosphere of the Tang Dynasty, especially among the nobles, was not inferior to the debauchery of the nobles of ancient Rome. Those unrestrained and informal behaviors made Li Wangyou unable to bear it. Even people like Qin Qiong, Niu Jinda, and Li Jing, who were usually upright and prudent, did not care about their image at the banquet. They hugged the young ladies in their arms and touched them up and down. These beautiful young ladies were all the concubines and concubines that Cheng Yaojin, the old hooligan, kept in the residence. In Li Wangyou's eyes, these concubines and concubines were no different from the prostitutes in Ping Kong Fong. Concubines, and concubines were completely different. Concubines had a certain status in the family, even if it was not high. Concubines were actually not much different from maids and maids. They could be bought with money. There was no limit to the number of concubines. As long as one could afford it, they could have as many concubines as they wanted. Concubines not only needed to serve the master, but they were also the playthings of the master and the guests. Concubines were of a lower status than concubines. Concubines were usually singers and dancers. Of course, no matter if they were concubines or concubines, it was normal for them to accompany the guests in bed. As for giving concubines and concubines away, That was a common thing among the nobles of the Tang dynasty. Even Su Dongpa, such a romantic person, often gave his concubines away. Bai Juyi even had a poem, 10 years of spring cries become oriole tongues, 3 years of disdain for old ugliness change into moth eyebrows. It meant that after 3 years, concubines felt that they were too old and had to be sold in exchange for a new batch. From this, one could see that concubines were indeed very lowly and pitiful in ancient times. Chang Yao Jin, this old hooligan, had dozens of concubines in his residence. Including Li Wangyu, all the founding dukes had 2 or 3 young and beautiful concubines serving them. This group of old hooligans, after drinking a few cups of wine, did not care if they would poison Li Wangyu, this young man, and directly touched him in the hall. Yuqi Jingda, that old man, quickly stripped the concubines by his side into pink little white lambs. He was just short of directly performing a live erotic scene in this hall. Chang Yaojin and the others not only did not feel offended, but also applauded loudly. Niu Jinda was considered more reserved.
His pair of large hands had already reached into those concubines' dresses and continuously kneaded.
Seeing this, Li Wangyu was very speechless.
As for Li Jing, this old man, his hair and beard were already white, but he was hugging a few young women who were old enough to be his granddaughters for a while.
He even let those concubines use their mouths to feed him wine. He was really old and unruly. During the banquet, all kinds of shining white peaks and tender gasps were heard, dazzling Li Wangyu's eyes. Seeing this, he even wanted to call the police. Although the concubines of Chang Yaojin's residence were young and beautiful, Li Wangyu did not want to have any mishaps. To have something happen with the concubines of Chang Yaojin, this old scoundrel's residence, just thinking about it was too frightening. Continuing to stay in Duke Lu's residence's main hall to be stimulated and forced to endure was really unbearable. What was the difference between this and watching a later generation Japanese romance movie? Li Wangyu simply glanced at Niu Wu, who was standing on the side, and secretly gave him a meaningful glance. Naturally, the meaning was to quickly run away. Uncle Cheng, this little nephew is going to go to the toilet and change clothes. For the time being, I will take my leave. Li Wangyu stood up and bowed to Chang Yaojin, who was playing happily with his concubines. Chang Yaojin did not mind and only let the concubines by Li Wangyu's side accompany him to the toilet to take care of them. Li Wangyu said that he wanted to go to the toilet, but that was just an excuse. In reality, he was planning to escape. How could he be willing to let these concubines follow him?
He promptly said that he was familiar with the way and that it was enough for his own troops to follow and take care of him.
How could Chang Yaojin know what he was thinking? He also did not take it seriously.
In any case, Li Wangyu had come to his residence many times and was also familiar with the way, so he just let him do as he pleased. As for Yuqi Jingda and the others, they had already sunk into the land of warmth and tenderness. How could they still care about what Li Wangyu wanted to do? Li Wangyu also did not speak much nonsense. Leading Niu Wu, he turned around and headed in the direction of Duke Lu's residence's toilet. Chapter 783. Ever since his beautiful boss and Empress Zhang's son coerced all the noble ladies and young ladies in Chang'an City to go to the county magistrate's mansion in Dingzhou village in Hu County, all the officials and aristocratic families in Chang'an City asked for the blueprints from the county magistrate's mansion and competed with each other to renovate the bathroom facilities. These hostesses had seen the modern bathroom facilities in the county count's mansion, so how could they continue to use the dirty and smelly toilets in their original mansions? For a time, orders for all kinds of bathroom tiles, toilets, and sanitary wares in the porcelain kilns and workshops outside Chang'an City increased greatly, which made the shopkeepers who had never made these rare things happy and annoyed. Fortunately, these things were actually not complicated, and they were not difficult for the skilled porcelain craftsmen of the Tang Dynasty. The toilets in Chang Yaojin's mansion were naturally all renovated. The originally dirty toilets were covered with shiny tiles, and ceramic toilets and sanitary wares were used. Also, the old scoundrel had plagiarized the Turkish bath in Li Wangyu's castle. He had built a bathing pool and sauna room in his own residence. As for the Taiji Palace, it had already been renovated. Pai Lupi was even more shameless. He directly asked Li Wangyu to show his respect for a batch of bathroom tiles and toilets, which made Li Wangyu spend a lot of money. After all, an ordinary duke's mansion had at most a dozen toilets. But in Noda's Taiji Palace, there were more than 100 toilets, and the number of tiles and ceramic toilets needed was innumerable. How could Li Wangyu not hate it? When the officials and nobles learned of Pai Lupi's public bribery, they became more and more envious of Li Wangyu's imperial favor, which made Li Wangyu speechless. Li Wangyu led Niu Wu to the bathroom of Duke Lu's mansion. After relaxing for a while, he was ready to slip away. Looking around, Duke Lu's mansion was brightly lit, and there were maids and servants shuttling back and forth, constantly delivering hot delicacies and wine to the nobles in the main hall. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him and Niu Wu, Li Wangyu immediately slipped down the small road to the main gate of Duke Lu's mansion. Unexpectedly, after taking 2 steps, Li Wangyu, who was anxious to escape the tiger's den, did not pay attention and directly bumped into someone coming from the opposite side. "Zio, where are you going? The main hall is not in this direction." Li Wangyu raised his head and saw that the person he had bumped into was Cheng Chubi. He subconsciously gestured for him to keep quiet. "Brother Chubi, don't disturb your family." "Hee, little brother just remembered that there is still soup boiling in the manor. I must go back and take a look." Li Wangyu spouted some nonsense to appease Cheng Chubi. He turned around and wanted to leave, but Cheng Chubi grabbed his sleeve. "Zio, what are you doing? Where do you want to go sneakily?" "Oh, I know you want to sneak away. Am I right? Zio, do you dislike my Duke Lu's mansion for not being a good host?" Li Wangyu was stunned. When did this guy become so smart? Your family's mansion is not being a bad host. It's being too considerate. If I don't run, I'm afraid those concubines will climb onto my bed. Li Wangyu thought that the concubines of Duke Lu's mansion had all served Cheng Yaojin, that old rogue, and felt uncomfortable. How could he still have any romantic thoughts? However, he naturally could not say these words to Cheng Chubi, and could only be vague. "Brother Chubi, what are you talking about? What's the difference between your family and mine? I really have something to do, and I can't bear to disturb Uncle Cheng's mood, so I left without saying goodbye." Cheng Chubi did not pay attention to Li Wangyu's words, and directly shouted with his hoarse voice inherited from Cheng Yaojin. "Brother, come quickly. Zio wants to run." "Brother Chubi, don't shout, don't shout." Li Wangyu was shocked and reached out to cover his mouth, for fear that this guy would provoke Cheng Yaojin again. Although the 3 brothers of the Cheng family were not triplets, they seemed to have telepathy. Cheng Chubi had just called out when Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chuliang's figures appeared from the small path. Li Wangyu was speechless. Could these 2 guys teleport? How did they come so quickly? Cheng Chubi's voice. Was it really not summoning a mythological beast? Surrounded by the 3 brothers of the Cheng family, Li Wangyu simply raised his hands and surrendered. "3 brothers, I admit defeat. What do you want? Just say it." Li Wangyu only needed to look at Cheng Chumo's sneaky smile to know that this guy absolutely did not have good intentions. Perhaps these 3 swindlers were deliberately waiting for him here. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Cheng Chubi immediately smiled and said, "Waha, brother is right. Zio, you really can't hold back your temper and go drink with those old things." Before he could finish his words, Cheng Chuliang covered his mouth. Li Wangyu felt a headache coming on. He held his forehead and felt sorry for Cheng Yaojin. To be called an old thing by his own son, such an unfilial son, even if he was beaten to death, it would not be wrong. Cheng Chumo also ignored his stupid brother, and hugged Li Wangyu's shoulder and said with a sneaky smile, "Zio, let's go. Peace Lane or the Hu wine shop. You choose. Today, brother is treating, you are responsible for the bill." Wahahaha, these words are really good. "I treat, you pay," naturally came from Li Wangyu's mouth, but it was immediately copied by this group of swindlers. Now, they kept saying it every day, and it was almost becoming a mantra. Whether it was going to the Hu wine shop or Peace Lane, Li Wangyu would accept it. It was better than continuing to stay in the Duke Lu's residence and watch a group of old swindlers act out an erotic scene. At least it was not an eyesore. He accepted his fate and nodded, saying weakly, "Then let's go to the Hu wine shop in the West Market." Compared to harming the poor women of the Tang Dynasty in Peace Lane, Li Wangyu would rather lead these swindlers to the Hu wine shop to harm the Hu concubines. The 3 brothers of the Cheng family naturally did not have any objections. They happily escorted Li Wangyu out of their residence and towards the West Market. What made Li Wangyu even more speechless was that this bastard Cheng Chumo did not forget to be generous. He actually ordered his servants to immediately go to the other swindlers' residences and inform them to gather at the Hu wine shop in the West Market.
Today, someone was treating, so hurry and eat.
If it were not for the fact that he could not beat these three brothers, Li Wangyu would definitely let them know why the flowers were so red. After a while, the swindlers and Li Wangyu gathered at the Hu wine shop in the West Market and started a new round of revelry. With Count Hu and a group of young dukes at the door, the shopkeeper of the Hu wine shop naturally did not dare to be negligent. He respectfully invited everyone into an elegant room, and then sent the youngest and most beautiful Hu concubines in the wine shop into the room. Li Wangyu was not some old master or a moralist, so he was very relaxed and at ease with these swindlers. His arms were wrapped around two scantily clad Hu concubines, and he was very happy to take advantage of them. While everyone was drinking and having fun while chatting, Li Wangyu noticed the conversation between Chai Lingwu and Du He and couldn't help but frown.
Chapter 784.
Just as Li Wangyu was exchanging toasts with Cheng Chumo and the others, he heard Wei Shuyu and Chai Lingwu laughing and saying, "Brother Lingwu, I heard that you know Master Faya of the Mercy Temple?"
Chai Lingwu nodded. Yes, there is such a thing. I am acquainted with Grand Master Faya.
The retired emperor missed my mother, so he invited Great Master Faya to my brother's residence to perform a blessing ceremony for my mother.
Why? Does Brother Shuyu want to find Master Faya?
Chai Lingwu's mother was Princess Ping Yongzhao, Li Yuan's third daughter.
Princess Ping Yongzhao could be called a heroine.
At the end of the Sui dynasty, when the world was in chaos, she gathered the heroes of Guanzhong and led the army of women to achieve great things. She joined forces with Pai Lupi on the north bank of the Wei River and together they broke through Chang'an. Unfortunately, in the 6th year of Wuda, Princess Ping Yongzhao passed away, which made Li Yuan and Pai Lupi very sad. Princess Ping Yongzhao was the only woman in the history of Wuxia to be buried with military rites. It could be said that she was truly honored in life and death. Li Yuan also missed this daughter of his very much. He often ordered Buddhist and Taoist, two sects eminent monks and Taoist priests to perform rituals and pray for Princess Ping Yongzhao.
It's like this. My mother's birthday is coming soon, and she is a devout Buddhist believer. Therefore, I want to find a Buddhist scripture personally copied by a monk as a gift for my mother. In Chang'an, Master Faya is a monk of the Sand sect. If I can ask him to personally copy a Buddhist scripture, it would naturally be excellent, Wei Shuyu explained with a smile.
Chai Lingwu didn't say anything and immediately agreed.
Brother Shuyu, don't worry. Leave this to me. Haha, then thank you, Brother Lingwu. Come, let me toast you.
Feng Yai couldn't help but laugh.
Why are you two patronizing yourselves? Everyone, come, today is a beautiful day, and it's rare for Zio to be the host.
Don't waste this wine and beauty.
Everyone, drink up. Hearing Feng Yai's words, everyone laughed and raised their cups. There was a lot of noise in the room. No one paid attention to the conversation between Chai Lingwu and Wei Shuyu. Only Li Wangyu was stunned. Master Faya? Why did this name sound so familiar? Where have I heard of it before?
He furrowed his brows and pondered for a long time. Then he suddenly stood up, scaring the wastrels.
Zio, what are you doing? You're not going to change again, are you? Brat, are you trying to escape by peeing again? Brothers, keep an eye on Zio. Don't let him slip away.
Ha! Li Wangyu did not pay attention to the playboy's teasing. He only remembered who Master Faya was. There was a record in the old book of Tang. 3 years ago, there was a shaman Faya, who entered and left the two palaces by chance, but was forbidden from doing so. Faya was resentful and spoke evil words, and was executed. Demon Monk Faya. Zhongguan Year was a very famous case. Although there were only 36 words about Faya in the old Tang book, its influence was huge. This Master Faya could be considered an eminent monk during the Sui and Tang dynasties. He was loved and respected by Li Yuan and Crown Prince Li Jianqing. Faya could enter and leave the palaces as he pleased. For a time, he was very famous in Chang'an City. Countless noble families and officials tried to befriend him. However, every dog has its day. In the 9th year of Wuda, Pai Lupi risked everything and started the Xuanwu Gate Rebellion. He killed Crown Prince Li Jianqing and Prince Qi Li Yuanji, forcing Li Yuan to abdicate. Li Yuan was forced to make Pai Lupi the crown prince. He then abdicated and lived in the Taiji Palace. However, This Master Faya still frequently entered and exited the palaces to meet with Emperor Li Yuan and discuss Buddhism. If Faya only talked about Buddhism, it would be fine. As an emperor, Pai Lupi would not make things difficult for a monk. However, this great Master Faya was not someone who knew when to advance or retreat. In private conversations with the retired Emperor Li Yuan, he often complained about Li Er, speaking out against injustice for the Crown Prince Li Jianqing, feeling indignant about the retired Emperor Li Yuan's encounter. Although these words between Faya and Li Yuan were private, in Noda's Taiji Palace, how could there be a wall that did not leak out? This matter naturally spread into Pai Lupi's ears. Pai Lupi was annoyed and decided to remove Faya's right to enter and leave the palaces, forbidding him from ever entering and leaving the palaces again. By right, this matter should be considered over. Faya could continue to stay in his Great Mercy Temple as a senior monk and live in peace. However, Faya belonged to the type of person with extremely low emotional intelligence. He actually held a grudge because Pai Lupi removed his right to enter and leave the palaces. He started to call himself the reincarnation of the living Buddha on the streets and wantonly attacked Pai Lupi. He attributed the locust plague and drought in the second year of Jianghu to Pai Lupi's immoral behavior, saying that it was God's punishment for the Xuanwu Gate incident, for killing his brother and imprisoning his father. Such treasonous words were naturally reported to the imperial court. Faya was only a monk and not a noble family like the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs. How could Li Er be merciful? He simply ordered the Ministry of Justice to arrest him and then pushed Faya to Shi City where he was beheaded in public. Not only did Faya succeed in seeking death, he was also given the title of Demon Monk Faya. What was even more tragic was that before Faya died, he accused Prime Minister Pei Ji of being his accomplice. As a result, Pei Ji was demoted and sent back to his hometown. Li Yuan also quickly moved out of the Taiji Palace because of this matter and moved to the cold Da'an Palace. 6 years later, he died of an illness in Da'an Palace. Li Wangyu recalled this incident clearly and thought that Wei Shuyu actually wanted to ask for Faya's handwritten Buddhist scriptures for his mother. He felt that something was wrong. Although in the history books, it was only recorded that Prime Minister Pei Ji was unlucky because of Faya, who could guarantee that Wei Shuyu or Wei Zhang would not be implicated because of this? After all, ever since he transmigrated to the Tang Dynasty, the changes caused by the flapping of butterfly wings were not few. Who knew if Wei Shuyu had asked for a copy of Faya's Buddhist scriptures for his mother in history? Who could be sure that after Faya was arrested by the Ministry of Justice, he would not randomly accuse others? Li Wangyu also knew that the main reason why Prime Minister Pei Ji was demoted and sent back to his hometown because of the case of Demon Monk Faya was that Pei Ji was an old official of the retired emperor, Li Yuan. Pai Lupi's actions were also to clean up Li Yuan's influence in the imperial court. However, it was best to avoid such matters as much as possible. It was already the 3rd year of Zhengguan, and Faya should be banned from the palace by Pai Lupi soon. At this time, it would be unwise to get involved with that idiot. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu could not help but advise, "Brother Shuyu, I advise you to change the congratulatory gift for your mother. You don't need the Buddhist scriptures copied by Master Faya." His words made Wei Shuyu, Chai Linggu, and the others stunned. They asked in confusion, "Why do you say that? What's wrong with the Buddhist scriptures personally copied by Master Faya? That's something that many people in Chang and could not get even if they wanted it." Li Wangyu scratched his head in annoyance, but he did not know how to explain it. Should he say that he knew that Faya was about to be unlucky? No one would believe this, and if this were to spread out in the future, it would be even more troublesome. This was a bit of a pain in the ass. Chapter 785. In the face of the popinjay's doubts, Li Wangyu could only beat around the bush, vaguely saying, "That great Master Faya, I feel that although he is valued by His Majesty the retired emperor, he might not be some eminent monk." "Feng Yai," I asked curiously. "Oh? Why do you say that?" "Everyone in Chang'an knows about Master Faya's reputation." Li Wangyu shrugged. "Aren't the disciples of the Sand sect all about jumping out of the mortal world and cutting off worldly ties? Then why does this Master Faya frequently go in and out of the Forbidden Palace? In little brother's opinion, he's just a person that's angling for fame and fortune." On the other hand, old immortal Sun had tactfully refused the title of nobility bestowed by the saint and lived in seclusion in the mountains to research the Tao of medicine. Anyway, Master Faya would seek his own death soon. Li Wangyu didn't care whether or not he would offend this person and directly demoted him to fishing for fame. Wei Shuyu pondered over Li Wangyou's words and shook his head, not saying anything more. He was also a smart person and picked out two phrases from Li Wangyou's words, Emperor Emeritus, and forbidden to enter and leave the palace. Ever since the aristocratic families led hundreds of officials to force the emperor to abdicate in the second year of Zhengguan, everyone could see that the so-called filial sons and fathers of the royal family was just a joke. His father, Wei Zhang, was an imperial censor of the censorate and Pai Lupi's confidant. At this time, it wasn't worth it for the Wei residents to form a relationship with Master Faya, the Emperor Emeritus' favorite. If his master was suspected by the saint because of this, it would be bad. Wei Shuyu understood this point and suddenly felt that he hadn't thought it through before. He looked at Li Wangyu with eyes full of gratitude. He faintly sensed that this was probably the reason why Li Wangyu was against him asking Master Faya for scriptures for his mother. In the elegant room, apart from the playboys, there were also 20 to 30 prostitutes present. It was naturally inconvenient to continue talking about this topic. Everyone laughed and started fooling around with the prostitutes again. Of course, Li Wangyu was not a gentleman. After reminding Wei Shuyu, he also drank and made merry with the other playboys. His hands had already reached into Hu Ji's lapel and started to play with the soft parts of the beautiful Hu Ji beside him. He was very happy. Although he wouldn't really do anything, if he didn't take advantage of her, wouldn't that be too much of a loss? After messing around with the popinjays, Li Wangyu did not think too much about the demonic monk Faya. In the next few days, he was busy recruiting craftsmen and preparing to start building the theater. But Li Wangyu did not expect that the words he said in the Hu wine shop that day were actually heard by Hu Ji, who was present, and then told it to the other guests as a joke. Gradually, the news that the Count of Huxian was disrespectful to the great Master Faya of the Mercy Temple and called him a fame-seeking person quickly spread throughout the city. Many of great Master Faya's followers were unhappy with Li Wangyu because of this. If not for the fact that they were afraid of Li Wangyou's noble status as the founding county count, Li Wangyou's mansion in Kaihua Square would probably have had rotten eggs and vegetables thrown at it in protest. After all, Faya was very famous. He was originally an eminent monk at the end of the Sui dynasty and was valued by Li Yuan and Li Jianqing. He had countless followers in Chang'an. When Li Wangyou's words got out, it was like poking a hornet's nest. Among the hundreds of officials and nobles in Chang'an, there were many who were followers of Faya. After all, for Faya to be able to gain Li Yuan's trust, his eloquence was naturally outstanding. Hearing him preach and explain the Buddhist doctrine, many officials and nobles were convinced. Otherwise, why would Wei Shuyu want to use her connections to ask for a scripture personally copied by Faya as a birthday gift for her mother? The common people didn't dare to do anything to Li Wangyu. At most, they would curse him in private. However, these officials and nobles might not be so easy to talk to. Even many of the young imperial censors from the censorate were prepared to impeach Li Wangyu at the court meeting against Pai Lupi for the crime of humiliating a Buddhist monk. When Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, Lu Rengue, and Shangguanyi learned of this matter, they were also very worried. They immediately ran to Lai Hot to ask to see their teacher. They wanted to see if there was any way to resolve this matter. "Teacher, I heard that many of great Master Faya's followers are complaining about you. I even heard that some imperial censors in the censorate want to impeach you," Ma Zhou said worriedly in the main hall of Lai Hot. Yan Liben also nodded. "That's right. I also heard about this matter. Teacher is indeed a bit rash. After all, great Master Faya is a favorite of the Emperor Emeritus. Offending him rashly will cause a lot of trouble." Lu Rengue and Shangguanyi were now following Su Jingzong to manage the Royal Academy's affairs. They didn't know much about the court matters. Although they were worried for Li Wangyu, they didn't know what to say. Li Wangyu didn't care about the worries of his disciples. After all, in his opinion, Faya was just a grasshopper after autumn. He wouldn't be able to jump around for long. It was already the 3rd year and 4th month of Zhengguan. Pai Lupi would probably issue an edict soon to prohibit Faya from entering and leaving the palace. Of course, others didn't know about this. Li Wangyu didn't expect that his private conversation with the rich kids would cause such an uproar. Li Wangyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry about the influence of these shamans. He waved his hand at his 4 disciples and smiled. "It's fine. It's just a small matter. I'm just talking in private. Don't tell me that great Master Faya will cause trouble for me?" But Ma Zhou wanted to persuade his teacher again, but he saw the old butler Li Hang hurriedly run into the hall. Lang Jun,
Great Master Faya of the Mercy Temple requests an audience. Li Heng's words stunned Li Wangyu. What did Great Master Faya mean by coming to his residence? Did he really come to reason with him just because he said in private that Great Master Faya was fishing for fame? No wonder this guy would seek his own death. His EQ was indeed worrying. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment and nodded at Li Heng. Invite Great Master Faya in. The old butler Li Heng continued. Lang Jun, Pei Sikong and Duke Song also came with Great Master Faya. Li Wangyu was stunned again. Pei Ji and Xiao Yu also came? What were they trying to do? Were they here to support Great Master Faya? What made Li Wangyu speechless was that it was one thing for Pei Ji to come. In any case, just by looking at how this guy was bitten and dragged into the water by Great Master Faya, he knew that the two had a deep relationship. It was the kind of evil that he brought upon himself. But why did Xiao Yu come? The old man's pneumonia back then was cured by him and Lu Shenwei. There was still a relationship between the two parties. Li Wangyu immediately understood something. Whether it was Pei Ji or Xiao Yu, they were both Li Yuan's old officials. He had scolded Great Master Faya. Presumably, Li Yuan would be very unhappy about it, right? Pei Ji and Xiao Yu might have accompanied Great Master Faya at Li Yuan's behest. On a deeper level of thinking, even though he was Pai Lupi's confidant, he had scolded Great Master Faya. He was afraid that Li Yuan would misunderstand that he had said what he had said at Pai Lupi's behest. Understanding this, Li Wangyu felt very helpless. What kind of nonsense was this? Chapter 786. Li Wangyu was sick of this, but he couldn't refuse to see Pei Ji and Xiao Yu. He could only have the old butler Li Heng invite Faya and the others into the residence. Not long after, Li Heng respectfully invited Pei Ji and Xiao Yu into the main hall. As for the white-bearded old monk beside them, he was obviously Faya. Just from appearance alone, Li Wangyu had to admit that this monk Faya indeed had the appearance of an enlightened senior monk. He looked to have a very pure and tranquil aura. It was no wonder that he was able to obtain Li Yuan and Li Jianqing's trust. If Li Wangyu didn't know about Faya's absurd actions, he might have been fooled by him. Although he knew that Faya had brought Pei Ji and Xiao Yu here to cause trouble for him, Li Wangyu could only pretend that he didn't know and greet the three of them politely. Greetings to Pei Sikong, Elder Xiao. This master must be Master Faya? It's an honor to meet you. Pei Ji wasn't familiar with Li Wangyu and had only seen him at court. They didn't have much of a relationship, so he only greeted Li Wangyu very calmly. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, had an awkward expression. After greeting Li Wangyu, he didn't say much. It was obvious that coming to Lai Hot to denounce Faya wasn't his original intention. The truth was indeed so. When the monk Faya found out that Li Wangyu, the county count of Huxian, evaluated him as someone who was fishing for fame, he immediately flew into a rage. He immediately ran to Taiji Palace to seek an audience with Li Yuan, hoping that Li Yuan would uphold justice for him. When Li Yuan heard about this, he naturally wasn't happy. He directly sent a message to Pei Ji and Xiao Yu, asking them to accompany Faya to the county count's manor to denounce Faya and demand an explanation. Xiao Yu and Li Wangyu were friends and naturally didn't want to get involved in this kind of mess. However, he couldn't go against the will of the Emperor Emeritus, so he could only reluctantly follow Pei Ji and Faya to the county count's manor. As for Faya, he bowed with one hand. Ba, poor monk greets County Earl. However, I'm afraid that County Count Huxian's I'm looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Isn't that a lie? When Li Wangyu heard this, he couldn't help but be astonished. Was Faya's EQ really that low? She was just being polite and courteous, but he actually made things difficult for her as soon as they met. Even if she had said in private that he was fishing for fame, it wouldn't make him fall out with her like this, right? No matter what, he was still the founding county earl of the Tang Dynasty, while Faya was just a monk. Their statuses were not equal at all. Could it be that Faya had inflated to such an extent because of Li Yuan's favor? Li Wangyu thought about it again, but he was not surprised. This brainless monk, even after Li Er revoked his right to enter and leave the imperial palace, he still held a grudge and spread rumors everywhere. So it was normal for him to attack a small county earl who founded the country. When Li Wangyu thought about this, he couldn't be bothered to lower himself to Faya's level, so he smiled and didn't say anything. On the other hand, when Ma Xizhou and the others heard Faya's words, their faces were filled with dissatisfaction. Li Wangyu invited Faya, Pei Ji,
and Xiao Yu to take a seat in the main hall before ordering people to serve them tea and snacks. Only then did he smile at the three of them and say, "May I know why the three of you have graced me with your presence?" Xiao Yu calmly sat at the side and stared at the teacup in his hand, as if he could see a flower in it. Pei Ji coughed lightly and said, "County Earl Hu, we took the liberty to visit today because there have been many rumors recently that County Earl Hu seems to have misunderstood Master Faya. That's why I shamelessly accompanied Master Faya here with Master Xiao to clarify this matter." Before Li Wangyu could say anything, Faya rudely interrupted Pei Ji and asked, "County Earl Hu, poor monk heard that you said that poor monk was someone who fished for fame.
Is that true?" Li Wangyu was stunned. This guy really wasn't polite at all.
Faya's attitude made Li Wangyu a bit angry, so he straightforwardly nodded and said, "That's right, it is true." He didn't care what Faya thought and didn't want to continue pretending to be a snake. He directly nodded and admitted it. In any case, he was sure that Faya couldn't do anything to him. He was the one who said bad things about him, so what could a bald donkey like him do? Good. Since County Count Huxian has admitted it, then this humble Taoist wants to argue with you. Faya was so angry that his beard trembled. He pointed at Li Wangyu and said angrily. Li Wangyu originally didn't want to bother with him, but seeing him like this, he thought of an elegant story between Su Dongpa and Buddhist Master Foyan in history. He couldn't help but laugh, thinking that he could also follow suit and tease Faya a bit more. "Master Faya, I've heard that in Chang'an City, everyone calls you the eminent monk who sits on the purple golden lotus.
I wonder if that's true?"
Li Wangyu did not answer the question, but asked Faya back with a smile. These 4 sentences came from Su Dongpa's Water Mirror Chronicles. The 8 winds referred to the 8 realms of praise, knowledge, slander, reputation, profit, decline, bitterness and joy. Su Dongpa's poem was naturally a good one. Moreover, this poem praising Buddha was used to describe Faya, which was even more flattering. When Pei Ji and Xiao Yu heard Li Wangyu say this, they thought that he was admitting his mistake and couldn't help but smile. When Faya heard this, his face was also filled with joy. He nodded slightly and said, "Ba, it's just the world's wrong praise." "Haha, you are indeed not an ordinary person, but..." Li Wangyu's smile disappeared and he said expressionlessly, "It's just bullshit." When he said this, everyone was shocked. Not only did Pei Ji and Xiao Yu not expect Li Wangyu to swear, but even Ma Zhou and the others were dumbfounded. No matter what, Faya was still a famous eminent monk in Chang'an City. Li Wangyu's comment about him fishing for fame had already caused a lot of trouble. Now, he actually scolded him with bullshit. If this matter spread out, it would probably cause even more trouble. Faya, who had been proud of Li Wangyu's poem, was so angry that his whole body trembled. He pointed at Li Wangyu and couldn't say anything for a long time. When had he ever been insulted like this to his face? "Since you are unmoved by the 8 winds, why is it that my casual comment about fishing for fame blew you from Mercy Temple to my residence?
What kind of logic is this? Aren't these words bullshit?"
Faya froze when he heard this and his old face turned red. If Faya was really a cultivator of the Tao, he naturally shouldn't say anything more. Leaving obediently was the right thing to do. People of Buddhism naturally had to avoid anger, arrogance, and rashness. Faya, on the other hand, had come to denounce Li Wangyu just because of a comment. Naturally, he couldn't be called a cultivator of the Tao. Faya flew into a rage out of humiliation and stood up. He pointed at Li Wangyu and scolded, "County Count who has such a sharp tongue. Poor monk has learned a lot. However, County Count who has gone too far and insulted poor monk so wantonly. Aren't you afraid of the world's gossip?" Chapter 787. Li Wangyu's previous words made Pei Ji and Xiao Yu's faces twitch. They didn't know what to say. Faya's angry rebuke made the 2 of them feel even more awkward. Now, not to mention Xiao Yu, even Pei Ji was filled with regret. He didn't understand why he accompanied this monk to County Count whose residence to be humiliated. Li Wangyu didn't even bother to lift his eyelids in the face of Faya's angry rebuke. He found Faya's words even more hilarious. This idiotic monk actually thought that he represented Buddha? That he represented all living beings in the world? Haha, what a long-winded mouth. What does great Master Faya think of me? Li Wangyu suddenly asked. Ma Zhou and the others couldn't help but be stunned. What did their master mean? You've already scolded Faya for farting,
Yet you're still asking Faya how he thinks of you? What good words could there be? As expected, Faya's face was ashen.
He didn't have the demeanor of an eminent monk. He flung his robe and said angrily, "Humph, poor monk county count who is just an arrogant brat with glib words.
He's not human." These words completely shed all pretense of cordiality. Since Li Wangyu had already scolded him for farting, Faya naturally had to scold him back, angrily saying that Li Wangyu wasn't human. Ma Zhou and the others heard this and glared at Faya. With Faya's status, it was too arrogant for him to say such words. Even Pei Ji and Xiao Yu had ugly expressions. They felt that Great Master Faya really didn't know when to back down. Pei Ji was still thinking that he had to persuade the retired emperor not to come into contact with a monk like Faya in the future. Li Wangyu didn't get angry at all. Instead, he laughed loudly. "Haha, I think Great Master Faya is like a Buddha." Everyone was stunned again. They didn't understand what Li Wangyu meant. Great Master Faya had already scolded you for being inhuman, yet Li Wangyu still said that Great Master Faya was like a Buddha? Could it be that he felt that saying farting was too much and wanted to say something nice to salvage their relationship? Ma Zhou was displeased and asked directly, "Teacher, what do you mean by that?" Li Wangyu winked at his disciple and said with a smile, "Bin Wang, do you know what is the most important thing for those who practice Zen?" Ma Zhou did not understand. He looked at Yan Liben, Lu Rengue, and Sheng Guanyi beside him. The four of them did not understand what Li Wangyu meant. "Disciple does not know. Please answer my question, teacher." Li Wangyu said with a laugh, "See your nature clearly, point straight to your heart. What you have in your heart is what you have in your eyes. Therefore, in my opinion, Master Faya is a Buddha, while in Master Faya's opinion, I am an arrogant and inhuman person." As soon as he said this, everyone in the hall was shocked. Faya, who had just been unable to restrain his anger, had his face flushed red. He opened his mouth but was unable to say anything. As for Pei Ji and Xiao Yu, their gazes towards Faya were even stranger. After a long while, it was Pei Ji who coughed softly and cupped his hands towards Li Wangyu. County Count who today's matter was abrupt. I am ashamed. I still have other matters to attend to and will not stay any longer. Farewell. Xiao Yu naturally stood up and bowed towards Li Wangyu to bid farewell. Accompanying Faya on this trip today, he felt that he had lost all his face. At this moment, Faya did not dare to say anything more and could only leave with Pei Ji and Xiao Yu. When Pei Ji and the others left, Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, and the others almost laughed out loud. As for Li Wangyu, this little division commander, he was filled with even more admiration. Their teacher's mouth was really unforgiving. He actually used Buddhist etiquette and beat around the bush to scold Faya, the famous senior monk of Chang and City. It was really satisfying to the extreme. However, while it was satisfying, Ma Zhou and the others were still faintly worried. After all, Faya's influence in Chang'an City was not small. Many nobles were believers of Faya. Previously, their teacher had only said that he was fishing for fame, and it had already caused quite a stir. Today, their teacher had scolded him again. It would probably cause even more trouble. On the other hand, Faya had come to denounce him but had been rendered speechless by Li Wangyu. This made Faya feel even more resentful. He silently returned to the Mercy Temple and kept thinking about how to take revenge on Li Wangyu. However, Ma Zhou and the others did not expect that before Faya could make things difficult for Li Wangyu again, Pai Lupi had found out about his private conversation with Li Yuan. In his fury, Pai Lupi immediately issued a decree forbidding Faya of the Mercy Temple from entering the Forbidden Palace. Faya was actually forbidden from entering the Forbidden Palace by the saint. This matter immediately exploded in Chang'an City. Those nobles who were prepared to make things difficult for Li Wangyu because Li Wangyu had humiliated Faya all kept their mouths shut. The censor who wanted to impeach Li Wangyu directly tore the memorial he had written to pieces. No one was a fool. At this moment, they could all see that Faya of the Mercy Temple was in big trouble this time. However, different from the original history, the officials and nobles all connected the matter of Faya being forbidden from entering the palace to the retired emperor. In the eyes of the nobles, this was purely the saint standing up for his nephew, Li Wangyu, the Count of Huxian. Not only did the officials think so, but Faya also thought so. This made Faya even more furious, and he became jealous of both Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu. As the saying goes, one can defy the evils of heaven,
but one cannot survive the evils of one's own making. The brainless Faya took bigger and bigger steps on the road to death. After that, he caused all kinds of waves. Not only did he drag Pei Ji down, but he also dragged many people down with him. This was also a variable that Li Wangyu did not expect. However, this was all for later. Let's not talk about it for now. After Li Wangyu sent Faya away, he did not take this person to heart. After all, he still had many things to do. How could he have the time to care about what Faya was thinking? There was good news from the Duke's side. According to the approximate location that Li Wangyu had circled on the map for them, the craftsmen sent by the Duke's public house to explore the mines had already discovered a few lime mines. These lime mines were almost all located in barren mountains. Chang Yaojin and the others did not spend much effort to buy these mountains from Yang Quan. Now, they had begun to recruit craftsmen wantonly and were preparing to open the mines. In fact, Li Wangyu was the most concerned about the construction of the theater. After all, this matter concerned his sexual happiness. So naturally, Li Wangyu was full of enthusiasm as if he had been injected with chicken blood. The house that he bought from the Chang'an county government was razed to the ground in less than 2 days. The craftsmen that Li Wangyu had recruited had also begun to enter the site and start construction according to his drawings. With the help of cement and the small amount of work, the craftsmen estimated that they would be able to complete the construction of the theater in about a month. After dealing with all these matters, Li Wangyu returned to Dingzhou village and prepared to give the phone to Aphrodite. Of course, the premise was that he had taken the blonde girl as his wife. This was what Li Wangyu was looking forward to the most. Chapter 788. On this day, in the Huxian County Count's mansion, everyone, including the old butler Li Hang, Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the maids, were shocked to find that their Lang Jun seemed to be a little different. He was trying to please Lady Su to the extreme. Even Su Chongqing's personal maid was chased far away by Li Wangyu. She was like a servant in the mansion, very attentively following Su Chongqing around, asking about his well-being and serving him attentively. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't understand what was wrong with their Lang Jun. In the past, although their Lang Jun respected Lady Su, he didn't flatter her like this, even deliberately trying to please her. Seeing Li Wangyu's spineless behavior, the old butler Li Heng shook his head and sighed again, then went to do his own things. His Lang Jun was really hopeless, so the old man simply didn't want to see it. Others didn't know what Li Wangyu was doing, but the beautiful boss was well aware. When Li Wangyu attentively massaged her shoulders, the beautiful boss glanced at him flirtatiously. Has the construction of the theater in Chang'an City started? Yes, it started. It will be finished in about a month. Come, Chongqing, try this grape. It's quite sweet. Li Wangyu chuckled and immediately picked a grape. He carefully peeled the skin and put it into the beautiful boss's cherry mouth. The beautiful boss snorted coldly. Humph. You're in a hurry. Are you in a hurry? Li Wangyu smiled and said, Chongqing, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Hee, I'm just worried that you'll be bored at home. Humph. Keep this nonsense to deceive others, you scumbag. The beautiful boss spat at him. Li Wangyu touched his nose awkwardly, but he couldn't refute. Speaking of this matter, he really was a scumbag. He slept with a goddess like the beautiful boss, but he still ate from the bowl and looked at the pot. If it was in the future, he naturally wouldn't dare to have such thoughts. If he could have a girlfriend like his beautiful boss, he would definitely treat her like an ancestor. He would hold her in his hands, afraid that she would fall, and afraid that she would melt in his mouth. How would he dare to have any improper thoughts? If he was too timing, his third leg would be broken. It was just that after he transmigrated to the Tang Dynasty, his environment and status had greatly changed, which made him unconsciously change his way of thinking a lot. In fact, this was also something that he had no qualms about. As for the beautiful superior, although she was unwilling, she could only turn a blind eye and let him be. Scolding Li Wangyu was just to vent the anger in his heart. The beautiful boss stood up and stretched her waist, revealing the alluring curves of her delicate body. Although Li Wangyu had seen this kind of seductive scenery countless times, his eyes were still fixed on his beautiful boss's alluring body. Su Chongqing rolled his eyes. What are you looking at? Let's go see Aphrodite tonight. Li Wangyu wasn't an idiot. He knew that the more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. Keeping his mouth shut was the best choice.
I'm going to Chang'an City to take a look at the carriage business and lingerie shop. I won't be coming back tonight. I'll be staying at Kaihua shop.
The beautiful boss rolled her eyes at Li Wangyu again. Then, she swayed her slim waist in a flirtatious manner and left with a large group of maids and her female assistants, as well as a large group of guards.
Li Wangyu naturally understood what the beautiful boss meant. He smiled so widely that his eyes turned into crescents. Nodding and bowing, he respectfully sent the beautiful boss off. After returning to the castle, Li Wangyu went straight to the huge bathroom at home. Seeing that their master was about to take a bath, the maids hurried to serve him, but Li Wangyu waved them away. You don't need to serve me today. Just go and call Aphrodite over. The maids were a little surprised, but didn't dare to ask any questions. After curtsying, they hurriedly left to summon Aphrodite. They couldn't be blamed for being surprised. Apart from Su Chongqing, who was the mistress of the county count's residence, Aphrodite's status was also rather special. Aphrodite wasn't Li Wangyu's concubine, nor was she a maid. Even the old steward Li Heng didn't know how to treat her. Aphrodite didn't have to serve anyone in the residence, much less entertain anyone with her looks. Li Wangyu even assigned her 2 personal maids to take care of her daily life. As for basic necessities, she was only slightly worse off than Su Chongqing. Therefore, even though Li Wangyu didn't take Aphrodite as his mistress, everyone, including the old steward Li Heng, tacitly agreed that she was their master's woman. When Li Wangyu suddenly asked someone to summon Aphrodite to serve him, the maids naturally let their imaginations run wild and they covered their mouths in amusement. Li Wangyu closed his eyes and comfortably soaked in the hot spring water. A pair of soft little hands caressed his shoulders and gently massaged them. Without opening his eyes, Li Wangyu knew that the person who came was the blonde beauty just by smelling the exotic fragrance in his nostrils. He couldn't help but feel a burning sensation in his lower abdomen. He opened his eyes and looked at the blushing blonde with a mischievous smile. He directly reached out to embrace the teenage version of Angelina Jolie, and kissed her seductive flaming red lips. The scorching kiss almost made Aphrodite breathless. After their lips parted, the blonde beauty's towering breasts heaved up and down violently. Master I! Aphrodite's heart was beating wildly. Just as she was about to speak, Li Wangyu pulled her into the water, causing her to cry out in shock. After falling into the water, the silk dress became almost transparent and clung tightly to her delicate body. The clothes that were covered in water droplets and the faintly discernible devilish figure made Li Wangyu howl like a wolf. In the huge Turkish bathroom in the count's mansion, soft moaning sounds rang out for nearly an hour. Several maids from Lai Hot stood guard outside the bathroom door with flushed faces. They naturally knew what was happening in the bathroom. In fact, many of the maids who felt that they were pretty were very jealous that Aphrodite could be favored by their master. If Li Wangyu wanted these maids, he didn't need to use force at all. All he had to do was beckon with his finger and the hundreds of beautiful maids in the mansion would probably line up to climb onto Li Wangyu's bed. However, if that was really the case, Li Wangyu would probably die in less than 3 months and announce the end of their transmigration journey. After an extremely erotic bath, a satisfied Li Wangyu held Aphrodite's hand and led her to his study in the castle. He chuckled and was about to push her into his room. Aphrodite ignored the discomfort in her body and waved her hands repeatedly to refuse. Master, why? Why did you bring me to the study? Big sister Chongqing has instructed that apart from you and her, no one else is allowed to enter this study. I can't. Li Wangyu laughed out loud and reached out to scratch her perky nose. Little fool, I brought you here naturally because I received Chongqing's permission. From now on, there will be one more person who can enter this study. Upon hearing this, Aphrodite gasped and covered her mouth with both hands in disbelief. Chapter 789. Everyone in Count whose residence knew that the only forbidden area in the residence was their Longjuan study. No one, including the old butler Li Heng and the little lass Perrin, was allowed to enter that tightly shut study. Apart from Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing, no one else was allowed to enter Count whose residence in Noda. Not only were the keys to this study in the hands of Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing, but there were also guards stationed in front of the study 24 hours a day to prevent anyone from peeping in. Even the cleaning work in the study was done by Su Chongqing himself. Of course, the blonde beauty would be able to take care of such trivial matters in the future. The reason why Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing prohibited others from entering the study was naturally because there were various items that Su Chongqing had brought from the Tang Dynasty in the future,
as well as the manuscripts that she and Li Wangyu had transcribed based on their memories and the contents of the mobile phone. None of these items were suitable for leaking to the outside world, so they were naturally hidden away by the two of them. Usually, Su Chongqing and Li Wangyu would hide in the study when they had nothing to do, listen to music, watch videos, and reminisce about their lives in the future. Today, Li Wangyu had brought Avro to the door of the study because he had discussed it with his beautiful superior. From now on, the study would be open to Avro. Although their core secrets would never be revealed to others, there was no harm in revealing some secrets to people they trusted to a limited extent. For example, even if the blonde beauty Avro found out about the mobile phone, it wouldn't affect her at all. She wouldn't find out that Li Wangyu was a transmigrator from the future. However, Avro was so touched by Li Wangyu's words that she almost cried. Even though the blonde beauty had just given herself completely to Li Wangyu, she didn't expect that her Lang Jun and Madame Su would allow her to enter this study. Su Chongqing had repeatedly forbidden everyone from entering this study. As a result, everyone in the Hu County Count's manor had long viewed the ability to enter this mysterious study as the exclusive right of the owner of the manor. Now that Li Wangyu had said that Avro could enter this study in the future, the blonde beauty was naturally thrilled. In her heart, as a concubine, the best outcome for her was to become Li Wangyu's concubine. Therefore, even though Li Wangyu had just eaten the blonde beauty clean, she didn't dare to have any other thoughts in her heart. Lang Jun, are you telling the truth? I can enter this study in the future? Of course, why would I lie to you? Li Wangyu smiled and at the same time motioned to the troops standing guard in front of the study that they didn't have to stop Avro from entering and leaving the study in the future. The troops naturally agreed to their Longjuan's orders, but their gazes toward Avro became more respectful. Clearly, at this moment, they also regarded Avro as one of the mistresses of Count Hu's residence. Li Wangyu took out the key to the study that he always carried with him and opened the steel door. He then took the blonde beauty's hand and pulled her into the study. In fact, there wasn't anything special about the layout of this study without the modern items. Li Wangyu pulled Avro to sit on the sofa and placed her on his lap. He then hugged the blonde beauty's soft and delicate body and said, Avro, I brought you to this study to show you a treasure. However, you must remember that everything you see or hear in this study must be kept strictly confidential. Apart from me and Chongqing, no one else is to be revealed. Can you do that? Avro nodded fervently when she heard this. Yes. Don't worry, Lang Jun. This slave will remember. This slave swears to the sun god that even if this slave dies, this slave will not reveal anything about Lang Jun to anyone else. Li Wangyu stroked the blonde beauty's hair lovingly. It's not that serious. There's no need to talk about dying or living. Just remember to keep it a secret. Avro nodded repeatedly and was very obedient. She was also very curious about what Li Wangyu would show her. In the Count Hu's residence, the servants and troops all secretly spread rumors that their Lang Jun was the reincarnation of the celestial lord of the heavens and had unfathomable abilities. Moreover, their Longjuan's immortal treasure was definitely stored in that study where no one else was allowed to enter. As this rumor spread, not only did Avro believe it without a doubt, but even the old Li family, the old steward Li Hang, and the little lass Perrin believed it. Therefore, when Li Wangyu told Avro to keep it a secret, the blonde beauty recalled the rumors in the residence and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She didn't know what kind of treasure her Lang Jun would show her. This European girl Avro had a little habit. Whenever she was nervous, she would subconsciously stick out her pink tongue and lick her red lips. She sat on Li Wangyu's lap and subconsciously stuck out her tongue to lick her rosy lips. The thin layer of perfume added a layer of lustrous color to her already plump, bright red lips. Due to her subconscious action, Aphrodite's innocent face appeared exceptionally alluring. Li Wangyu hugged the soft blonde beauty in his arms and couldn't help but feel a burning sensation in his lower abdomen when he saw her expression. Lang Jun, what treasure are you going to show this slave? Lang Jun, you. The blonde beauty suddenly felt something strange in her lower body as she spoke. She immediately realized what was going on and couldn't help but blush shyly as she became flustered. At this moment, Li Wangyu didn't care about the phone at all. His hand subconsciously climbed up to the peak as he turned into a wolf once more. Finally, the flames of war in the study were extinguished once more. Li Wangyu, whose back was aching, pulled Avro to the sofa again. He lamented inwardly that he really had to seize the time to train his body. Avro ignored the discomfort in her body and carefully wiped the sweat off Li Wangyu's forehead with a silk handkerchief.
Li Wangyu took out his phone and handed it to Avro. This is the treasure I'm going to show you.
Avro sized up the strange object in front of her curiously, but she didn't know what this thin black thing was for. Lang Jun, what exactly is this?
Hee, don't worry. Open your eyes wide. It's time to witness a miracle.
Li Wangyu stretched out his finger and gently tapped on the screen. The next moment, Avro immediately let out a cry of surprise as her eyes widened and her mouth opened slightly. Her face was filled with horror and astonishment.
Lang Jun, is this an immortal magic treasure? Why did you put Sister Chongqing in this little box? Did Sister Chongqing do something wrong? Avro's words stunned Li Wangyu. He looked down at the phone and couldn't help but chuckle.
The screensaver of the phone was a picture of his beautiful boss smiling at him and the blonde beauty.
Chapter 790.
Faced with Avro's bewilderment, Li Wangyu was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter.
Silly girl, this is a phone that can be used to take photos. The Chongqing you see is just a photo of her. I didn't lock Chongqing up. Haha, I don't have the guts to do that. Come on, I'll take a photo for you and you'll know.
With that said, he did not wait for Avro to object before he picked up the phone and took a selfie of the two of them. Immediately after, a photo of him hugging Avro appeared on the screen. The blonde girl shrieked in fright and covered her eyes with her hands, not daring to look again. Li Wangyu only found Avro's reaction amusing, but he was not surprised. After all, in history, when cameras were first introduced to China during the late Qing Dynasty, people regarded them as some kind of evil magic and were terrified of them. It was even said that the camera could steal one's soul. People were still like this more than 1,000 years later, so it was not surprising that Avro, the blonde girl, was frightened by the phone's camera function. Before he showed the phone to Avro, he was already mentally prepared for this.
Avro, look, I'm in the photo too. It's okay, don't be scared. The photo is just an image of us.
Li Wangyu gently pulled down Avro's hands that were covering her eyes and explained with a smile. Only then did Avro carefully peek at the phone screen again. Staring at the screen, she saw her husband smiling at her and her frightened self. Li Wangyu explained for a long time before Avro, the blonde girl, finally accepted the fact that the phone was taking photos.
Is this an immortal treasure, Lang Jun?
Lang Jun, are you really the reincarnation of Lord Tai Bai Jinxing? You even have such a treasure? After Avro let go of her fear, she regained her girlish nature and kept swinging Li Wangyu's arm coquettishly as she asked questions. Li Wangyu enjoyed it very much as his arm kept rubbing against the blonde girl's chest. He did not explain whether he was the reincarnation of the so-called Lord Tai Bai Jinxing, nor did he explain what the phone was. For some things, it was better to continue to keep a sense of mystery. As for Aphrodite's misunderstanding, it wouldn't hurt anyone to let her continue to misunderstand. What made Li Wangyu speechless was that after he taught the blonde how to use the phone to take selfies, the girl actually held the phone tightly and began to pose for selfies in all kinds of poses. Oh my god! Is it the nature of every woman to love taking selfies? Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes, but he was too lazy to say anything, allowing the blonde beauty to take photos of him with her phone. It wasn't until Aphrodite was done playing that he picked up the phone again and said seriously, "Aphrodite, do you still remember the stage performance I told you about before?" Confused, Aphrodite nodded and blinked her blue eyes, looking at Li Wangyu adorably.
I remember.
You mentioned it before, but you didn't explain to me what a performance was.
Li Wangyu nodded. That's why I asked you to come to the study today. The answer you want is right here.
With that, he clicked on the video on the phone and began to play a clip of the opera Turandot. Aphrodite, the blonde beauty, widened her eyes again and looked at the video on the phone in horror.
Lang Jun, what is this? Why are those people in this treasure?
Are they demons that have been imprisoned by Lang Jun with immortal spells? Li Wangyu face-bombed and didn't bother to explain further.
Don't ask so many questions. Just watch carefully. This is the stage performance I told you about. Those people in it are actors.
They are performing an opera called Turandot. It's about a princess named Turandot who wants to avenge her ancestor who was kidnapped in the dark night. He roughly told the plot of the opera Turandot to Aphrodite so that the blonde beauty could understand the story. After Aphrodite recovered from her shock, she was soon attracted by the video that was being played on her cell phone and watched it with rapt attention. The song Turandot on the beautiful boss's phone was just a fragment of a famous aria, "No One Can Sleep Tonight." It was sung by the Tatar Prince Caliph in the opera on the night he asked Princess Turandot to guess his identity. Although the blonde beauty couldn't understand the lyrics of the opera, she was already attracted by the melody of the song. After watching the excerpt of the opera for several minutes, Aphrodite's eyes began to sparkle.
Lang Jun, is this the stage performance you were talking about before? Yes, that's right. This is just one of them. It's called an opera.
After saying that, Li Wangyu clicked on the other videos of the stage performances for Aphrodite. After watching the videos, Aphrodite was deep in thought.
Lang Jun, I think I understand now. So this is a stage performance. It's really interesting.
Li Wangyu was overjoyed.
It's good that you understand. I'm currently building a theater in Chang'an.
I'm building a stage performance in Chang'an, and I plan to put the stage performance on the stage.
Aphrodite, I want you to be in charge of this. Are you willing?
Me. Aphrodite was in disbelief and waved her hands in fright at Li Wangyu's words.
Me? No, I'll do it.
Li Wangyu waved his hand heroically.
Why not? You can do it if I say you can. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Chongqing and I both have high hopes for you. This is also why Chongqing agreed to let me bring you into this study.
Hearing that, Aphrodite was so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. She grabbed the hem of her clothes tightly and lowered her head in silence. Li Wangyu was also a little anxious. If Aphrodite wasn't willing to take over this matter, his theater would be built for nothing.
Aphrodite, it's settled then. I'll leave this matter to you.
I'll support you no matter how much manpower and material resources you need, as long as you do it well. Li Wangyu acted like a domineering CEO and didn't give Aphrodite a chance to refuse at all as he gave the order directly. Since her Lang Jun had already said so, Aphrodite naturally didn't dare to refuse anymore. She could only bow and agree to the matter. Since the 12 sets of golden saint robes that Li Wangyu had made as a prank back then were snatched away by Pai Lupi and that bunch of shameless old hooligans, the stage performance of Saint Seiya arrows naturally couldn't be performed anymore. However, this wasn't a problem for Li Wangyu. In any case, there were plenty of stories that could be adapted for the stage in the future. The Legend of the White Snake, the 7 Fairies, Miss Conch, the 9-Colored Deer, the Treasured Lotus Lamp, and so on were all ready-made stories. Li Wangyu didn't care if Aphrodite could accept it or not. He told these stories all at once, and Aphrodite was fascinated by them again.
Chapter 791. The third year of Zhenguan, the end of May, early summer.
In the city of Chang'an, the officials and nobles, as well as the common people, were stirred up by another event. The Tang Theater in Guangde Lane was about to open. The Tang Dynasty Theater was a new thing created by Count Li Wangyu of Huxian County.
No one knew what a theater was.
However, when the Count of Huxian County went to the Chong court and personally sent an invitation to Pai Lupi in front of the officials, inviting the sage, the empress, and the imperial concubine to the Tang Dynasty Theater to watch a play, it was like a sudden gust of wind stirring up a pool of spring water. It attracted the attention of the officials and nobles in the main hall. When it came to eating, drinking and playing, the things that Count Li Wangyu of Huxian County made were all attractive. Needless to say, the food of Count Huxian County was already famous for. Even Pai Lupi had to admit that his nephew really knew how to eat. Even the imperial kitchen in Taiji Palace used cooks stolen from the Count of Huxian County. The Shaodao wine and tea ceremony were also popular in Chang'an City and the Tang Dynasty. There was no need to talk about playing. Not to mention the baseball league that made everyone in Chang'an City crazy. Even the mahjong and poker games from the Count of Huxian County had long been the favorite toys of the officials and the common people in Chang'an City. Therefore, although the people did not understand what this theater was and what watching a play was, it did not affect their expectations. After all, the entertainment in the Tang Dynasty was really lacking. How could they not be tempted by such a novel thing? Pai Lupi naturally accepted the invitation from his nephew. Zio, what is the meaning of watching a play? Pai Lupi sat high on the throne and curiously looked at the invitation in his hand. Li Wangyu smiled and did not answer. He deliberately kept him in suspense. Your Majesty, of course it is something fun. Your Majesty will know when you see it. If I were to say it in advance, wouldn't I lose the fun? Pai Lupi didn't mind him pretending to be mysterious. He nodded and said with a smile, since that's the case, then we will personally go and take a look. But if you're not interested, be careful that we'll settle the score with you.
Hee hee, Your Majesty, don't worry. Your subject guarantees that it will be a refreshing experience for Your Majesty. In Taiji Palace, as the officials listened to the conversation between Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi, their hearts itched with curiosity. They were even more curious about the theater and play that Li Wangyu had mentioned. Cheng Yaojin, this old fellow, did not care about etiquette and directly shouted in a hoarse voice in Taiji Palace, "Zio, could it be that you only invited His Majesty and not us?" When Li Wangyu heard Cheng Yaojin shouting like this, he couldn't help but laugh. This Cheng Yaojin was really a good supporting actor.
Wasn't the reason why he came to attend the Chong court meeting and sent an invitation to Pai Lupi in front of the officials and nobles all for the sake of advertising?
Li Wangyu was the only one in the entire Tang dynasty who could advertise in Taiji Palace. Cheng Yaojin's question gave Li Wangyu an opportunity to continue advertising. He laughed loudly and said, "Uncle Cheng, please don't be impatient. How could this nephew dare to forget Uncle Cheng? This nephew will naturally send the invitation to Uncle Cheng's residence later." When Cheng Yaojin heard this, he was very satisfied. "Wahahaha, at least you know how to behave. There are many people in my residence, so you should leave some seats for me." Li Wangyu wanted to go up and kiss this old fellow. This supporting actor's level was definitely at the level of Yu Qian. He actually said what he wanted to say. Li Wangyu pretended to be in a difficult position. "Uncle Cheng, this won't do. This nephew's theater has a limited capacity and can only seat about 300 people. Therefore, each invitation can only allow one relative to enter. Please forgive me, Uncle Cheng." This wasn't Li Wangyu being unreasonable. It was just that the Tang dynasty didn't have loudspeakers now. Therefore, in order to ensure that everyone in the theater could clearly hear the dialogue and singing of the actors on stage, Li Wangyu didn't build a very large theater when he designed and built it. The semicircular theater, including the private rooms on both sides, could only hold about 300 people. Cheng Yaojin didn't say much about his words, but the officials in Taiji Palace were muttering in their hearts. In Chang'an City, there were at least 500 to 600 officials and nobles. Including their relatives, there were thousands of people. According to County Count Hu, the Tang Dynasty Theater could only hold about 300 people, and each invitation could only allow one relative to enter. This meant that County Earl Hu could only send out 100 or so invitations at most. Therefore, it was worth pondering over who would be able to receive an invitation from County Count Hu. Obviously, if the princes, dukes and princes were excluded, there wouldn't be too many invitations left. At this time, the officials in Taiji Palace probably didn't need to ponder over the matter of invitations. Those who felt close to Li Wangyu weren't in a hurry. They assumed that Li Wangyu wouldn't forget to send them an invitation. However, the officials above the third rank who weren't close to Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, if others could receive an invitation and they couldn't, it would be a great loss of face.
Therefore, after the daily court, the nobles who felt that they were qualified to receive an invitation all sent out their servants to keep an eye on Li Wangyu's mansion in Kaihua Square.
They wanted to see which mansion the steward of Lai Hot went to deliver an invitation. Big shots like Li Daozong, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Cheng Yaojin, and Yuqi Jingda naturally didn't need to be nervous. Li Wangyu personally went to them and sent them an invitation. As for Yu Shinan, Kong Ingda, Lu Quan, and Duan Luan, who were close to Li Wangyu naturally didn't forget about them. He personally went to them and sent them an invitation. Even though Li Wangyu didn't like the heads of these aristocratic families, he still went to them. Both sides pretended to be cordial and courteous, then sent an invitation to Cui Xian and the other family heads to the theater to watch a play. After all, Li Wangyu also knew that the heads of the 5 families and 7 families were powerful. Even Pai Lupi didn't want to fall out with them. When it was time to give them face, Li Wangyu still had to give them face. Moreover, he had previously colluded with Pai Lupi and the others to swindle so much gold from the aristocratic families. Now, he gave them face and sent an invitation. In Li Wangyu's eyes, it was only right. These invitations had to be sent by Li Wangyu personally, so the nobles in Chang'an City knew in their hearts. Everyone made a rough estimate. After removing 50 to 60 invitations, there were less than 100 left. In the following days, Li Heng, the old housekeeper of the Huxian County Count's mansion, led the officials in the mansion, shuttling through Chang'an City to respectfully send invitations to the various mansions. And the officials who received the invitations were all very enthusiastic, even though Li Heng's status was far below theirs.
If it were in the past, these nobles wouldn't even look at the old housekeeper of the Huxian County Count. But these days, no matter which mansion Li Heng went to, the master of the house would personally welcome him at the gate. He would personally lead him to a seat in the hall and let the servants serve him tea and snacks. They were very enthusiastic. Chapter 792. Li Wangyou's invitations had stirred up a lot of unrest in Chang'an City. Those nobles who thought they had enough status but still hadn't received any invitations from Lai Hot felt even more uneasy. Although no one knew what the Tang Dynasty Theater was for, that wasn't important. What everyone was fighting for was nothing more than face. If they couldn't get an invitation from County Count Hu, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? How would they be able to raise their heads in front of their colleagues in the future? Thus, the nobles who weren't familiar with Li Wangyou all started to think of ways to get closer to County Count Hu. Wuxia had always been like this since ancient times. The network of relationships was very complicated. Not familiar with County Count Hu? That didn't matter. He could always find someone close to Li Wangyou in the network of the nobles. They didn't want to go directly to County Count Hu and ask for an invitation, so they had to ask someone else. As a result, Li Wangyou's residence was very lively these days. Yu Shernan, Kong Yingda, and the others couldn't refuse the requests of their old friends, so they could only shamelessly go to Li Wangyou and ask for an invitation. Even the group of playboys didn't hesitate to ask for an invitation. Zio, Big Brother doesn't want much. Just give me 10 invitations. Wahahaha, I want 15. If you don't give it to us, Big Brothers won't leave. The playboys surrounded Li Wangyou and clamored. They were so noisy that Li Wangyou felt like his head was about to explode. He really wanted to kick them for asking such an exorbitant price. These bastards, what did they think his invitations were? They still had the nerve to ask for 10 or 20 invitations. They were too shameless. Li Wangyou angrily raised a finger. One for each person. Take it or leave it. Zio, how can one be enough? Big Brother has patted his chest and guaranteed that he will definitely get the invitation from you. You can't let Big Brother go back on his word, can you? Chung Chumo was not willing to give up and pulled Li Wangyou to ask for the invitation. Li Wangyou rolled his eyes and remained unmoved. Anyway, I don't have any extra invitations right now. Take it or leave it. Fang Yai was furious. He reached out and grabbed Li Wangyou's collar. Zio, are you not going to give your brothers any face? Li Wangyou glanced at him. No. What do you want? In the next second, Fang Yai changed his expression like a Sichuan opera. The anger on his face was replaced by a flattering smile. He loosened his grip on Li Wangyou's collar and gently brushed off the dust on him. Hee, it's nothing. It's nothing. Zio, you said it yourself that each of us will get an invitation. Hurry up and give it to me. This bastard. Li Wangyou speechlessly looked at the future cuckold of the Tang Dynasty and raised his middle finger to show his disdain. He then asked Li Heng to send over 9 invitations to distribute to the playboys. It was not that he was being unreasonable and unwilling to give out more. It was just that there were too many monks and too little porridge. There were only about 150 invitations in total. It was really not enough to distribute. The playboys were also well aware of this. They had asked for an exorbitant price just now just to tease Li Wangyou. Because of the invitation from Count Huxian, the Tang Dynasty Theater became the most popular topic in Chang'an City. Even the common people, although they had nothing to do with the invitations, did not stop them from gossiping. Just which residents had received an invitation, which residents had not, and just what the Tang Dynasty Theater was doing were all things that the nearly 1 million residents of Chang'an could not help but gossip about. After busying himself for nearly a week, Li Wangyou had distributed more than 150 invitations. Almost all of the top-class nobles of Chang'an City had been swept up in one fell swoop. Other than Hou Junji, Duke of Lu, Li Wangyou did not simply laugh off his enmity and send him an invitation. Whether it was Cui Xin or Zhang Yuanshou, Li Wangyou could easily send an invitation to them, but not to Hou Junji. The two-faced man Li Wangyou could not forget how Hou Junji had forced Niu Yong and Niu Wu to duel with 10 of his soldiers in the Valley of the Jade Star Palace. Although Hou Junji had gone for wool and come home shorn, losing not only 10 soldiers but also his gambling house, the narrow-minded Li Wangyou was still unwilling to forgive this fellow. Duke of Lu Hou Junji's failure to receive an invitation from County Count Hu caused quite a stir in the capital.
Many people who didn't get along with Ho Junji were chuckling and waiting to see him make a fool of himself. When Pai Lupi learned of this matter, he summoned Li Wangyu to the palace and advised him to reconcile with Ho Junji and not let his emotions affect his decisions. But no matter how much Pai Lupi tried to persuade him, Li Wangyu stubbornly refused to budge. In the end, Pai Lupi could only helplessly shake his head and let him be. On this day, it was the opening day of the Tang Dynasty Theater. The morning drum had just been beaten and the doors opened, and the street outside Guangde Square was already packed with spectators. At this time, the doors of the theater were tightly shut, and the plaque on the door was still wrapped in red silk. And in front of the theater, there was a ribbon that blocked the way. Outside the theater, 2 rows of theater staff were already standing in neat rows, led by a blonde lady with blue eyes. It was none other than Aphrodite. The clothes worn by these Tang Dynasty theater staff were extremely strange in the eyes of the Tang people. Needless to say, Li Wangyu's mischievous sense of humor had caused him to tailor these clothes based on the uniforms of the modern era. The women wore cheongsams while the men wore tunic suits, and each of them had an exquisite nameplate pinned to their chests. A 4-wheeled carriage slowly drove over from the end of the street. Next to the carriage was Li Wangyu and his guards. Paying respects to Lord Count, several dozen theater staff immediately greeted Li Wangyu in unison. Li Wangyu jumped off his horse and helped his beautiful superior down from the carriage before turning to look at the blonde lady. Aphrodite, is everything ready? Aphrodite's face was flushed with excitement. Yes, Lang Jun. Good. When the saint arrives, we will open for business. Yes. The nobles invited by Li Wangyu arrived one after another. Seeing that the theater doors were tightly shut, they were also puzzled. But they were not in a hurry. They got off their carriages and horses on the street, exchanged greetings with their host, Li Wangyu, and chatted in groups of 3 to 5 as they waited. Cheng Yaojin, however, was a little impatient and shouted at Li Wangyu. Zio, why aren't you opening the door? As the host, how can you stop the guests outside the door when you're treating them to a meal? Li Wangyu hurriedly explained with a smile. Uncle Cheng, don't be anxious. I'm also waiting for the saint to cut the ribbon and open for business. Cheng Yaojin naturally didn't know what cutting the ribbon was, but when he heard that they were waiting for Pai Lupi, he could only mumble a few words and didn't say anything else. At this moment, the imperial guards in bright armor trotted into the street and drove the crowd away from the center of the road. Everyone knew that the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, Pai Lupi, was about to arrive. Sure enough, not long after, Pai Lupi led Empress Zhang's son, concubine Yang, and the others to the theater under the escort of the imperial guards. Li Wangyu hurriedly went forward to greet them. Greetings, uncle and aunt. Haha, don't stand on ceremony. Zio, why is the theater door still closed? Am I not welcome? Pai Lupi was in a good mood today and joked with a smile. Li Wangyu hurriedly explained, Uncle, I'm waiting for you to cut the ribbon. Cut the ribbon? Pai Lupi was puzzled. Li Wangyu pointed to the ribbons in front of the theater doors and explained, Uncle, cutting the ribbons represents the opening of the theater. This nephew wants to ask Uncle to cut the ribbon for this nephew's great Tang theater to gain favor. Chapter 793. Pai Lupi naturally wouldn't refuse Li Wangyu's request. However, to Pai Lupi and the other nobles of Chang'an City, the ribbon-cutting ceremony was very novel. Led by Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi walked to the ribbon in front of the gate. There was an eye-catching embroidered ball made of red silk tied to the ribbon. A maid immediately came forward with a tray on which a pair of shiny golden scissors was placed. Uncle, please use the scissors later to cut this piece of red silk, Li Wangyu explained with a smile. Zio, this is a novel idea. Pai Lupi didn't stand on ceremony and reached out to pick up the golden scissors. The musicians who had already been prepared on both sides immediately played a cheerful tune under Aphrodite's command, attracting the attention of all the guests. The ribbon-cutting ceremony, which was commonly seen in later generations, had its origins. Some said that it originated from the launching ceremony of a new ship in Europe, while others said that it originated from a shop owner in a small town in the United States. But in any case, there was a reason why the ribbon-cutting ceremony could become popular all over the world in later generations. The nobles waiting in front of the Tang Dynasty Theater were also curious to the nobles who were waiting here. Under Li Wangyu's guidance, Pai Lupi used the golden scissors to cut the red silk. The group of employees in front of the theater immediately began to applaud and cheer, which also led the guests to applaud as well. There was a jubilant atmosphere at the scene.
Then, the door of the theater behind everyone opened with a bang and someone immediately ignited Li Wangyu's specially made firecrackers behind the door. The earth-shattering crackling sounds rang out and smoke filled the air. There was also a strong smell of gunpowder in the air. Pai Lupi and the nobles were naturally not surprised by Li Wangyu's specially made firecrackers, but it was different when the crowd outside the theater heard the commotion. The continuous explosion of firecrackers frightened the people of Chang and City who were watching the commotion. The crowd kept retreating, causing some disturbances. The sky is clear and the sun is bright. Why is there still the sound of thunder? It seems to be coming from the Tang Dynasty theater of County Count Hu. What is this count up to now? Fortunately, there were some knowledgeable people in the crowd who immediately explained to the crowd that the firecrackers were made by County Count Hu. The sound was as loud as thunder and was very awe-inspiring, causing the crowd to exclaim in amazement. Li Wangyu then respectfully invited Pai Lupi to unveil the plaque of the theater, revealing the words, Tang Dynasty Theater, on the lintel of the door. Just by looking at the unique Fei Bai script, the guests knew that it was clearly written by a sage. They were even more envious of Li Wangyu's emperor's favor. It was hard to find a second person in the world who could invite a sage to inscribe on a business. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Li Wangyu hurriedly invited Pai Lupi, Empress Zhang's son, concubine Yang, and the others into the theater. The invited guests were also led by the well-trained staff of the theater and entered the theater through the door. However, as soon as they entered the door, the guests, including Pai Lupi, were stunned again. The door was actually divided into two forks, with male and female servants waiting for them. Zio, what are you up to this time? Cheng Yaojin directly shouted. Li Wangyu chuckled and said, Uncle Cheng, this theater that I built is not just a place to watch plays. If it was just that, it would be too boring. This theater of mine is for eating, drinking, and playing. It has everything. For the convenience of the guests, other than the theater for watching plays, the rest of the entertainment is divided into two parts for men and women. They don't interfere with each other. When Pai Lupi and the others heard this, they became interested and wanted to see what kind of fun things Li Wangyu had prepared. However, when the old rogue Cheng Yaojin heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and smile lewdly. Zio, are you planning to snatch the business of Peace House? Li Wangyu was choked by Cheng Yaojin's words and almost couldn't catch his breath. Mother Fastress Kerr, this shameless old rogue. Does he think he's running a brothel? Li Wangyu's face darkened. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this guy who didn't want Fyrus. He accompanied Pai Lupi to the male section of the theater. As for Empress Zhang's son, concubine Yang, and the other noble ladies who came with the guests, only his beautiful boss and Aphrodite were taking care of them. He didn't need to worry about them. Originally, Li Wangyu only wanted to build a theater for watching plays in the Tang Dynasty. However, he discovered that the theater wasn't large at all because of the problem of sound amplification. As a result, only a small part of the land on Guangde Lane was used to build the theater. Li Wangyu naturally wouldn't tolerate such waste. He rolled his eyes and came up with a plan with his beautiful boss. They simply turned the Tang Dynasty Theater into the world's first high-end business club that integrated eating, drinking, and entertainment. In addition to the small theater for performances, the theater also had a chess room for gambling and playing cards, a sauna for bathing and relaxation, and all kinds of delicious food and wine. As for the female guests, there were more shops selling rouge, face powder, all kinds of jewelry, as well as ready-made clothes and underwear. In short, Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss directly turned the Tang Dynasty Theater into a money-squandering establishment for the nobles of Chang'an. Today, Li Wangyu invited Pai Lupi and the other guests to a banquet. Naturally, there was no charge. However, after today, if these big shots came in again, they wouldn't be able to get away without taking out a few strings of copper coins. Moreover, a few strings of copper coins could be regarded as the lowest expense in the Tang Dynasty Theater. There was only more expensive, not the most expensive. When it came to the items sold in the female guests department, it was estimated that many guests would have a heart attack. Among them, the most expensive was a silver-plated bronze mirror that was taller than a person. The beautiful boss didn't hesitate to set a price of 250 taels of gold for this mirror. In this regard, Li Wangyu also cursed in his heart. Who the hell would spend 250 taels of gold on this broken mirror? That person would be a real fool. However, Li Wangyu would soon find out that he was a fool. Because that silver mirror had been taken away on the day of the opening ceremony, Pai Lupi led a group of civil and military officials, as well as members of the imperial family, and followed Li Wangyu to tour the Tang Dynasty theater. Every time they went to a special place, it would inevitably cause a burst of discussion. Cheng Yaojin was the most addicted to mahjong. When he reached the chess room, he couldn't move and insisted on dragging Yuqi Jingda, Qin Qiong, and the others to play mahjong with him. In this chess room set up by Li Wangyu, every room was luxuriously decorated, and there were 2 beautiful maidservants waiting on them. As for the mahjong, it cost a lot of money to find jade to carve it. Li Wangyu's mahjong had long been popular in Chang'an. Today, there were many guests who liked mahjong. Excited, many guests didn't care to continue shopping. They pulled their friends, occupied a private room, and began to build the Great Wall. Li Wangyu naturally let them be. He only ordered the maidservants in the theater to carefully serve these big shots. Then, he led Pai Lupi and the others to continue strolling. Chapter 794. Li Wangyu accompanied Pai Lupi to a spacious hall in the theater, which aroused Pai Lupi's interest. "Zio, in this hall, what are these tables for?" Pai Lupi pointed at the tables. If there was a transmigrator, they would naturally know that they were a few billiard tables. To be precise, they were a few snooker billiard tables. This was naturally Li Wangyu's new toy. Billiard was actually very simple to make. In Europe, the history of billiard was at least 600 years. Therefore, it was not difficult for Li Wangyu to find a craftsman to make it. The cue and countertop of the billiard table were easy to make. He directly let the craftsman lay the ground with polished stone and then spread a layer of flannelette. Then, there would be a high-quality countertop that would not be deformed. The only thing that cost a lot of money was the billiard balls on the table. In the beginning, the billiard balls were also made of wood. Later, billiard balls made of ivory appeared. Finally, in modern times they were made of synthetic resin. Li Wangyu, the nouveau riche, did not care about the wooden billiard balls. He waved his hand and took out a lot of copper coins. He asked people to buy ivory from everywhere and use ivory to make a batch of billiard balls. Snooker required 1 white ball, 15 red balls, and 6 colored balls. A total of 22 balls were needed. A single tusk could only make 5 billiard balls. Just one snooker machine required at least 3 elephant tusks to make. Moreover, the quality of the billiard balls was high. The roundness had to be round and the weight of each ball had to be the same. Therefore, for this batch of ivory billiard balls, Li Wangyu spent a lot of money. Fortunately, there was no animal protection now. Otherwise, Li Wangyu's extravagant practice would be criticized by many people. However, Li Wangyu did not feel guilty about this. Anyway, even if he did not use the ivory, the elephants would still be slaughtered by Europeans in the future. After all, in history, European nobles slaughtered at least 10,000 elephants every year for ivory billiard balls. Compared to this, the ivory that Li Wangyu used paled in comparison. As for whether Li Wangyu would follow his example of bringing the billiards to the Tang Dynasty and hunt those poor elephants, it was none of Li Wangyu's business. In fact, Li Wangyu was not very proficient in billiards, but he was bored in the Tang Dynasty, so he naturally wanted to find some fun for himself. That was why he spent a lot of money to hire a craftsman to make these billiard tables. In response to Pai Lupi's question, Li Wangyu smiled and explained the rules of billiards. "Uncle, this is a billiard ball made by your nephew. The game was very simple. Hit the white ball with a cue stick, let the white ball hit the other balls, and hit them in the holes on the 4 corners of the table and on both sides to score points. Different colored balls are worth different points. Red balls are worth 1 point. Yellow balls are worth 2 points. As Li Wangyu explained, he took the cue stick and demonstrated it to Pai Lupi and the others. After his explanation, Pai Lupi, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the other big shots became interested. "Zio, this thing is very interesting. It's somewhat similar to Chuiwen. Come, how about playing around with me?" Pai Lupi understood Li Wangyu's explanation and immediately waved for someone to pass him the cue stick. He imitated Li Wangyu's posture just now, lying on the table and gesturing. In response, Li Wangyu naturally did not refuse. He signaled to the maid beside him to arrange the balls on the table for them, and then made a please gesture to Pai Lupi, inviting Pai Lupi to start the game. In the future, although Li Wangyu was not good at billiards, he was still considered skilled. Against a rookie like Pai Lupi, he was naturally at ease. After a round of snooker, he won rather easily. This ignited Pai Lupi's competitive spirit,
and he actually pulled Li Wangyu to continue. Li Wangyu naturally could not disobey the emperor's order. However, he did not give Pai Lupi any face, and unceremoniously won another round. This made Pai Lupi so angry that his face turned black. Thus, Li Wangyu, who wanted to continue showing off his skills, was rudely chased off the table by Pai Lupi, and replaced by Zhang Sun Wuji, who was already envious, to continue playing with him. The result was self-evident. After a round of pecking between rookies, Pai Lupi, who had 2 rounds of experience, narrowly won against Zhang Sun Wuji, and finally laughed heartily. Not bad, this thing is very interesting. Mito, bring a billiard table back to the palace for me. Pai Lupi did not hold back at all. He did not even greet Li Wangyu, the host, and turned his head to instruct Mito, who was beside him. Li Wangyu almost choked with anger, but he had nothing to say. He could only secretly curse the shameless Pai Lupi in his heart. Was there still any law in snatching other people's property so openly? However, even if he had any opinions, he could only keep them in his heart. After all, the world was big, and Pai Lupi was the biggest. Pai Lupi had his fill of billiards, and then he toured around the Tang Dynasty theater with Li Wangyu. He was very interested in the various entertainment and leisure facilities, and he also praised Li Wangyu. It was not until noon that Li Wangyu ordered the servants to treat the big shots who were having a great time to a meal. In the theater, there were many boxes with different decorations, which were specially built to entertain guests. Li Wangyu respectfully invited Pai Lupi and the others to a box called Dongfeng Pavilion. Pai Lupi looked at the words Dongfeng Pavilion on the box, and could not help but ask curiously, Zio, what is Dongfeng Pavilion? Li Wangyu was waiting for Pai Lupi to ask this question. He immediately coughed softly and said loudly, Uncle, this is taken from a poem. You will know when you hear it. Read it. The sun and moon are shining in the sky, and the mountains and rivers are strong. Peace is not repaid, and I am willing to send a letter to the Dongfeng Pavilion. Li Wangyu immediately read the poem shamelessly, but Pai Lupi could not help but be a little stunned. Behind him, Zhang Sun Wuji, Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other big shots had strange expressions. It was no wonder that they had such expressions. It was really Li Wangyu's poem that was too shameless. The poem that Li Wangyu read was written by Chen Shubao, the successor of the southern and northern dynasties. After he became a prisoner, he wrote a poem to flatter Emperor Wan of Sui. The Dongfeng Pavilion referred to the Fengshan Pavilion. Chen Shubao's poem was praising Emperor Wan of Sui, saying that Emperor Wan of Sui should go to Mount Tai to do the Fengshan Pavilion. Li Wangyu shamelessly used this poem to flatter Pai Lupi, which was why everyone's expression was so strange. Uncle, the world is peaceful now, and it is all because of Uncle's Saint Aura. At present, my great Tang is undergoing a new era and is thriving. The common people all sincerely bow to Uncle. Uncle is the son of heaven, and your achievements surpass the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. I think Uncle is worthy of the Dongfeng Pavilion. That is why I boldly named this pavilion Dongfeng Pavilion. In fact, Pai Lupi had never been able to do the Fengshan Pavilion in his life. However, at this time Pai Lupi was in the prime of his life. Naturally, he yearned for the Fengshan Pavilion. Li Wangyu's blatant flattery made Pai Lupi very happy. However, he was too embarrassed to say anything. He just coughed dryly and said, Zio is thoughtful. Zhang Sun Wuji, Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others were not as shameless as Li Wangyu. It was not easy for them to say anything about this topic. They could only laugh dryly and follow Pai Lupi into this Dongfeng Pavilion. Chapter 795. During lunch, all the guests, including Pai Lupi, were naturally happy. Lai Hot's delicacies were well known in Chang'an. The only thing that made Li Wangyu unhappy was that the old hooligan Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda, these old fools, had drunk too much. They were almost about to go crazy drunk and tear down his theater. Even Li Wangyu was forced to drink a few cups of wine by these old bastards, making his face and ears red. If he didn't run away quickly, he reckoned that today's opening ceremony of the Tang Dynasty Theater would have been ruined by these old bastards. After lunch, Li Wangyu hurriedly told the maids to bring the guests some hangover soup. After resting for a while, he prepared to enter the main topic of today's opening ceremony, which was to go to the theater and watch the performance. Li Wangyu had put in a lot of effort to build this theater. Not to mention other things, just the huge circular ceiling was enough to give the craftsmen,
who had never built such a building, a headache. The theater was able to accommodate 300 people. The stage was about 2 meters high and was completely made of wood and stone. The bottom of the stage was empty, which could hide all kinds of mechanisms, props, and actors. The curtains behind the stage could move and change according to different plots. What gave Li Wangyu the most headache were the two problems of sound amplification and lighting. After several discussions with his beautiful boss, in addition to using the semicircular theater to amplify sound, he also ordered the craftsmen to make many sound amplifiers with copper sheets. The principle of this kind of copper sound amplifiers was actually the same as Chinese clocks. Using the hollow metal material to produce resonance, it played the role of amplifying the sound. After experimenting, Li Wangyu confirmed that even if he was sitting in the last row of the theater, he could still clearly hear the music and dialogue on the stage. Only then was he satisfied. However, this was also the reason why the theater could only accommodate 300 people. No matter how big the theater was, the sound amplification effect couldn't be guaranteed. As for the stage lighting, because there were no light bulbs, Li Wangyu could only make do with what was available. He ordered the craftsman to make a concave copper mirror to be plated with silver, and a large oil lamp to illuminate the middle. This was basically a replica of the story of Edison using a mirror to reflect the light of a candle to illuminate the doctor so that he could perform surgery on his mother. Although the story about Edison was fake, it didn't affect Li Wangyu's ability to use the concave mirror to illuminate the stage. The effect of this simple lighting setup was not bad. The characteristic of the concave mirror was that it could actually project the effect of a spotlight on the stage. Li Wangyu even used the gunpowder he created to design a lot of fireworks for the stage. Li Wangyu was sure that today's performance would definitely shock Pai Lupi and the other country bumpkins of the Tang Dynasty. The seats in the theater were all made by Li Wangyu according to the seats in the movie theaters of the future. The only difference was that each seat was very wide and soft. There were also wide armrests, making it very comfortable to sit on. Between every two chairs, there was a tea table for tea and snacks. Li Wangyu's target customers were the nobles in Chang'an. If he wanted to take money out of these people's pockets, he naturally had to give them the best enjoyment. The actors in the theater were all singers that Li Wangyu bought from Taichung Temple after spending a lot of money and pestering Pai Lupi for a long time. They were given to Aphrodite to train for more than a month. Fortunately, these singers had already undergone professional training in Taichung Temple. Although the rehearsal time was short, Li Wangyu was very satisfied after watching their performance. He didn't consider that these singers were all trained by Taichung Temple with a lot of effort, but they were almost all taken away by Li Wangyu. Because of this, the chief of Taichung Temple had complained to Pai Lupi many times. There were no male actors in the theater because Li Wangyu didn't want to get into trouble. After all, love stories were unavoidable in a stage play. If he let the male and female actors act lovey-dovey on stage, Li Wangyu was afraid that he would be scolded to death by those pedantic people. In this way, Li Wangyu would rather let a woman play the male role than cause trouble. This wasn't a big deal. Anyway, he didn't want to see men perform on stage. In the orchestra pit in front of the stage, dozens of musicians were busy adjusting the instruments in their hands. In an era without tape recorders, these musicians had to perform the dubbing needed to be done live. Needless to say, these musicians were naturally robbed by Li Wangyu from Taichung Temple. Thinking about it this way, he didn't seem to be in a position to say those words when he complained that Pai Lupi robbed his billiard table. The group of guests, under the attentive guidance of the servant girls serving in the theater, entered the theater one after another and took their seats. Immediately, a servant girl brought them tea, snacks, and fruits and placed them on the tea table between the seats. Most of the guests were very curious after entering the theater. They looked around like curious babies. Even the wide seats under their buttocks were new to these nobles of Chang'an. They kept getting up and sitting down. They were full of country bumpkins, and were no different from Granny Lu when she first entered the Grandview Garden. As for Pai Lupi and those old men, they didn't show their cowardice in front of the crowd because they had their own private rooms. Li Wangyu imitated the design of the European theaters of the future. On the second floor of the theater, there were all kinds of private rooms. It was to make it convenient for Li Er and the other princes and dukes to watch the show. In each private room, there were specially selected beautiful servant girls to serve them. It was luxurious to the bone. After Pai Lupi followed Li Wangyu into the private room, he looked around and was very satisfied. He walked to the railing and looked down. Looking at the stage with thick curtains, he couldn't help but ask curiously,
Zio, what kind of performance is this? What is the meaning of this? Are there singers performing? He guessed like this because Li Wangyu took away so many singers from Taichung Temple. Li Wangyu didn't explain.
He just smiled and said, "Uncle, you will know when you see it with your own eyes."
I can only guarantee that you and Aunt will have a worthwhile trip.
Empress Zhong's son glared at him and said, "Humph, if it's boring, be careful that I will settle accounts with Chongqing."
Li Wangyu was speechless. Empress Zhong's son acted like a motherly model in front of others. How could she be so stingy to him? In fact, he also knew that Empress Zhong's son treated him like this because she didn't treat him as an outsider. After chatting for a while, it was time for the performance to start. Immediately, the servants in the theater filed in and extinguished the oil lamps that were used to illuminate the theater. Soon, the entire theater fell into darkness. This caused the guests who had never seen a performance before to burst into a clamor. They did not understand what had happened. In the orchestra pit, music sounded, and the noise in the theater below slowly subsided. On the stage, the curtains were slowly opened. Chapter 796.
Of the many stories that Li Wangyu had told her, the blonde's favorite were love stories like The Cowherd and the Weaver Girl, and Liang Shanhua and Zhu Tai.
Regarding this, Li Wangyu was also very speechless. Sure enough, regardless of ancient times or modern times, women loved these kinds of love stories. No wonder the Korean TV series in the future could earn so many women's tears and money. Because of Avlo's insistence, the first performance in the Tang Dynasty theater was The Cowherd and the Weaver Girl. Everyone knew the story of the cowherd and the weaver girl. It was about a hooligan who peeped on a girl bathing and shamelessly stole her clothes, threatening her to marry him. After the girl was forced into marriage, she gave birth to a son and a daughter. Later, when the girl's mother found out about this, she took the girl home and magnanimously didn't pursue the responsibility of the hooligan youth. Who would have thought that the hooligan youth wouldn't let it go and chased after the girl? In the end, the girl's mother had no choice but to allow the hooligan youth to see the girl once a year on Chinese Valentine's Day. This was Li Wangyu's understanding of the beautiful love story of the cowherd and the weaver girl. He couldn't understand why a hooligan youth who forced a wife into marriage would become a love classic in the future, and even turn Chinese Valentine's Day into Chinese Valentine's Day. Fortunately, Li Wangyu didn't dare to say this out loud. Otherwise, if his beautiful boss heard it, it might turn into domestic violence. The curtains slowly opened and the singer who played the role of the cowherd appeared amidst the music. The development of the plot soon attracted the attention of everyone in the theater. There was no more noise, and everyone, including Pai Lupi and Empress Zhong's son, stared intently at the performance on the stage. Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss hadn't misjudged her. Avlo really was a genius. She had merely watched the performance videos on her phone and listened to Li Wangyu's story, so she could choreograph the entire performance to perfection. The performance that Avlo choreographed was similar to the songs and dances of the future, but the dialogue was also like a play. However, Li Wangyu had to admit that the performance was very exciting and enjoyable. Moreover, the musicians and singers who had been robbed from Taichung Temple were indeed professionals trained by Taichung Temple over the years. Even though they had only rehearsed for a short month, the singers on stage were all professionals in terms of dancing and singing. They definitely weren't something that a regular troupe could compare to. Even he and his beautiful boss were enjoying the performance in the theater, let alone the country bumpkins from the Tang Dynasty in the theater. More than 300 guests, including Li Er, were all immersed in the plot on stage. But when the stage came to the scene of a kind and hard-working male prostitute being chased out of the house by his mean brother and sister-in-law after the death of his parents, there was a sudden situation off stage. Someone suddenly stood up and glared at the singer who was playing the role of a brother and sister-in-law on the stage. He scolded her angrily. "How dare you? Killing your own kind is a heinous crime. How dare you dare? Guards, come. Take these two people down and put them in prison to investigate their crimes." Li Wangyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the agitated Wei Zhang. Was this old man crazy? Did he actually take the performance seriously? Before he could say anything, Empress Zhong's son also stood up angrily. "I think Wei Zhang is right. Erlang, although this concubine shouldn't interfere in politics, this concubine really can't stand this kind of reckless person. Erlang, please issue an edict to give justice to the Cowets and punish the Cowets." The 300 or so guests below also started to clamor, looking like they wouldn't give up until the Cowets and Wei Zhang were arrested.
Chang Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other old fogies even rolled up their sleeves and wanted to rush up to the stage to beat them up. On the other hand, the two singers who were playing the Cowets and Wei Zhang were so scared that their faces turned pale and they almost collapsed on the stage and burst into tears. This farce made Li Wangyu really speechless. F***CK, he knew that this group of country bumpkins was going to do something. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to Empress Zhang's son. Auntie, calm down. Calm down. This is a play, a performance, fake. All fake. It's just a play. The Cowets and Wei Zhang are only singers. How can Auntie bear to throw them into prison? With Li Wangyu's reminder, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son, who were still immersed in the plot and unable to extricate themselves, suddenly came to their senses. They looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Pai Lupi coughed dryly. Cough, cough, Maid Guanin's meaning is, those singers who acted well will be rewarded. He turned his head and waved at me Tua, pointing at Chang Yaojin and the others who were cursing non-stop. Go, tell these bastards not to cause trouble and not to disturb me from watching the performance. Look at what they're like, scaring those girls so much they're about to cry. This group of old men, they're not human. Me Tua secretly wiped away his cold sweat. He didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly turned and led the palace guards away, jogging to dissuade Wei Zhang and the others. In reality, Mi Tua, who had been behind Pai Lupi, was also entranced by the performance and almost shouted along with him. He even felt the same way because, when Mi Tua was young, he had entered the palace with nothing and became a eunuch because, after his parents passed away, he was bullied by his Cowets and Wei Zhang. They even sold him to the palace. Thus, if Li Wangyu hadn't spoken, Mi Tua would have almost lost his composure. He muttered in his heart, what kind of performance did the Huxian Count put on? It was really bewitching, but Mi Tua couldn't help but admit that it was beautiful, really beautiful. In addition to Pai Lupi's orders, he had jogged all the way because he wanted to quell the commotion as soon as possible and let the performance continue. He couldn't wait to find out what happened next. Wei Zhang and the others, who had been stomping their feet and cursing, came back to their senses after Mi Tua led the palace guards over. After an explanation, they couldn't help but blush. If it weren't for the fact that he was concerned about the development of the plot, Wei Zhang would have covered his face and left. Embarrassing, it was really too embarrassing. However, there were many guests present like Wei Zhang, so no one laughed at each other. After a long while, the theater quieted down again. Li Wangyu hurriedly signaled Aphrodite to let the performance continue. However, affected by this farce, the Cowets acting as the Cowets were trembling with fear, making Li Wangyu feel very uncomfortable. Fortunately, the plot progressed quickly and didn't involve the Cowets. Otherwise, Li Wangyu would really be worried that today's performance would be ruined. The plot quickly reached the climax. The 7 fairies descended to the mortal world to take a bath. The old bull suddenly spoke human language and told the cowherd to take away the weaver girl's clothes. When the 7 fairies acting as the 7 fairies hid behind props and pretended to take a bath and threw out the clothes one by one, the scene became noisy again. Chapter 797. What a disgrace! What a disgrace! How dare you put on such a filthy show in broad daylight? An old man with white hair and beard stood up angrily, pointing at the performance on the stage and scolding loudly. Li Wangyu was speechless again and put his hand to his forehead. F***CK. What he was afraid of really happened. This kind of pedantic old man really gave him a headache. In fact, Li Wangyu also thought about whether to simplify the scene of the 7 fairies bathing. However, thinking about the atmosphere of the Tang Dynasty, which was much more open than the Ming and Qing dynasties, he felt that it shouldn't be a big problem. In fact, after the scene of the 7 fairies bathing began, Li Wangyu stole a glance at the expressions of Pai Lupi, Empress Zhang's son, concubine Yang, and the others, but he didn't see anything unusual. Even Pai Lupi was a little excited in his seat, twisting his body and leaning forward. Obviously, he was looking forward to the following plot. This pervert despised him. Therefore, it was obvious that only a few pedantic old men would be dissatisfied with this scene. Seeing this clearly, Li Wangyu was relieved and didn't want to pay attention to it. This kind of pedantic old man, when he wanted to build the women's restroom, had already been disgusted. He really didn't want to continue dealing with them. Anyway, Li Wangyu didn't believe that the more than 300 guests present would let this kind of person continue to make a fuss and not want to watch the performance. Sure enough, as he expected, Before the pedantic old man could yell a few words, Chang Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other old men jumped up and cursed angrily. Bah! Where did an old fart like you pop out from? Don't make a fuss over there. If you don't shut your bird mouth, do you believe that I won't crush your balls? Old thing, get out if you don't want to watch. Don't disturb your grandfather's mood. Shut up. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk nonsense? The pedantic old man was a little dumbfounded after being scolded by Chang Yaojin and the others. Before he could say anything, the hundreds of guests in the theater started to make a ruckus because of Chang Yaojin and the other big shots. Get out, you pedantic teacher. If you don't want to watch, then don't make a fuss and disturb us from watching the show. That's right, you're so insensible. County Count who kindly invited you to watch a show, but you're so disrespectful. You're not worthy of being a minister of the Guanglu Temple. Tomorrow at the regular court, this old man will definitely impeach you. The old master, who originally thought that he had the upper hand, was even more at a loss now. He looked around and realized that no one supported him. Even his wife, who came with him, covered her face with her sleeves, looking as if she did not want to know him. The old master was so angry that his whole body was trembling, but he did not dare to say anything. He was too ashamed to stay any longer. He could only fling his robe fiercely and turn to leave. This pedantic old man was the minister of Guanglu Temple, a third-rank official in the imperial court. He was usually in charge of offering sacrifices, court meetings, and banquets. But he had never expected that on the second day of court, several people would step forward and impeach Pai Lupi. Even more unexpected was that Pai Lupi would actually use his lack of manners as an excuse to reprimand him, causing the old man to lose a great deal of face. These are all stories for later, so let's not talk about them for now. After the old man was driven out of the theater, the crowd once again turned their attention to the stage, all of them entranced. Time passed, and the plot reached the point where the heavenly Queen Mother discovered that the hoodlum young man had taken her daughter for himself. She sent out heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals to rescue the kidnapped woman. The curtains rolled back, and the stage scenery and props changed again and again. Amidst the beautiful musical accompaniment and singing, there was a boom. In the center of the stage, a ball of fire exploded, and blue smoke billowed into the air. Several musicians playing the roles of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals appeared on stage, wearing dazzling golden armor. However, this sound gave the guests quite a fright. The ladies among the guests were all scared out of their wits and screamed. The timid ladies were so scared that they fell to the ground and covered their heads with their sleeves, crying for help. Li Er, Chang Yaojin, and the other big shots laughed out loud when they saw this. They didn't feel any sympathy at all. Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to this continuous farce, and he let this group of country bumpkins do as they please. After nearly 4 hours of performance, it was finally coming to an end. The cowherd and the weaver girl were separated by the Milky Way, and could only meet on the Magpie Bridge every year on the Qixi festival. The ladies of Chang'an were all teary-eyed, and the handkerchiefs they used to wipe their tears were wet. In fact, the story of the cowherd and the weaver girl was not a rare story. There were records of the cowherd and the weaver girl in the Book of Songs, and there were legends of the cowherd and the weaver girl in the northern and southern dynasties. But reading the stiff words in the books was not as touching as watching the story performed by the musicians on the stage. The musicians playing the roles of the cowherd and the weaver girl sang the lyrics on the stage. Hand in hand, line up in groups, build the Magpie Bridge across the Milky Way, and let the cowherd and the weaver girl meet on the Qixi festival. What match, the shackles from millions of years ago, still can't be broken today. No matter who comes to oppose it, we'll never regret it. Empress Zhang's son, concubine Yang, and the others in the box started to wipe their tears at this sad scene. Li Wangyu noticed Empress Zhangxuan's tears, and couldn't help but shudder. Damn it, wasn't this the best time for him to convince Empress Zhang's son to marry his beautiful superior? It was said that women were emotional, and he and his beautiful superior were so in love, so what match was there for them? Was Empress Zhang's son going to be that hateful queen mother who could bear to break him and his beautiful superior apart? At this thought, Li Wangyu couldn't help but give Aphrodite 32 likes in his heart. This performance of the cowherd and the weaver girl was well arranged. The curtains on the stage slowly lowered and the performance came to an end, but the over 300 guests were still immersed in the story and couldn't extricate themselves. Maids and servants entered the theater and lit up the oil lamps used to light up the theater. Li Wangyu coughed lightly, startling Empress Xianxia, who was still thinking about the story, out of her reverie, and he revealed a flattering smile.
Aunt, I wonder if you're satisfied with today's performance?
Of course I'm satisfied. I've never seen such a wonderful song and dance before. It can be said to be exquisite beyond compare.
It's been hard on you, Zio.
In Empress Zhongxuan's view, this performance, which was completely different from the songs and dances of the Tang Dynasty, could only be rehearsed by a powerful Taoist like Li Wangyu or a reincarnated celestial lord.
Hee, it's good that Aunt likes it. But what do you think of the Queen Mother?
Humph, as a descendant of the heavenly palace, that Queen Mother is narrow-minded and doesn't have the heart of a mother model at all.
I don't like her very much. Empress Zhongxun was full of anger at the mention of the Queen Mother. Beside her, Yang Fei also nodded in agreement.
Everyone didn't have a good impression of the Queen Mother, who cruelly broke up the cowherd and the weaver girl in the play.
Aunt, do you think that the cowherd and the weaver girl can be considered an immortal couple? Empress Zhongxun continued nodding. Ancient poetry is profound.
The faraway Altair star, the bright and clear river of Han women, slender and white hands, reading books and writing tools. They don't form a chapter all day long, their tears falling like rain. The river is clear and shallow, but different from each other. It's filled with water, and words cannot be spoken.
Zio, the cowherd and the weaver girl can naturally be considered an immortal couple. Although they only meet once every year on the Qixi festival, their love is stronger than gold and makes people envious.
Hearing Empress Zhongxuan's words, Li Wangyu laughed even more happily.
Chapter 798.
Li Wangyu rubbed his hands together, his face full of smiles. He asked carefully and expectantly, "Auntie, if I take a fancy to a girl from an ordinary family, would you allow me to marry her?"
No, absolutely not.
Empress Zhongxun actually gave the answer without hesitation.
Her phoenix eyes stared at Li Wangyu.
Ziyu, don't let your imagination run wild. Li Wangyu only felt that thunder was rolling above his head. His whole person instantly became Spartan.
Isn't this double standard too serious?
Just now, she was rebuking the Queen Mother with a face full of righteousness. How come her face changed faster than flipping a book? Aunt, there's really no need for this prejudice. Li Wangyu still wanted to argue, but he was mercilessly interrupted by Empress Zhongxun.
Okay, don't talk about this anymore. Ziyu, don't worry. I'll definitely choose a good marriage for you.
No, Aunt, Okay, I've said it. I'll make a decision for you on this matter. At this time, in Li Wangyu's eyes, Empress Zhongxun no longer had the luxury of being a mother of the world. She had almost become Snow White's evil stepmother. Li Wangyu wanted to cry but had no tears. He couldn't understand why Empress Zhongxun was so stubborn and why she was so concerned about his marriage.
Pai Lupi didn't say anything on the side.
He only looked meaningfully at Li Wangyu, then led Empress Zhongxun, concubine Yang, and the others back to the palace. The conversation between Li Wangyu and Empress Zhongxun was naturally heard by the beautiful superior. This inevitably made her expression dim, and she lowered her head in silence. Li Wangyu hurriedly reached out and grasped the beautiful superior, Ruyi. His tone was unusually firm.
Chongqing, don't worry. At worst, you and I can just leave here.
The world is so big. Where is there no place for us to stay? Su Chongqing silently leaned her head on his shoulder and said faintly, "Are you willing to give up everything now?"
For you, I'm willing to give up anything.
Humph, I don't believe you. Su Chongqing's fingers gently stroked Li Wangyu's palm. Deep down, she was very satisfied with her man's answer. Li Wangyu was so anxious that he began to swear. "I promise. I won't marry anyone other than Chongqing. If there is even half a lie, may the heavens strike me with lightning."
All right, I believe you, all right?
There's no need to be anxious about this matter.
Let's take it slow.
There will always be a way. Su Chongqing gently kissed Li Wangyu's cheek and instead spoke words of comfort. Li Wangyu was also very helpless. He held his beautiful superior's hand and looked at each other speechlessly. Not to mention how Li Wangyu criticized the overbearing Empress Zhongxun in his heart, the Chang'an Theater immediately became popular in Chang'an after its opening. The advance tickets for the theater had been sold for a month. Even so, the demand still exceeded the demand. Fortunately, those who could enter the Tang Dynasty Theater were all nobles and officials in Chang'an. Otherwise, the scalpers would have been born more than 1,000 years in advance. In the future, when blockbuster movies were released, fanatical fans would go to the theater to watch the movie twice and thrice. However, compared with the crazy noblewomen in Chang'an, watching the movie twice and thrice was nothing. Almost all of them, including Empress Zhang's son, had settled down in the Tang Dynasty theater. Every day, after having lunch in the palace on time, they would go to the Tang Dynasty theater with concubine Yang and the others to watch the performance of the cowherd and the weaver girl. So far, Aphrodite had only rehearsed this scene. Even so, no one disliked it. Instead, they watched it over and over again with great interest. However, the Tang Dynasty theater could only accommodate about 300 people. Therefore, those noblewomen who could not buy tickets were so anxious that they almost hanged themselves. For this reason, he cried and made a fuss in the manor, and even wanted to go on a hunger strike and hang himself. He wanted to force his Lang Jun and father to think of a way to get a precious theater ticket from Li Wangyu, the county count of Hu. Because of this, the doorstep of Li Wangyu's mansion in Kaihua Square was almost flattened by the hundreds of officials. He was so scared that he ran back to Dingzhou village in Huxian County in the middle of the night and shut himself in, refusing to see any guests. He also underestimated the charm of this play. A theater ticket was not cheap at all. It could even be said that it was ridiculously expensive. Even so, it was still difficult to get a ticket. The entertainment programs in the Tang Dynasty Theater were also full. Business was surprisingly good. In just a month after the opening of the theater, Li Wangyu heard the report from Aphrodite and the old butler Li Hang. He was surprised to find that the money he had invested had been earned back. This was not a theater. It was simply a money-sucking treasure bowl. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders and express that the people here were stupid and rich. If there were other transmigrators, they should come quickly. After finishing the theater, before Li Wangyu could take a breather and enjoy a few days of comfortable life, Su Jingzong came looking for him again. Earl, the Goguryeo diplomatic mission has already entered the palace to bid farewell to the sage. They will set off soon and return to Goguryeo. What are your next plans? Su Jingzong still did not understand Li Wangyu's thoughts. He followed Li Wangyu's instructions and easily established a relationship with Yun Geiseman. After gifting Yun Geiseman a Kunlun slave, the two of them had become rather close. At least on the surface, they seemed to be close friends. In these 2 months, Su Jingzong often invited Yun Geiseman to Pingkong Square or the Hu taverns in Shi City to indulge in wine and women. But Su Jingzong, who was spending Li Wangyu's money while eating, drinking, and playing with women at public expense, felt more and more uneasy. He didn't understand what Li Wangyu's intentions were. If he wanted to teach Yun Geiseman a lesson and vent Cheng Chumo's anger, he didn't need to use such a method. Su Jingzong even faintly guessed that Li Wangyu was not only venting Cheng Chumo's anger, but also trying to take Yun Geiseman's life. But Su Jingzong did not dare to make such a judgment. After all, he also knew that if Yun Geiseman died in the Tang dynasty, not even Li Wangyu, as the county earl who founded the dynasty, would be able to bear the consequences. Li Wangyu's eyes flashed upon hearing Su Jingzong's report. It seemed like it was time for the dagger to be revealed after so many days of planning. Haha, that's good. General Su, invite the Goguryeo diplomatic mission to a banquet one day before it departs. I only have one request. You must get Yun Geiseman drunk. Can General Su accomplish this? That's naturally not a problem. But what does Lord Count intend to do? Is there anything you need my cooperation with? Su Jingzong still wanted to get to the bottom of this. Li Wangyu, however, did not reveal anything. Haha, it's nothing. As long as General Su can do what I ordered, it's fine. Remember, you must get Yun Geiseman drunk. Yes, this lowly official understands. Su Jingzong knew that Li Wangyu wouldn't tell him the truth, so he didn't ask any more questions and nodded. Chapter 799. After Su Jingzong left with a head full of confusion, Li Wangyu immediately went to find Niu Wu. Niu Wu, have you prepared the things I asked you to find? Lang Jun, I've prepared them long ago. But why did you ask me to prepare those things? They look quite frightening. Niu Wu nodded, but he was also confused. Of course I have a use for them. Let's go. Take me to them. Li Wangyu did not explain. The less others knew about this, the better. It was not that he did not trust Niu Wu. Li Wangyu had absolute trust in this loyal Guanzhong man. But it was better to be safe than sorry.
If Niu Wu knew the truth and accidentally let it slip, that would not be good. Thus, although Li Wangyu needed Niu Wu to help him carry out some things, he did not plan on explaining the cause and effect of the matter clearly. Niu Wu was curious about this, but he was smart enough to know what to ask and what not to ask. Thus he did not say much. Li Wangyu did not lead the other troops of the manor. He followed Niu Wu through the manor of Noda, turning here and there until they came to a remote wooden house. This was originally where Li Wangyu had led the Niu brothers to make gunpowder. Because he was afraid that something would happen, he had moved this wooden house to a remote corner of the manor and forbade other people from the manor from coming here. Niu Wu came forward and pulled open the door of the wooden house. Immediately, a wave of fierce barking came out. There were several large metal cages placed in the wooden house, each containing a crazed dog. The eyes of these dogs were completely red, and disgusting saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths. When they saw Li Wangyu and Niu Wu, they constantly thrashed about in the cages, looking like they were going to eat someone. The dogs in the metal cages would occasionally twitch and spasm, appearing rather manic. Li Wangyu knew very well that these were classic dogs that had been infected with rabies. He had asked Niu Wu to secretly collect rabid dogs. His goal was naturally to use the saliva of these rabid dogs to go to Death Abyss and Geisaman. Niu Wu, I have something I need you to do for me. Li Wangyu whispered to Niu Wu after observing the rabid dogs. Although there was no one else around the wooden house, he subconsciously lowered his voice. Niu Wu's single eye flashed. Lang Jun, just give me your orders. I dare not disobey. Li Wangyu waved his hand. It's not that serious. We just need to keep it a secret. Tomorrow you. His voice grew softer and softer. Niu Wu listened carefully. Although he still didn't understand, he didn't ask. He only nodded vigorously to show that he understood. After instructing Niu Wu, Li Wangyu walked out of the wooden house with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked up in the direction of Chong and with a confused expression. The next day, after the drum of dusk sounded, the doors of the markets in Chong and slowly closed with squeaking sounds. Most of them slowly fell into a deep sleep. Peace Square was the only place that was still brightly lit. There was light singing and dancing, and it was very lively. The Chamberlain of Dependencies of the Tang Dynasty had actually been established in Peace Square. It was hard to say which big shot had come up with this genius idea. Because the Goguryeo diplomatic mission would be leaving Chong'an tomorrow and returning to Goguryeo, the entire mission was celebrating in Peace Square tonight. Yun Geisaman had been invited by his new good friend, the vice principal of the Tang Dynasty's academy, Su Jingzong, to a familiar brothel so that he could send him off with wine. Worthy little brother Suan, after this farewell, who knows when we'll meet again? Come, come, let's drink. This elder brother can only use this cup of wine to send you off. I wish you great success in Goguryeo. Su Jingzong raised his cup in a toast to Yun Geisaman. In a private room, 5 or 6 beautiful courtesans dressed in thin clothing that revealed their cleavage were attentively attending to the two of them, constantly filling their cups with food and wine. Yun Geisaman drank all the wine in his cup and then buried his face in the bosom of the courtesan next to him, greedily breathing in the fragrance of her perfume. After a long while, he finally raised his head. Brother Yen, this little brother really doesn't want to leave Chong'an. The women of the Tang Dynasty are much better than the women of our Goguryeo. Keske, they're so tender that you can squeeze water out of them. Haha, that's only natural. I don't dare to speak about anything else in Chong'an, but the brothel of Peace Square is unparalleled in the world. Come, come, let's drink. Today, the two of us must get drunk. Cheers! Yun Geisaman boldly raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. The courtesans in the private room had already received Su Jingzong's orders and were pouring cup after cup of wine for Yun Geisaman. They were not drinking the rice wine or wine that the Tang often drank, but the highly concentrated Xiaodao wine from Li Wangyu's Xiaodao winery. Thus, after 2 hours of drinking, Yun Geisaman was so drunk that he couldn't even speak properly. No, enough, little brother. Brother, tomorrow, we still have to set out. Today, we can't drink anymore. Yun Geisaman still had a sliver of consciousness left, and he stopped Su Jingzong from pouring more wine. Su Jingzong naturally wouldn't let him do as he wished. He had promised Li Wangyu that he would get Yun Geisaman drunk today. Although Yun Geisaman was already drunk, Su Jingzong was afraid that he would ruin Li Wangyu's plans, so he naturally had to continue pouring wine for him. Haha, little brother Su Wen, what are you saying? Have you heard of a poem written by the famous county count Hu of Chang'an? Laughing in the spring breeze, dancing in gauze clothes. How will the gentleman return in peace if he is not drunk? Today, we brothers will part, but we don't know when or where we will meet again. How will he return in peace if he is not drunk? Come, fill little brother Su Wen's cup with wine. Drink. Under Su Jingzong's constant urging to drink, Yun Geiseman finally failed to resist the assault of alcohol. He was so drunk that he collapsed into a pile of mush and fell unconscious in the arms of a courtesan. Yun Geiseman's bodyguard saw that his master was drunk and could only helplessly apologize to Su Jingzong. He then carefully helped Yun Geiseman out of the brothel and toward the nearby chamberlain of dependencies. Su Jingzong stood by the window of the brothel, watching Yun Geiseman's party gradually disappear into the distance. He shook his head, too lazy to think about what Li Wangyu was planning. In any case, his mission had been completed. Su Jingzong felt his entire body relax. In order to persuade Yun Geiseman to drink, he had drunk quite a bit. Now that he was relaxed, he felt the alcohol rush to his head. Su Jingzong waved his hand at the young and beautiful courtesans in the room, a lewd smile on his face. Young ladies, it's getting late. Help this one to rest. Haha, today, this one is going to sleep under the same blanket and enjoy the happiness of having multiple partners. After saying this, he pounced on the courtesans, causing them to burst into laughter. Putting aside how Su Jingzong was indulging in wine and pleasure in the brothel, Yun Geiseman was being supported by 2 bodyguards, one on the left and one on the right, toward the chamberlain of dependencies. In an alley not far away from the chamberlain of dependencies, a figure flashed out and directly bumped into them. Chapter 800. Yun Geiseman's 2 guards saw that this silhouette seemed to be drunk and wanted to get out of the way. But the 2 of them were struggling to support the drunk Yun Geiseman and couldn't move, so how could they get out of the way? As the silhouette stumbled over, it crashed into the 3 of them. The silhouette was a brawny man, and he reeked of alcohol. His strength was not small, and he knocked Yun Geiseman's group to the ground. The man himself also fell, and the 4 of them rolled around on the ground. Yun Geiseman seemed to be in pain from the collision, and in his drunken state, he groaned. The 2 guards hurriedly got up and prepared to teach this reckless drunkard a lesson. However, the drunkard's reaction was not very good. He crawled up from the ground and mumbled something incoherently. Then, he turned around and slipped into a dark alley, disappearing from sight. Yun Geiseman's 2 guards had not even been able to see the drunkard's appearance. Seeing the drunkard run off, they did not dare to pursue out of concern for Yun Geiseman, who was still lying on the ground. All they could do was carefully help Yun Geiseman up. After a rough inspection and confirming that there was nothing wrong with Yun Geiseman's body, the 2 of them relaxed. They patted off the dust on Yun Geiseman's clothes and continued to help him back to the chamberlain of dependencies. The 2 guards were worried that they would be punished for their lack of protection and causing Yun Geiseman to fall. Thus, the 2 of them pretended that nothing had happened and naturally did not mention it to anyone else. The next day, Yun Geiseman got up from his bed with a headache from his hangover, but it was already late in the morning. The Goguryeo envoy had already packed their luggage, and they were just waiting for the arrival of the vice envoy. There was a fixed time for the diplomatic mission to leave Chang'an. If they were late, it would be troublesome. The officials from the Chamberlain of Dependencies who had come to send them off were already waiting in front of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. If not for the fact that they feared Yun Geiseman's father's status, the Goguryeo envoy would have already cursed. Seeing that Yun Geiseman was awake, the Goguryeo envoy sighed in relief and hurriedly urged the servants to help Yun Geiseman clean up and change his clothes. Hurrying, they did not miss the time for the diplomatic mission to set off. By the Ba Bridge outside Chang'an City, the officials of the Chamberlain of Dependencies had sent off the Goguryeo diplomatic mission. After which, they chatted and joked with one another as they rode back to Chang'an City. On the other hand, the Goguryeo envoy slowly headed northeast, preparing to report back to Goguryeo. No one noticed that outside the pavilion of Ba Chiao, a burly man wearing a bamboo hat was resting on the side of the road, watching the diplomatic mission leave. If the 2 guards of Yun Geiseman were here, they might have been able to recognize that this was the reckless drunkard from last night. Seeing the diplomatic mission gradually disappear into the distance, the muscular man with the bamboo hat also stood up and took off his bamboo hat. If it wasn't Niu Wu, who else could it be? Niu Wu casually patted the dust off his body and jumped onto the horse's back. He bypassed Chang'an City and galloped towards the south. In Dingzhou village,
Li Wangyu seemed particularly anxious today. Since yesterday, he had been restless. But whether it was his beautiful boss or Aphrodite, when they asked him what had happened, Li Wangyu would smile and shake his head, indicating that he was fine. Li Wangyu wouldn't reveal to anyone that Niuwu had gone to assassinate Yun Geiseman, so he naturally wouldn't tell Su Chongqing and the others the truth. But he was extremely anxious. He didn't know if Niuwu had succeeded or not yesterday, or if some accident had occurred. This was the first time in his life that Li Wangyu had planned a murder, and the target was a rather important figure in history. He couldn't help but be nervous. He hated the fact that there were no mobile phones in this era, and he couldn't get in touch with Niuwu. Thus, he could only suppress his anxiety and continue to wait. It wasn't until noon that Niuwu rushed back to the mansion, covered in dust, and secretly gave him a sign of success. Only then did Li Wangyu's hanging heart finally relax. Ignoring everything else, he pulled Niuwu to that small wooden hut in the middle of nowhere. In the wooden house, the iron cage was still there, but the mad dogs that had been locked up in it had disappeared without a trace. "Niuwu, how was it? Is it done?" Li Wangyu impatiently asked as he closed the door to the hut. Niuwu nodded and gruffly replied, "Lang Jun, it's all done." "No one suspected anything?" "No. Last night, I followed your orders and followed Principal Su's group, keeping watch outside the painting pavilion. Principal Su really did manage to get Yun Geiseman drunk, so I pretended to be a drunkard with them and used the opportunity to give Yun Geiseman a needle." As Niuwu spoke, he took out a needle made of bamboo from his bosom. Li Wangyu hurriedly had him light a fire and carefully tossed the needle into it. Only when the fire engulfed the needle did Li Wangyu relax. "And after that, did everything go smoothly?" Niuwu nodded. I followed Longjuan's orders and waited outside the Chamberlain of Dependencies for the night. As expected, I saw the Goguryeo diplomatic mission return with my own eyes. Yun Geiseman was among them. "Good. That's great. Niuwu, it's been hard on you. Go back and rest. But remember to keep this matter a secret. Don't reveal it to anyone." Niuwu naturally knew this and immediately replied, "Lang Jun, be at ease. Even if I die, I won't say a single word." Li Wangyu gratefully patted Niuwu's shoulder and said no more. His gaze subconsciously turned to the northeast. Several months later, news came from Goguryeo. The deputy envoy who had just returned from the Tang Dynasty, the son of Yun Taizwa, Yun Geiseman, had suddenly developed a strange illness. He feared light, water and wind, and the slightest disturbance would make him go crazy. In his madness, he would bite anyone he saw. Although Yun Taizwa had summoned all the famous doctors of Goguryeo to treat his son, none of them could do anything. They couldn't understand what Yun Geiseman's illness was. In his rage, Yun Taizwa beheaded several Goguryeo imperial physicians, but to no avail. 2 weeks later, the agonized Yun Geiseman breathed his last. Because of Li Wangyu's appearance, this ambitious and ruthless person who had written a thick and colorful stroke in history had disappeared without a trace before he could even make a splash in the long river of history. When this news reached Chang'an, it didn't cause the slightest stir. It merely served as a topic of conversation for the officials who had received the Goguryeo envoy. But when Su Jingzong learned of this matter, he felt a lingering fear. He was sure that Yun Geiseman hadn't died from some strange illness. He would never believe that Li Wangyu hadn't done anything. But Su Jingzong was a smart man. After learning of this matter, he buried it in his heart, not daring to speak of it to anyone else. As for Li Wangyu, Su Jingzong was both respectful and fearful. He didn't know if this young earl knew some immortal art that allowed him to take someone's life from 1,000 li away. After learning of Yun Geiseman's death, Li Wangyu locked himself in his room for several days. When he reappeared, everyone, including Su Chongqing, felt that he had changed a lot. Chapter 801. Spring left and summer came. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. In the 8th month of the 3rd year of Zhengguan, when Chang'an City became unbearably hot again, the city became restless again because of a piece of news from the newspaper. Early in the morning, the morning drum that resounded throughout Chang'an City had just been beaten. As soon as the gates of the streets opened, all kinds of carriages, mules, and horses poured out of Chang'an City and headed toward the 3 city gates in the south. The imperial guards who were guarding the illustrious Virtue Gate were shocked by the crowd, and they could not figure out what exactly was going on. "Squad leader, are we possessed today? Why do I feel like everyone in Chang'an City is running out of the city? Are they bringing their children with them? Are they trying to escape? The squad leader slapped the back of the soldier's head.
Serves you right for being illiterate. Didn't you read the newspaper a few days ago? No, I didn't. What's wrong? What did it say?
The soldier dared not talk back, but he mumbled to himself. As if *King know how to read.
You only know how to write your name. Why are you showing off?
The squad leader took out a folded newspaper and opened it carefully.
He pointed at a paragraph on it and said, "Did you see this? It said that the Saint and Count Huxian built an academy in Huxian. It's called the Academy of the Tang Dynasty, and it's recruiting students from all over Chong and City. Those who pass the test and are selected to enter the academy are free of charge, and they don't have to pay a single cent for their tuition. Today is the academy's enrollment day, so why do you think so many people are bringing their children out? They don't have to pay for their tuition? They're free of charge? Squad leader, is there such a good thing? Teske, Count Huxian is the god of wealth indeed. How many copper coins did they spend?
Nonsense. Who in Chang'an City doesn't know that Count Huxian's house is filled with mountains of gold and silver, so this little bit of money is nothing. The soldier looked at the endless stream of people leaving the city and could not help but ask curiously. Squad leader, I see that many of the people who left the city today are nobles.
I saw a few imperial court officials' carriages leaving the city earlier. Why? Do those nobles want to study in the free academy? They don't lack copper coins, right? TSK. Look, there are also those merchants wearing silk. They are actually running out. Sure enough, the more wealth one uses, the more stingy one is. Why would they care so much about a free academy? Do they still need that little bit of money?
The squad leader was so infuriated that he spat on the ground.
Pfft, Tian Shilang, you're such an idiot. Why don't you think about who County Count who is? Who is it? Founding County Count? Oh, squad leader. Are you saying that the merchant is going to flatter Count who? But that's not right. What are those officials doing?
The squad leader was furious.
Shut up, I'll be angered to death by you sooner or later. County Count who was the teacher of His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of Yu, the Imperial Preceptor. Imperial Preceptor. Do you understand? The court's Imperial Censor Ma and Junior Supervisor Yen have also taken County Count who as their teacher. Don't tell me you didn't know about this? Also, in the Golden Year Spring Imperial Examinations, there were 26 Grand Scholars. Do you know who the third ranker is? Those two had also kowtowed to Count Huxian and taken him as their master. I heard that even the Crown Prince and the Princes study in that academy. Think about it, what does that mean? The soldier finally understood. He was shocked and gasped. Oh my God, if that's the case, if we study in that academy, won't we become the Crown Prince's classmate? Of course. Why else do you think so many officials, nobles, and merchants in Chang'an City are rushing to Hu County early in the morning? The squad leader looked like a child who could be taught. He showed off the information he had learned.
The soldier was envious when he looked at the endless stream of people and carriages heading to Hu County. He hated that he was born more than 10 years earlier and did not have the chance to study in the Tang Dynasty's academy. It was a chance for carps to leap over dragons. At that moment, outside Dingzhou village in Hu County, a rainbow bridge had been built over the Gone River to connect the two banks. The land on the other side of the river that was originally barren had a brand new look, and many buildings had been built. Among them, there was even a 20-meter-tall brick tower. It was a magnificent sight. Li Wangyu had a calm smile on his face as he accompanied Pai Lupi, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Kong Ingda, and the other big shots on campus. Behind them were Su Jingzong, Shang Guanyi, Lu Rengue, and the others. Ever since he learned about Yun Geiseman's death, Li Wangyu's state of mind had changed. He was very indifferent to many things and seemed to have matured a lot. He was no longer as impulsive as before. Li Wangyu could not help but feel proud that he had secretly removed a stumbling block for the Tang Dynasty when they conquered Goguryeo. In fact, he even felt a little nervous. He and his beautiful superior had transmigrated from the future more than 1,300 years ago. What would happen if he changed history like this? Li Wangyu did not know, nor did he dare to think too deeply about it. But Li Wangyu realized that his actions might leave a deep mark in history, so he could not help but become more cautious. He did not even care about the academy that he had single-handedly created.
He had left everything to Su Jingzong and the others to manage. Today was the academy's enrollment day.
If not for Pai Lupi's personal visit, he would probably still be hiding in his own manor, unwilling to show his face.
Pai Lupi walked around the academy and was very satisfied. The academy had only been built into the primary school that Li Wangyu had mentioned, but its scale had already surpassed the directorate in the Wuban Square. Especially with the help of cement, most of the buildings in the academy were made of a mixture of bricks and wood. Many of them were 2 or 3 stories high. Li Wangyu had also thrown out a lot of copper coins and ordered people to dig out many towering trees from the Qinling Mountains. They spent a lot of manpower and resources to transport them to the academy for planting. The newly built academy was filled with towering ancient trees and was full of vitality. Zio, I am very satisfied with this academy of the Tang Dynasty. Haha, I've troubled you.
Li Wangyu unhurriedly bowed and said, Uncle, you flatter me.
Actually, I did not do much. It was mainly Principal Su and the others who took care of this matter. Hearing this, Su Jingzong hurriedly stepped out in fear and trepidation. He bowed to Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu and said, I don't dare to accept your praise. Pai Lupi laughed and said, Haha, that's enough. I will naturally remember your contributions. Don't push it around. Let's go. It's getting late. Take me to see how you choose the students of the academy. His sons, Li Chengqian and Li Tai, were all going to study at the academy. As a parent, Pai Lupi was more concerned about how the academy would choose the children who signed up to study at the academy. Li Wangyu smiled and said, Uncle, the academy chooses students based on their intelligence. They will not let you down. Chapter 802. Pai Lupi and the others were naturally curious about Li Wangyu's words. Pai Lupi smiled and said, Zio, can you tell me? Is it like the recruitment of assistant lecturers in the academy? What kind of psychological test questions? Pai Lupi and the others still remembered the strange questions that Li Wangyu came up with in the Imperial College. Although they did not know why, Pai Lupi had asked Su Jingzong about it and learned that the students who were selected to teach in the academy were all kind and gentle people who were very suitable for teaching. Regarding this, Li Er naturally shook his head in confusion, but he could only admire his nephew's unfathomable ability. Li Wangyu smiled and shook his head. Uncle, it's hard to explain in a few words. Why don't you and I go and have a look together? Although Li Wangyu did not want to take care of things now, he and his beautiful boss had discussed many ways to select students for the first enrollment of the academy. Oh, then we should go and have a look. Everyone, let's go and see what Zio has come up with. Pai Lupi naturally would not refuse. He called a group of big shots and prepared to watch the admission test. It had to be said that the academy of the Tang Dynasty established by Li Wangyu was very attractive. After all, Pai Lupi was the dean himself, and the Crown Prince Li Chengqian, Prince Li Tai, and the others were studying in the academy. How could it not attract the attention of the officials, the rich and the common people in Chang'an City? Before 9 o'clock in the morning, nearly 1,000 people had gathered outside the academy. They were all ready to sign up. Fortunately, more than 100 students had been selected from the students who had landed in the academy. They had been trained by their beautiful boss for several months, and now these students were good enough. Today's enrollment test was mainly for the new students who came to sign up, and it was these hundreds of assistant lecturers. Li Wangyu led Pai Lupi and the others to the gate of the academy. When he saw the bustling crowd, he could not help but feel a little absent-minded. This scene was so King familiar. Wasn't this the same scene when those famous schools in the future opened? Li Wangyu, on the other hand, could not help but sigh a little. However, no matter how much the academy expanded its enrollment, it could only take in a few hundred children. Moreover, it had to leave enough places for those who had connections. In this way, the number of students that could be recruited was only a small portion of the total number of people who came to register. Li Wangyu looked at Pai Lupi and the others and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Many of those who came to register were civil and military officials of the imperial court. If he led Pai Lupi out like this, wouldn't he be recognized immediately? No matter what, Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang Dynasty. His safety could not be ignored. Moreover, when those officials bowed, the surrounding crowd would definitely know that the emperor had come in person. When that time came, the scene would be chaotic. It would not be good if something troublesome happened. Moreover, Li Wangyu did not want those officials to discover him. If their descendants could not pass the academy's test and could not enter, he would definitely be dragged by a group of people to get in through the back door. That kind of thing gave him a headache. However, since Pai Lupi was already here, Li Wangyu could not drive Pai Lupi away, right? He did not have that much courage. After thinking for a while, Li Wangyu had an idea.
After apologizing to Pai Lupi, he reached out his hand to summon a troop and whispered a few words in his ear.
The troop nodded and immediately ran out of the academy. Pai Lupi could not help but be suspicious. Zio, what are you up to now? Li Wangyu smiled embarrassedly as he touched his nose and voiced out his concerns. Zhang Sun Wuji and the rest heard this and frowned. They felt that Li Wangyu's words were indeed reasonable. At this moment, looking from afar, everyone could see that there was already a dense crowd outside the academy. At this moment, if Pai Lupi suddenly appeared and the officials bowed again, it would be easy to cause more trouble. Pai Lupi heard this and was a little hesitant. However, he was also very unwilling to leave just like that. However, Li Wangyu smiled and said, "Hee, uncle, you are a precious person. Naturally you cannot take the risk. However, it's fine. I have an idea. Uncle, please wait for a while. I have already ordered people to prepare." Pai Lupi, Zhang Sun Wuji and the rest heard this and could not help but look at each other. They could not understand what method Li Wangyu had. After a short while, they saw a large group of maidservants coming from Li Wangyu's residence. Pai Lupi did not understand. "Zio, this is your idea? Why did you summon the maidservants from your residence?" Li Wangyu spread out his hands. "Uncle, of course. Makeup." "Makeup?" Pai Lupi and the rest of the elders were stunned. Li Wangyu nodded affirmatively. "That's right. It can also be called a disguise. Zio, the maidservants from your residence know how to disguise themselves." Zhang Sun Wuji could not help but ask in surprise. Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders. The maidservants from his residence definitely did not know any disguise techniques. However, one of the 4 great sorcery of East Asia in the future was the art of makeup. As the city's white bone fairy, and the company's goddess, his beautiful superior was naturally proficient in makeup. When she had nothing to do in the residence, she would teach the maidservants how to put on makeup. After a while, the maidservants in the residence had all become experts in makeup. Li Wangyu thought that since this art of makeup could turn a faceless woman into a goddess, it should not be difficult for Pai Lupi and the rest of the rough men to change their appearances. Pai Lupi and the rest naturally did not believe Li Wangyu's explanation. However, Pai Lupi was in a hurry to watch the show, so he simply let his nephew do as he pleased. Therefore, after the group of maidservants arrived and greeted Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu and the rest, they took out various makeup tools and powders and started to get busy. After a period of torment, all the big shots, including Li Wangyu, had their appearances completely changed. Li Wangyu had a fake beard glued onto his face, making him look a bit older. He had become a handsome young man. As for Pai Lupi, because his beard was too unique, the maidservants naturally could not shave off his beard. They could only boldly make up Pai Lupi into a black-faced man. Li Wangyu looked at him and found that he looked a little like Li Kuei. He could not help but be secretly happy. As for Zhang Sun Wuji, Feng Xianling and the other big shots, they also changed their appearances under the makeup techniques of the maidservants. Looking at their changed appearances in the copper mirror in the maidservant's hand, all the big shots, including Pai Lupi, were overjoyed. They felt that it was really interesting. None of them had experienced this kind of makeup before. Fortunately, Pai Lupi and the rest came to the academy in casual clothes today, so they did not have to change their clothes. Seeing that there were no more loopholes in the crowd, Li Wangyu led the group of big shots towards the entrance of the academy, ready to take a look at how the academy was recruiting students today. Chapter 803. Li Wangyu led Pai Lupi and the others, who had changed their appearances, to the entrance office of the academy. The sun was gradually rising, and more people came from Chang'an and the surrounding counties to sign up. Fortunately, Li Wangyu had already expected today's events, so he went to Taiji Palace early to report to Pai Lupi. After getting Pai Lupi's permission, he asked Chang Yaojin, the old rogue, to mobilize hundreds of imperial guards of golden guards to maintain order. In addition, in order to flatter Li Wangyu, the county government of Hu County sent almost all the local government servants to help. So, although there were many people present, it was still orderly. Yang Quan, the former county magistrate of Hu County, was now promoted under the operation of his teacher, Yu Shernan.
He entered the censorate and became the deputy of Wei Zhang, the sheep-nosed duke, as well as a fifth-rank censorate deputy.
He could be said to have a prosperous career.
Under the deterrence of the imperial guards of Golden Guards, the officials and nobles also knew that the sage was behind the academy of the Tang Dynasty, so no one dared to act rashly.
They all lined up according to the requirements of the academy. Because the academy had no shortage of teaching assistants, every 4 teaching assistants were in charge of a line. There were 10 lines in front of the academy for registration, so although there were many people present, the speed was not too slow. Pai Lupi and the other bigwigs all ran to the side to watch in high spirits, wanting to see what was going on. They saw that on the tables in charge of enrollment, in addition to paper, ink brushes and inkstones, there were a few strange things. The children who came to sign up, after registering their names and asking a few simple questions, were led to the side by the teaching assistants to play with the toys. This scene naturally confused Pai Lupi and the other bigwigs. Zio, what are those things made of wood? Why do they look like naughty toys to me? Pai Lupi asked in confusion. Haha, uncle, you have good eyesight. Those are good toys. Li Wangyu nodded and smiled. Pai Lupi and the other big shots looked at each other, not understanding what he meant. Shouldn't new students be tested on their literacy and how many books they could memorize? What's the meaning of playing with toys? Pai Lupi frowned slightly. Before he could ask, he heard a commotion at the registration counter. A man dressed like a gentleman angrily pointed at several teaching assistants of the academy and cursed at them. You've gone too far. If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't leave. Why is it that my son can write, calculate, and recite scriptures, but you say that he is not qualified? On the other hand, this Tian Shilang kid, other than writing his own name, his handwriting is no different from a dog's. Yet, you say that he passed the preliminary test? As the gentleman spoke, he shouted at the crowd who were queuing up to register. Everyone, please be the judge. Are these teaching assistants of the academy unreasonable? Wasn't this deliberately making things difficult for him? Or is there something fishy going on? Or are they cheating for personal gain? Hearing what he said, many people in the queue began to talk about it. They all thought that this man was right. No matter how they looked at it, this gentleman's son was more qualified to pass the preliminary test. When Li Er and the others saw this, they couldn't help but turn their heads to look. When they heard what that person was shouting about, they all turned their heads to look at Li Wangyu, wanting to see how he would explain. Pai Lupi was even more dissatisfied. This was the academy of the Tang Dynasty. As the emperor, he was also the dean of the academy. If Li Wangyu made trouble like this, wouldn't it ruin his reputation as a sage? Li Wangyu was not nervous at all. He spread out his hands and shrugged. Uncle, everyone, don't think that the teaching assistants of the academy are covering up for someone. These rules were set by me. They are just following the rules. Then why don't you tell us, what's the reason for this? Why aren't the children who can write, calculate, and recite scriptures and ancient books qualified? Li Wangyu was not in a hurry to explain. He just asked Niu Wu to find a few sets of the wooden toys that Pai Lupi and the others saw before. Uncle, everyone, these are new toys that I made. They are Tangram and Huarong Dao. They are very simple to play. Why don't Uncle and everyone try it? Li Wangyu had a mischievous look on his face. He distributed the toys in his hands to Pai Lupi and the others, and then briefly explained how to play them. The Tangram and Huarong Dao were traditional Chinese intellectual toys. It was just that they had not appeared in the Tang Dynasty, so Li Wangyu shamelessly took the invention rights for himself. The Tangram, also known as the Qiqiao, or the Wisdom Board, evolved from the banquet tables of the Song Dynasty. It was originally an indoor game for scholars, and later evolved into a puzzle board toy. At the beginning of the 19th century, the Tangram spread to the west and was called the Eastern Magic Board. Even though it was just a toy, it wasn't easy to restore the Tangram into a complete square. At the very least, Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss spent more than 10 minutes before they were able to restore one of the Tangrams. This made the two self-proclaimed traversing elites very tacitly agree not to mention this matter again. As for Huarong Dao, it was even more changeable and never tired of playing it. By moving the pieces, it helped Cao Cao move from the initial position to the bottom of the chessboard and escape from the exit. However, it was not so easy. Li Wangyu had already copied the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, so Pai Lupi and the others were clear about the background of the Huarong Dao game. Pai Lupi and the group of bosses did not care about the two toys that Li Wangyu took out at first. They thought that it was just to fool the children. However, when they began to try to solve the problem and restore the tangram to release Cao Cao, they suddenly realized that the two toys in their hands were far from as simple as they thought. Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other bosses were known for their wisdom. In the past, no matter how complicated the official business was, they were still skillful. However, Li Wangyu clearly noticed that these bosses were playing with the toys until the sweat on their foreheads was about to fall. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, not to mention solving the more complicated Huarong Dao, no one could restore the tangram. Pai Lupi and the others felt that they had seen a ghost. Everyone was very sure that the 7 wooden boards in the tangram were all poured out by Li Wangyu from the square base. But at this time, they wanted to restore it, but they could not succeed no matter what. Li Wangyu snickered in his heart. This was the simplest way to play, and it had already stumped Li Er and the others. It seemed that the famous Du Duan in history might not be the kind of person who was quick-witted. Pai Lupi angrily threw the tangram in his hand to the ground and glared at Li Wangyu. "Zio, you bastard, what trick are you playing for me again? These 7 boards can't be put back into the square base." Li Wangyu was not in a hurry. He only asked Niu Wu to make another trip, but he brought back a poor boy who was dressed simply and looked like a farmer. "Uncle, this child is the one that the gentleman mentioned before, the one that the assistant lecturer of the academy cheated for personal gain. Why don't we let him try? Let's see if my nephew is up to any tricks?" Pai Lupi and the others heard this and were stunned. They all looked up at the farmer child. Chapter 804. Being stared at by a group of weird uncles, the naive peasant boy was so scared that he almost cried out loud. Li Wangyu quickly comforted him. "Xiaolang, don't be afraid. Come, let these uncles play with the tangram and see if you can restore it." The child carefully raised his eyes to look at Pai Lupi and the others. He felt that the way these strange uncles looked at him was too scary. After hearing Li Wangyu's words, he picked up the wooden pieces of the tangram and deftly placed them back into the wooden base. The entire process took less than a minute. When this scene fell into the eyes of Li Er and the others, all the big shots' faces darkened. Especially Pai Lupi. His face, which was originally made black by the servant girls, became even redder. It was very interesting. Pai Lupi reached out and took the tangram that the child had restored. After carefully examining it for a while, he finally confirmed that there was no mechanism in it. It was just the wooden pieces that he couldn't place in it. Li Wangyu indicated for Niu Wu to send the child back. Then he smiled and explained to Pai Lupi and the other elders, "Uncle, everyone, from what I see, it doesn't matter if these children can read or memorize the classics before they enter the academy." "Why does Ziyu say that?" Pai Lupi didn't understand what Li Wangyu meant. From everyone's point of view, if they could write and draw before entering the academy, wouldn't it be a good thing? Why did Li Wangyu not care about it? Li Wangyu smiled. "Uncle, everyone, I think that as long as they aren't stupid, learning how to read and write before entering the academy isn't a problem. It can only be said that some people start early and some people start later." Pai Lupi pondered for a while and nodded in agreement. "Ziyu's words are reasonable. Then why did you make these toys?" "To test their intelligence," Li Wangyu answered as if it was a matter of course. "Test their intelligence? What is intelligence?" Zhang Sun Wuji and the other elders looked at each other. They didn't understand Li Wangyu's words. It's a test to see if they are smart or not. Uncle, everyone, and little nephew set the preliminary test. It requires the children to restore the tangram or save Cao Cao from Huarong Path within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Only then can they pass the preliminary test. The reason why the child could pass was because he was able to restore the tangram during the test. That was why he could pass the test. As for that aristocrat who was making a ruckus, his son obviously didn't do it, and that's why he was eliminated. Li Wangyu looked at Pai Lupi again and said seriously, "Uncle, the number of students that this academy can recruit is limited. Naturally, we have to choose the smart ones. Who said that there is no discrimination in education? However, I think that the limited entrance qualifications should be given to the smarter children. What do you think?" Pai Lupi and the others also understood that the toys in their hands looked simple, but were actually not easy. If they wanted to complete it, those who weren't smart would definitely not be able to do it. From this, it could be seen that although the aristocrat's son could write and draw, he might not be smart. As for the farmer's son,
Although he didn't study and couldn't write, he was much smarter than the aristocrat's son. If such people went to school, they would naturally get twice the result with half the effort. Pai Lupi finally understood his nephew's thoughts and nodded in agreement. That's right, Ziyu's words are reasonable.
That's how it should be.
My academy of the Tang Dynasty naturally needs to recruit smart people.
His words made Li Wangyu twitch his mouth. Damn, how did it become your academy? But who asked you to be the boss? I won't fight with you.
At this moment, Zhang Sun Wuji and the others also understood Li Wangyu's meaning. However, when they lowered their heads to look at the toys in their hands, their faces that had just returned to normal darkened again. Damn, this group of big shots just now, including Pai Lupi, none of them could solve the problem within the time it took for a stick of incense to burn.
If that was the case, could it be that they couldn't even compare to the child? How could Zhang Sun Wuji and the others endure this?
Pai Lupi and the others finally understood that it wasn't the teaching assistant of the academy who was playing favoritism. As for Li Wangyu's testing method, they also felt that it was very reasonable. However, at this moment, the aristocrat in front of the academy's entrance was still making a ruckus, causing the order of the scene to become a little chaotic.
Seeing this situation, Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown. He was naturally unhappy.
Li Wangyu hurriedly let Lu Rengue and Shangguanyi, who were following behind him, handle it so that it wouldn't affect today's enrollment. This kind of small matter was naturally easy for Lu Rengue and Shangguanyi to handle. Without much effort, the two of them explained the reason for the situation in today's entrance test to the crowd. After hearing the two's explanation, the crowd waiting in line finally quieted down. The aristocrat was so embarrassed that his face turned red. He pulled his son and hurriedly bowed and apologized to the crowd. Then he hurriedly left, so that he wouldn't continue to stay here and embarrass himself. Many officials and businessmen in the registration line couldn't help but start to worry. Originally, they had the same thoughts as the aristocrat. Their sons or grandsons had already been educated, so reading and writing wasn't a difficult thing for them. In these people's minds, it was a piece of cake for their children to enter the academy. Many people even looked at the farmers who came to register with disdain. However, they didn't expect that the entrance test of the Academy of the Tang Dynasty would be so novel. It made them uneasy. Pai Lupi thought about Li Wangyu's words just now and continued to ask, Zio, you just said that it was a preliminary test. Are those children not enough to enter the academy after passing this test? In Li Er's opinion, a child who was able to solve the Tangram and Huarong Dao within the time it took for an incense stick to burn was already considered to be extremely intelligent, but he did not expect that his nephew was still not satisfied and actually still wanted to test.
Li Wangyu nodded. Yes, this is only the preliminary test. The children who pass will have another test. Uncle, would you like to take a look?
Pai Lupi and the others were naturally interested. They repeatedly urged Li Wangyu to lead the way. They wanted to see what was going on. Li Wangyu didn't refuse. He led the crowd to a room in the academy and motioned them not to make any noise so as not to disturb the children who were taking the test inside. Pai Lupi and the others nodded. The group of bigwigs tiptoed to the front of the room like thieves and secretly peeked inside. With this look, everyone was even more confused. There was only one child sitting in the room. No teaching assistant of the academy appeared. In front of the child was a table with a small plate on it. On the plate was a piece of candy with an attractive color.
Chapter 805.
The strange scene in the room made Pai Lupi very puzzled. He lowered his voice and asked, Zio, is this the second test that you came up with?
That's right. Uncle, don't be impatient. We will know the results of this test very soon.
Li Wangyu did not explain and continued to keep him in suspense. Pai Lupi and the other big shots looked at each other. They were all confused, but they could only continue to observe patiently. The child in the room stared at the candy on the table without blinking.
It was obvious that he wanted to eat it. However, the child seemed to have some scruples.
He held back and picked up the candy in front of him several times, looked at it, and then put it down. However, the child could not resist the temptation of the candy. After he picked it up and licked it, he could not hold back anymore and started to eat the candy happily. Li Wangyu saw this and could not help but shake his head. He said to Pai Lupi and the others, What a pity! The child persisted for half the time but still failed in the end. He did not pass the second test. Pai Lupi glared at him with dissatisfaction. Zio, explain to me clearly. Why did this child fail? But after eating that piece of candy, you did not allow him to enter the academy to study?
What kind of logic is this?
Zhang Sun Wuji, Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other big shots all nodded. They obviously agreed with Pai Lupi's words. They also could not understand the scene in front of them. Li Wangyu smiled. Uncle, everyone, don't be anxious.
Let me explain slowly.
These children are naturally very intelligent. Otherwise, they would not be able to pass the first test.
Pai Lupi nodded. He naturally agreed with this point.
Pai Lupi could not help but sigh when he thought about how he, an emperor, was instantly defeated by a child in playing with toys. He thought to himself, what kind of monsters did Li Wangyu select? Pai Lupi was already very satisfied that the Academy of the Tang Dynasty could recruit these intelligent children. He even began to imagine that 10 years later, when this group of intelligent children left the academy to participate in the spring imperial examination, would they shock the entire court? However, in Pai Lupi's eyes, this extremely intelligent child was actually eliminated by Li Wangyu in such a ridiculous way and was not allowed to enter the academy to study.
This made Pai Lupi a little angry.
Since Ziyu is also aware of this point, why did you say that this child is unqualified?
Tell me clearly.
Li Wangyu smiled and rubbed his nose. Uncle, the reason is actually very simple. This kind of child lacks perseverance and will not be able to achieve great things. Does Uncle know that Kuang Heng chiseled the wall to steal the light? Sun Jing hung the beam to pierce the stock, and Zhu Ti danced when he heard the rooster? Without perseverance, it would be difficult to achieve anything just by relying on intelligence. That's why I've designed the second round tests questions to pick out those children with perseverance.
Pai Lupi was stunned when he heard this.
He carefully pondered over Li Wangyu's words and had to admit that what he said made a lot of sense. Whether it was chiseling the wall to steal light, hanging the beam to pierce the buttocks, or dancing at the sound of the rooster, all of these examples showed the necessity of studying hard. He just didn't understand how to tell whether a child had perseverance or not by letting them sit indoors with a piece of candy in front of them. Li Wangyu saw that everyone was puzzled and continued to explain. Uncle, everyone, before this test began, the academy's teaching assistant told these children that the candy in front of them could be eaten. However, if they didn't eat it before the teaching assistant returned, they would be rewarded with an extra piece of candy.
And then?
Pai Lupi still didn't understand. Li Wangyu shrugged. Naturally, when the teaching assistant returned, the children who didn't eat the candy would be qualified. Those who ate it would be unqualified.
What kind of logic is this?
Li Wangyu scratched his head and didn't know how to explain it. The tests he did were actually from later generations. In the 1960s, a professor in the United States designed this experiment. The experiment of eating the candy after the test was one of the simplest and most successful experiments in the world. Through observation, the professor found that 1/3 of the children immediately ate the candy after he left. 1/3 persisted halfway and couldn't bear it anymore and gave up waiting. Only 1/3 persisted until the end and received a reward. The professor had been tracking these children and found out that 14 years later, these children graduated from high school and entered universities or started to work. The professor continued to conduct further research on these children and found that the children who ate the candy immediately tended to lack self-confidence and didn't get along well with their peers. The children who ate the candy after receiving the reward had excellent communication skills, were opinionated, and outstanding. Even the test scores of the children who waited were much higher than those who didn't wait. Li Wangyu's Tang Dynasty Academy wanted to select the elites to enter. Naturally, he wanted to select the children who were willing to wait and had self-control. However, Li Wangyu couldn't explain these things to Pai Lupi and the other big shots. Faced with Pai Lupi's question, he could only give a vague answer. The children who ate the candy after the test had more self-control and would be able to study harder.
That's why I made this choice.
His explanation naturally didn't satisfy Pai Lupi and the others. Zhang Sun Wuji said, Zio, this method of yours seems to be a little whimsical. How can you be sure that the children who ate the candy after the test are people with perseverance? The logic is simple. The temptation of the candy to the children is no less than the temptation of high positions and high salaries to adults. If these children know how to give and take at such a young age, wouldn't they be able to control themselves better when they grow up?
Pai Lupi frowned and thought for a while. Finally, he nodded slowly. Zio's words make sense.
Seeing that Pai Lupi had spoken, the others didn't say anything else. They just continued to watch the entrance test of the academy. Li Wangyu had advertised in the international newspaper in advance for the enrollment of the academy today. Therefore, not only was there a sensation in Chang'an City, but there was also an endless stream of people coming to sign up for the academy today. However, the number of people coming to sign up didn't decrease. Instead, it was increasing. In just half a day, the teaching assistants of the academy had tested close to 5,000 to 6,000 children. However, the number of people who passed the 2 tests was only a little more than 100. Even Pai Lupi and the others were shocked by such an exaggerated enrollment ratio.
Zio, how can I enter the academy to study?
In my opinion, it's even harder than the spring imperial examination. Kong Ingda, the chancellor of the Imperial College, was also shocked by the enrollment situation of the academy. Li Wangyu spread out his hands.
The academy can only enroll about 500 children. It can't be helped.
Although he said so, his arrogance made Kong Ingda, the old man, want to beat him up. Kong Ingda was also secretly shocked when he saw the enrollment of the academy. If the group of children recruited by Li Wangyu participated in the spring imperial examination in 10 years, the students of the Imperial College would have nothing to do with it.
However, Kong Ingda was open-minded.
Thinking that it would happen 10 years later, he didn't worry anymore. Anyway, the chancellor of the Imperial College would definitely not be his. It was not his turn to worry about this kind of thing. Anyway, out of sight, out of mind. The old man was open-minded. In the 8th month of the 3rd year of Zhengguan, the world-famous academy of the Tang Dynasty opened the curtain to the stage of the Tang Dynasty.
Chapter 806.
Tang Dynasty, Zhengguan 4th year, early summer. On the official road from Chang'an to Luoyang, a group of carriages was slowly moving forward under the setting sun.
The sunlight cast long shadows behind them. Husband, it's getting late. Why don't we rest at the relay station ahead tonight?
A one-eyed brawny man rode his horse to the side of a luxuriously decorated 4-wheeled carriage in the middle of the procession, and inquired.
Sure, you can arrange it.
A young man's lazy voice came from the carriage.
It was Li Wangyu's voice.
As for the one-eyed man, he was naturally Niu Wu. After receiving the order, several horses immediately ran out from the group and headed to the relay station ahead.
An hour later, the group of carriages arrived at the relay station.
The relay station's messenger was already respectfully waiting in front of the relay station with a large group of postilions.
This lowly one greets Ho.
Oh no, this lowly one greets County Magistrate Li. When the messenger saw the group of carriages arrive, he quickly bowed to the carriages in the group.
All right, there's no need to be so polite.
This official is going to take up a post in Huayin County, and will be staying at your relay station for the night.
Niu Wu,
give this messenger the official document from the Ministry of Personnel.
Li Wangyu's voice came from the carriage.
The messenger was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat and almost knelt down. He quickly waved his hand and said, No need, no need.
This lowly one doesn't dare.
County Magistrate Li, this lowly one has already ordered people to clean the room and prepare food. This relay station is crude and simple, so I hope County Magistrate Li won't mind. Li Wangyu's lazy voice came from the carriage again. There's no need, I'll be resting in the carriage tonight. There's no need to prepare food. We'll bring our own. We'll just borrow the inn's kitchen.
As for the accommodation, we'll just stay in the carriage.
There's no need to trouble you.
Yes, yes.
The messenger didn't dare to ask any more questions. He quickly called for the postilions to help lead Li Wangyu's group to the open space where the carriages were parked. The Li family's troops dismounted from their horses. Many maidservants also came out from the accompanying 4-wheeled carriages and began to prepare water for cooking. The messenger hurriedly called for the post-house men to prepare the provisions to feed the horses. He was very busy with his work. The postilions at the post-house did not understand why their post-house ambassador would be so respectful to a county magistrate. They also did not understand why a 9th-grade county magistrate who was about to take office would be so arrogant. The accompanying troops, maidservants, and several carriages that were specially used to carry luggage were almost as numerous as the nobles. Some of the post-house runners who were close to the post-house runners secretly asked the post-house runners about the situation.
Boss, who is this Magistrate Li? Was he that arrogant? Isn't he just a 9th-grade official?
The messenger was so frightened by his words that he quickly covered the courier's mouth with his hand. He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention before he glared at the messenger and scolded in a low voice. What do you know?
Do you know who this person is?
You'll be scared to death if I tell you. This is the county marquis who founded the dynasty.
County marquis?
Boss, you're not talking nonsense, right?
Didn't you just call him a county magistrate? Isn't he going to take office in Huayin County?
The courier thought that there was something wrong with his ears. The messenger knocked the courier's head with a chestnut and said, "Idiot, did you forget about the incident that happened in Chang'an City?" After being scolded by the messenger, the courier came back to his senses. He could not help but open his mouth wide and could not speak clearly. This is the county marquis?
The imperial tutor of the crown prince? Then why did you call him Magistrate Li? Isn't that disrespectful?
The messenger glared at him and said, "What do you know? This is something that the Marquis of Huxian's troops specially ordered when they came to inform us that we are not allowed to call this person by his title.
We are only allowed to call him by his official position."
Tiske,
what's wrong with him?
The courier shook his head with a puzzled expression.
Lower your voice, Tian Shalang. What are you saying? Do you want to die? Yes, he.
Boss, you don't have to be so nervous.
The nobles don't care about lowly people like us.
Tiske, boss, look at this marquis.
He's really impressive. He actually brought such a large group of maidservants with him when he went out. He even brought along his own cooking maids and ingredients. He really is a noble.
Isn't that nonsense?
Don't you know who the Marquis of Huxian is? He's the famous god of wealth in Chang'an City. In the entire Tang dynasty, the only person richer than this noble is the emperor.
While the messenger and courier were whispering, Afro was massaging Li Wangyu's shoulders in the carriage. She smiled coquettishly and said, "Lang Jun, why do you insist on others calling you by your official position?
Is the 9th-rank county magistrate very nice? What's wrong with calling me by my official position? Since someone wants to force me to be a 9th-rank county magistrate, then so be it. It's not like I'll lose face." Li Wangyu looked a little annoyed when he mentioned this.
Perrin covered her mouth and chuckled. "Lang Jun, you're the one at a disadvantage if you compete with the emperor." The Perrin of today was no longer the little girl Li Wangyu saw when he first opened his eyes when he first transmigrated to the Tang dynasty.
2 years had passed and Perrin was now 15 years old. She was even more beautiful. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. What's there to be at a disadvantage about? What do you know? Don't you know that being at a disadvantage is a blessing?
Don't be fooled by someone who wants to force me out of Chang'an and become a county magistrate in Huayin County just to make me compromise.
I don't care at all. A county magistrate is a county magistrate.
I feel more at ease outside of Chang'an.
Perrin squatted beside Li Wangyu and massaged his feet.
She said coquettishly, "Lang Jun, why don't you listen to the emperor and marry Chang'e?
Won't everyone be happy?" Sister Chongqing said that she doesn't mind. Li Wangyu reached out and pinched Perrin's face. "Cut the crap. Do you think I'll do that? How old is Chang'e? She's only 11 years old. Do you think I'm crazy to marry such a lowly? What's more, Chang'e is my disciple. If she listens to someone, won't she be messing up her moral code? What a scandal."
It was very obvious that the someone Li Wangyu was referring to was the current emperor of the Tang dynasty, the wise and brilliant Pai Lupi. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Aphrodite and Perrin naturally did not say anything more. They only covered their mouths and snickered. Li Wangyu glared at them, but was disinclined to pay them any attention. Closing his eyes, he pondered his own matters. The reason why he had appeared at this relay station was naturally because he had been driven out of Chang'an by Pai Lupi, who had arranged for him to immediately depart for Huayin County and assume the position of county magistrate of the lower 9th rank. As for the main reason for this conflict, it was because of what Perrin had said. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son had actually lost their minds and suddenly wanted to betroth Princess Chang'e to him. Li Wangyu would naturally rather die than comply. After arguing with Pai Lupi, he was driven out of Chang'an by the angered Pai Lupi.
Chapter 807.
In the second half of the 3rd year of Zhengguan, many things happened in Chang'an. The first to bear the brunt was naturally the Academy of the Tang Dynasty. The Academy's recruitment in August caused a sensation in Chang'an.
Everyone rushed to the Academy.
Those families who were successfully accepted by the Academy immediately celebrated with a feast, as if their children had entered a famous university in the future. This caused the surrounding neighbors to be extremely envious. In those few days,
All the shops in Chang and that sold exploding rods were sold out. The crackling sounds of exploding rods could be heard everywhere. It was very lively. The appearance of the Academy of the Tang Dynasty attracted everyone's attention. It also made people admire County Count Li Wangyu even more. As for those aristocratic families, their intestines were now green with regret. Especially the Wang clan of Taiyuan, who was even more regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have merged with them. These aristocratic families were more and more afraid of Li Wangyu's influence. They restrained their children from provoking County Count Hu. As for the monk Faya of the Mercy Temple, he had also failed. This stupid monk was the same as in history. Due to his jealousy and hatred of Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu, he began to spread rumors and claim to be the reincarnation of Buddha. Because of Li Yuan's secret support, Faya became more and more arrogant. Naturally, he quickly angered Pai Lupi, who ordered the Ministry of Justice to arrest him. As expected, Faya was cut in half at the waist on the streets of Shi City. Pei Ji also resigned and was chased back to his hometown by Pai Lupi. Different from history, because of the conflict between Faya and Li Wangyu, many officials and nobles in Chang, and did not think that Faya's death had anything to do with Li Yuan. Instead, they thought that Pai Lupi, the emperor, was venting anger for Li Wangyu. This misunderstanding made Li Wangyu even more famous. Everyone respected him and did not dare to offend him. When Li Wangyu heard about this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Could this be considered as a fox exploiting the tiger's might? However, he was too lazy to explain such things. If the world wanted to misunderstand, then let them misunderstand. There was no harm in it anyway. Li Wangyu lived a comfortable life for half a year. During this period, he only went to Chang'an City to participate in the national games of the Tang Dynasty. Originally, in the minds of Pai Lupi and the other court officials, there was no such thing as an opening ceremony. However, how could Li Wangyu let go of such a fun opportunity? Together with Cheng Chumo and the others, he asked Pai Lupi to take over the opening ceremony. Therefore, this fellow directly plagiarized the opening ceremony of the Wuxia Olympic Games in the future. Of course, the sound, light, and other performances were naturally absent. The performance of thousands of drummers in unison also shocked Pai Lupi, the officials of the imperial court, and the envoys of the vassal states. However, the most shocking thing was the military parade that Li Wangyu came up with. Anyway, the purpose of Pai Lupi agreeing to hold this sports event was not to strengthen the body, but to awe the world and spread the name of the Tang Dynasty. Therefore, Li Wangyu simply asked the old rogue Cheng Yaojin and other generals to come up with a military parade with them. When tens of thousands of imperial guards, fully armed in bright armor, lined up in a square formation and marched through the auditorium in uniform steps, the whole Dazhao baseball stadium immediately exploded. Including Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and Li Jing, these big shots, who had never seen such a military parade, all waved their fists excitedly and shouted crazily. More than 100,000 spectators at the scene were also crazy and could not control themselves. As for the envoys of the vassal states, they were so shocked that their faces turned pale and they were dumbfounded. Such a majestic army immediately made the envoys of the vassal states feel that the Tang dynasty was invincible in their hearts. In fact, since ancient times, Wuxia also had a military parade. It was held during major festivals, welcoming and sending off state guests and troops, triumphant returns, reviewing, awarding flags, awarding awards, and large-scale military exercises. It was said in the Zhuazhuan, the major events of the country are in worship and war. Worship could be regarded as a military parade. The earliest military parade recorded in history was from the Zhou dynasty. 800 dukes met in the Alliance Valley to review the troops and hold an alliance meeting. However, how could the military parade in ancient Wuxia compare to the one in modern times? Li Wangyu was also a military fan. He had participated in the military training in school and watched the military parade live on TV several times. Therefore, he was the person who knew the most about military parades in the world. After a lot of trouble, tens of thousands of imperial guards were trained, and they marched in a proper manner. Although they could not be compared to the clone army of Wuxia in modern times, in the eyes of the Tang people, this military style was already a mighty army that could not be matched. After the national games of the Tang dynasty smoothly ended, Pai Lupi did not care about Li Wangyu's young age and directly issued an imperial edict, promoting him to the position of Marquis of the founding county and giving him a salary of 400 households. This matter once again shocked the entire court, but no one dared to gossip about it. After all, although Li Wangyu had not yet become an official, his influence was increasing day by day. Most of the big shots in the imperial court were close to him. Under such circumstances, who would be so stupid as to criticize Li Wangyu in front of Pai Lupi and say that he was too young? After waiting for 4 years for Li Wangyu to reach the age of 18 and mourning for his father, Pai Lupi personally performed the coronation ceremony for him. Originally, Li Wangyu's days were very comfortable. However, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son seemed to see that Li Wangyu was too idle and insisted on finding something for him to do. No one knew what these two were thinking. They actually wanted to recruit Li Wangyu as their son-in-law and marry Princess Chang'e to him. After learning about this, Li Wangyu was immediately shocked. They wanted him to marry an 11-year-old girl? Were they crazy? Moreover, he and Pai Lupi were uncle and nephew. He and Li Lizzie were also relatives. Not to mention, Li Lizzie had kowtowed to him. Under such circumstances, Li Wangyu was unwilling to agree to such a ridiculous thing. Moreover, he had a beautiful superior. It was even more impossible for him to marry another woman. Therefore, Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi, uncle and nephew, began to quarrel over this matter. Li Wangyu refused to give in and nodded. Pai Lupi was even more determined to make Li Wangyu his son-in-law. This matter was quarreled over and over again, from Pai Lupi's family matters to the imperial court. Therefore, the imperial court was divided into 2 factions. Some agreed with it and some firmly opposed it. For a time, Chang'an city was in an uproar over this matter. After Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi argued, Pai Lupi was driven out of Taiji Palace in anger. The next day, Mi Tuo ran to Dingzhou County Marquis Manor with a strange expression. Pai Lupi issued an imperial edict to appoint Li Wangyu as the county magistrate of Huayin County. He was to set off immediately without delay. Therefore, Chang'an City's popular fried chicken, Li Wangyu, Marquis Huxian, was driven to Huayin County by Pai Lupi to be a 9th-rank county magistrate. Chapter 808. Huayin County was about 200 miles away from Chang'an City. It was neither too far nor too close. With the speed of a 4-wheeled carriage, it would only take a day to arrive. If one were to speed up the horses, they would be able to arrive in 6 to 8 hours by constantly changing horses at the relay station. Even under normal circumstances, it would be easy to arrive in a day. Pai Lupi was so angry that he forcefully ordered Li Wangyu to become an official, but he only made him a 9th-ranked county magistrate in a fit of pique. What was even more strange was that Li Wangyu's title was not removed. Thus, in the history of the Tang Empire, the first secondary Class 3 marquis who founded the country became a Class 9 sesame official after entering the Tang Empire. After Li Wangyu was chased out of Chang'an by Li Er, he was also very depressed. Thus, he did not rush to take up his post. Instead, he dawdled along the way and enjoyed the scenery. The journey that should have taken him 1 day took him 4 or 5 days on the official road. Because his beautiful superior had to take care of many properties in the mansion, she had no choice but to stay in Chang'an City temporarily. She arranged for Afro and Perrin to accompany her, while Niuwu led a large group of troops to protect her. Now that Lai Hot did not want to collect copper coins, Li Wangyu's family head was appointed as an official, so it was naturally a big matter in the mansion. Thus, groups of maidservants and all kinds of daily necessities were loaded into 7 to 8 large carriages. It was a large group of people and horses. Those who knew would say that Li Wangyu was going to take up the position in another city. But those who did not know would probably think that some prince was going on an inspection tour. The inn that they stayed in today was actually only 40 to 50 miles away from Huayin County. But Li Wangyu still found a place to stay and was not in a hurry to take up the position in Huayin County. A county magistrate was equivalent to the director of the Public Security Bureau in the future. He was in charge of the security of the county and arresting thieves. It was a very small official. Li Wangyu was also angry with Pai Lupi, so he did not allow people to call him by his title, and only allowed people to call him by his official position, which was why the previous incident happened. After Niuwu finished arranging the accommodations, he went to Li Wangyu's carriage and reported, "Lang Jun, everything is ready." In addition, the Imperial Army soldiers of the Chamberlain of Jin are also camping outside the relay station. Should I send someone to deliver some food to them? The golden guards that Niuwu spoke of were sent out by Pai Lupi under Chang Yaojin's orders to protect Li Wangyu. Although Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu, uncle and nephew, had quarreled over the issue of whether or not to marry Princess Chang'e,
Pai Lupi was very concerned about Li Wangyu's safety. Therefore, after chasing Li Wangyu out of Chang'an, he immediately ordered the old hooligan Chang Yaojin to send 100 imperial guards to protect him. Along the way, the 100 imperial army cavalrymen followed Li Wangyu's convoy from afar to protect them from any disturbances. Let's follow the old rules and have someone deliver the food. Li Wangyu naturally would not neglect these imperial army soldiers. Although it seemed that there was no need for these imperial army soldiers to protect him, the public security on the road from Chang'an to Luoyang was excellent. There would not be any bandits or robbers. Even if there were, it would be impossible for them to be so blind. After all, his convoy had dozens of elite and valiant guards. Rather than saying that these 100 imperial army soldiers were here to protect Li Wangyu, it would be better to say that they were here to accompany him on a sightseeing tour. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, the courier at the relay station trembled in fear as he led the courier to send off the 9th-ranked official, Li Wangyu. After delaying on the road for 4 or 5 days, Li Wangyu was finally unable to delay any longer. No matter how long the journey was, there would still be a day when they arrived, not to mention such a short distance. When Li Wangyu and his convoy arrived at the gate of Huayin County, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. At the gate, the county magistrate of Huayin County led the county premier and other officials, as well as 3 groups of bailiffs, to respectfully welcome them. Behind the group of officials and bailiffs, there was also a large group of Huayin County citizens. Seeing this scene, Li Wangyu speechlessly rolled his eyes. Damn! Do you want a yellow dirt road and clean water street? He was just a 9th-ranked county magistrate. Did they have to be so exaggerated? In truth, Li Wangyu didn't even think about it. Even though he was a rank 9 magistrate of Huayin County in name, he was also a rank 3 marquis of the founding county of Great Tang. Furthermore, Huayin County was so close to Chang'an, so everyone knew what was going on in Chang'an City. As for why this marquis came to their county to be a county magistrate, they were very clear about it. This was simply a fight between gods. Who would dare to treat Li Wangyu as a 9th-ranked county magistrate? That would be a real idiot. Moreover, if one day Li Wangyu relented and married Princess Chang'e, tying the knot with the emperor, what kind of status would he have? As a result, everyone in Huayin County, from the county magistrate to the bailiffs, treated Li Wangyu as a big shot of the court, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Seeing Li Wangyu disembark from the carriage, the county magistrate of Huayin immediately stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Li Wangyu. This lowly county magistrate of Huayin, Shang Zimo, pays respects to the county marquis. Li Wangyu did not put on airs, hurriedly helping the county magistrate up. The Ming house is too courteous. I am now a subordinate of the Ming house. How can I accept such a great courtesy from the Ming house? Haha, the Ming house should still address me by my official position. How can this be? As a county magistrate of the 7th rank, how could Shang Zimo dare to be so impudent to a county marquis? Hearing Li Wangyu speak in such a manner, even his tongue was about to curl. Li Wangyu waved his hand. There is no need for the Ming house to speak too much. Just address me as county magistrate Li. Yes, this lowly official understands. This lowly official greets the prefect of the imperial household. Shang Zimo secretly wiped away the sweat on his forehead, inwardly thinking that this marquis was truly difficult to serve. The prefect of the imperial household was the title given to the county magistrate in the Tang Dynasty. However, he did not dare to reveal this. Although he addressed Li Wangyu as county magistrate, his attitude became increasingly respectful. He carefully introduced Li Wangyu to the group of county officials and local gentry behind him. The attitude of those officials and gentry was even more respectful. No one would be foolish enough to treat Li Wangyu as a county magistrate. Although everyone followed Li Wangyu's request and changed their greetings, the prefect of the imperial household, their careful attitude made them seem like lackeys. Prefect of the imperial household, this lowly official has already ordered people to prepare food and wine for the prefect of the imperial household. This lowly official hopes that the prefect of the imperial household will grace us with your presence. Shang Zimo bowed and smiled. However, Li Wangyu waved his hand. How can I allow everyone to invite me? Niu Wu, is my residence ready? Niu Wu quickly replied. The housekeeper has already found a residence a few days ago and has already prepared it. That's good. Li Wangyu turned his head and smiled at Shang Zimo. I believe that the Ming house also knows that the delicacies and wine in my residence are famous in Chang'an. Therefore, instead of going to some restaurant, why don't I invite everyone to my residence?
How can this be? Isn't this too disrespectful?
Shang Zimo and the rest could not help but look at each other. They were supposed to welcome Li Wangyu back. How did it become a group of people going to the Lai Hut for a meal? However, Li Wangyu waved his hand domineeringly. All right, that's it.
I'm not used to the drinks in the outer room.
Let me be the host and invite the Ming residents and everyone here to try the culinary skills of my chef.
Chapter 809.
Since Li Wangyu had spoken, County Magistrate Shang Zimo and the other county officials naturally did not dare to say anything else. After apologizing once more, they followed Li Wangyu's instructions. Actually, whether it was Shang Zimo, the deputy of Huayin County, or the officials of Class 3 and Class 6, they were all cursing in their hearts.
They were not cursing Li Wangyu.
Instead, their resentment was directed towards Pai Lupi, who was sitting on the throne of Taiji Palace in Chang'an City. How bored must he be to send a marquis of the founding county of the Tang Empire to their medium-sized county to be a deputy county magistrate?
How unreliable must he be to do such an unreliable thing? This was especially so for Shang Zimo and the county deputy. As the two most powerful people in Huayin County, they were even more speechless. How was this a deputy of Huayin County? This was more like an ancestor. Other high-ranking officials would only stop for a short while when they passed by Huayin County. However, this man was their subordinate in name. Shang Zimo felt that he was really lucky to have such a subordinate with such a status. However, while others were lucky, his ancestral grave was probably black. Shang Zimo was a 7th-grade county magistrate. To put it bluntly, his status in Chang'an City would probably be lower than the housekeeper of the Lord Protector's mansion. Shang Zimo was not wrong about this. In fact, he had overestimated his own status. Li Wangyu's old housekeeper, Li Heng, would be able to take a seat in the Duke's mansion. As for the 3rd and 4th grade officials in the imperial court, they would be extremely polite when they saw Li Heng. Shang Zimo was a 7th-grade county magistrate. If he were to go to Chang'an City, he might not even be able to enter the mansions of the 3rd and 4th grade officials. Shang Zimo and the deputy of Huayin County wanted to hug each other and cry when they saw the dozens of troops following Li Wangyu and the group of imperial guards of Golden Guards. This was too much of a bully.
However, both Shang Zimo and the deputy of Huayin County maintained their positions and attitudes. They would serve the man in front of them wholeheartedly. A group of people crowded around Li Wangyu's car and went straight into Huayin County. As for the 100 imperial guards, they also entered the city and headed straight for Huayin County's Zhetzong Manor. The decree they had received was to protect the Marquis of Wuxia while he was in Huayin County. Without a decree, they would have to stay in Huayin County until Li Wangyu returned to Chang'an. Huayin County was a middle-class county with a population of less than 2,000 households. Therefore, the scale of the county was not large. However, Huayin County was the birthplace of the Yang clan under the heavens. There was a saying, the Yang clan under the heavens originates from Huayin, and the Yang clan of Huayin belongs to the East Palace. The former Sui Emperor Yang Jian, was from Huayin. As such, the small Huayin County was quite lively. Li Wangyu dawdled on the road for a few days, but the steward of the Marquis' estate had already prepared a residence for his Lang Jun. After the steward of the Marquis' estate took a liking to a wealthy merchant's house, he immediately moved out and sold the house to the Marquis' estate of Wuxia. Of course, the steward of the Marquis' estate was not one to bully others. As Li Wangyu did not lack copper coins, he increased the price by 30% according to the market price and gave the wealthy merchant enough copper coins. In the next few days, the 4-wheeled carriages of Shun Feng Carriage Company traveled back and forth between Huayin County and Dingzhou Village. Like ants moving to a house, they transported all kinds of decorations and tools to the Marquis' estate in Huayin County. His beautiful superior even threw out a large amount of copper coins and recruited hundreds of craftsmen from Chang'an City. She directly sent them to Huayin County to renovate the house. After working day and night, Li Wangyu finally reached Huayin County after he was done dawdling on the official road. Within a few days, the Marquis' estate in the county had already been refurbished and everything was ready. While Li Wangyu was exchanging greetings with Shang Zimo and the rest, the accompanying maidservants and most of the troops had already entered the city to make preparations. By the time Li Wangyu and the rest arrived at his estate in Huayin County, everything was already prepared. Shang Zimo,
the district deputy and the rest looked at the refurbished estate in front of them and were secretly shocked.
They had been invited by the wealthy merchant to a banquet and had been guests at this estate before.
Who would have thought that Noda's estate would completely change in just a few days? The newly painted red door had a plaque above it with the words Marquis Estate of Wuxia written on it in gold.
On both sides of the door, there were guards of the Marquis estate who were dressed in martial attire and holding weapons in their hands.
They looked like they were keeping strangers away. However, Li Wangyu was not satisfied and instructed Niu Wu, "Get someone to change this plaque. I am now the county lieutenant of Huayin County. Why does it say Marquis Estate? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?"
Niu Wu held back his laughter and nodded his head in agreement. However, Xianxia and the rest had a weird look on their faces as they thought to themselves, "Who is so blind to dare to laugh at this master?"
Li Wangyu invited everyone into the estate. However, they heard the sound of hurried horse hooves coming from the streets. Everyone stopped and looked over. It was a few people wearing dark red official robes riding on horses. They were panting as they rushed over. Li Wangyu did not recognize them, but Shang Zimo and the rest did.
Their expressions turned even weirder. There was no other reason other than the fact that the group of officials that came were the provincial governor and officials of Huazhou.
Huayin County was under the jurisdiction of Huazhou. Huazhou was the central province of the Tang Dynasty, and the provincial governor was a fourth-grade official position. Needless to say, the arrival of the Marquis of Wuxia had even caught the news of the Huazhou provincial governor's arrival. He hurriedly brought all the officials of Huazhou over to greet Li Wangyu, the county lieutenant of Huayin County. Shang Zimo and the deputy beside him looked at each other. They could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. The provincial governor of Huazhou led all the officials of Huazhou to the front. He quickly got off his horse and respectfully greeted Li Wangyu. Everyone exchanged greetings and pleasantries. Li Wangyu naturally knew the purpose of these officials' visit and did not mind. He only smiled and invited everyone into the estate to take a seat in the main hall. With their superior around, Shang Zimo and the deputy district magistrate were squeezed to the back of the queue.
As for the exiled officials from the 6th branch of the county yamen, they could only shrink to a corner and did not even dare to breathe loudly. In the main hall, the servants of the Marquis residence continuously brought in all sorts of delicacies and wine.
The atmosphere gradually became lively. "Ming House, why did you move so far away? Come, sit over here." Li Wangyu saw Shang Zimo kneeling in a corner of the main hall and hurriedly called out to him. Shang Zimo squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. No need. You are too polite. This place is pretty good. He still had a discerning eye. The people sitting beside Li Wangyu were the provincial governor of Huazhou and the senior officials. Why should he, a mere county magistrate, go and join in the fun? Shang Zimo did not dare to sit beside Li Wangyu in consideration of his superiors, the provincial governor of Huazhou. However, Li Wangyu did not care so much. He stood up and walked to Shang Zimo's side and pulled him over. Ming House. You are my superior. How can you sit over there? If this were to spread, wouldn't others say that I do not know etiquette? Li Wangyu pulled Shang Zimo to his side. The moment he said this, Shang Zimo did not dare to say anything. He looked at the provincial governor of Huazhou and the senior officials who were sitting beside him. He was about to break out in cold sweat. Marquis, can you not be like this?
Shang Zimo was still mourning for himself in his heart when he saw a servant of the Marquis residence rushing in to report.
Lang Jun, the Crown Prince and King Yu are here to visit. The moment he said this, the originally lively main hall suddenly became silent. Chapter 8:10. When Li Wangyu heard this, he was also a bit confused. Why were Li Chengqian and Li Tai here? Immediately, Li Wangyu's face was filled with anger.
Summon the two of them in.
When he said this, everyone in the hall, including the Huazhou provincial governor and chief clerk, was even more stunned. Many people's mouths were so wide open that eggs could be stuffed in. The Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu had personally come to Huayin County. This was already shocking enough. Not only did this lord not hurry out to greet them, he actually used the word, summon? Immediately, some pedantic officials stood up, trembling in anger. They wanted to reprimand Li Wangyu. Did he not care about the etiquette of a ruler and his subjects? What kind of scandal was this? But before they could speak, they saw Crown Prince Li Chengqian and little fatty Li Tai quickly walk into the hall. In the hall, all the officials immediately stood up and bowed to greet the crown prince. This subject greets your highness the crown prince and his highness King Yu. Only Li Wangyu sat behind a few tables, staring at Li Chengqian and Li Tai with a cold smile. Dispense with the formalities. Li Chengqian and Li Tai ignored the Huazhou officials and respectfully bowed to Li Wangyu. Disciples Chengqian and Qingke greet teacher. Greetings to teacher. Li Chengqian was already 11 years old, and little fatty Li Tai was already 10 years old. In the eyes of the Tang people, they were already adults. But in Li Wangyou's eyes, they were just two little brats in the 5th or 6th grade of primary school. Li Wangyou's face stiffened, and he asked coldly, "Why did the two of you appear in Huayin County today? Today isn't a day off, so why aren't you studying at the academy? Did you play truant? Niu Wu, go and fetch my imperial ruler. Today, I will let these two know the consequences of playing truant." His words frightened the Huazhou officials in the hall. Many of their jaws were dislocated. What frightened the Huazhou officials even more was that Crown Prince Li Chengqian and Li Tai actually knelt down in front of Li Wangyu. This scene immediately caused the elderly official's vision to turn black, and they fainted on the spot. Li Chengqian and Li Tai both knelt in front of Li Wangyu, laughing merrily as they replied, "Teacher, please don't take out father's golden ferrule." "Teacher, you've misunderstood. The two of us aren't playing truant. We're here on our father's orders to serve teacher in Huayin County and learn from him." Did uncle really send you here? Hee, of course it's true. Li Chengqian and Li Tai both nodded their heads like little chicks pecking at rice, afraid that Li Wangyu would misunderstand. Li Wangyou's expression eased after hearing the two little ones' words. "If that's the case, then stay here. However, you still have to complete your homework as usual. I will check on you every day. Don't think that you don't have to do your homework after coming to Huayin County." Li Wangyou's words caused Li Chengqian and Li Tai's expressions to turn bitter. Ever since the Tang Dynasty's academy opened last year, they and the other princes had been sent to the academy to study by Pai Lupi. Originally, the teaching assistants of the academy were all trembling with fear and respect towards the crown prince and the princes. However, whether it was Li Wangyu or Pai Lupi, they had repeatedly requested that the teaching assistants of the academy be strict and treat everyone equally. They could not indulge the crown prince and the princes in their studies. As a result, Li Chengqian and the others were met with a tragedy. After all, the children who were able to study in the academy, other than the children of officials who had spent a large amount of money to enter the academy, were all carefully selected by Li Wangyu. They were all talented and intelligent people. Although Li Chengqian and Li Tai had received the best education since they were young, their starting point was much higher than the other children. However, the other children, especially the children of ordinary families, greatly treasured this learning opportunity that was hard to come by. All of them studied very hard. In less than a year, Li Chengqian and Li Tai's results in the academy exam could only be ranked in the middle of the 500 or so children in the academy. Although Pai Lupi was the emperor, he was also a parent. Under the competitive mentality of a parent, Pai Lupi immediately felt very displeased. How could the son of the emperor's first wife not be able to learn better than a group of farm workers' children? Even if the uncle could tolerate it, the aunt could not. Thus, whether it was Pai Lupi or Empress Zhang's son, their requirements for Li Chengqian and Li Tai became increasingly harsh. Their daily homework also became increasingly heavy, causing the princes to complain incessantly. Even Li Chengqian and Li Tai's daily homework gave them headaches. They had originally thought that the two of them would be temporarily liberated from their trip to Huayin County, but they did not expect Li Wangyu to pour a bucket of cold water over their heads. "Yes, your disciples understand," Li Chengqian and Li Tai replied weakly. When they thought of so much homework, the two of them felt their teeth itch. Li Wangyu, however, did not care about their thoughts. In any case, he had been tortured by homework since he was young. Now that it was his turn to torture others, how could he easily let it go? Seeing Li Chengqian and Li Tai's displeasure, Li Wangyu felt very pleased. As expected, happiness was built on other people's pain. Actually, Li Chengqian and Li Tai had come to Huayin County with a mission. Li Wangyu had fallen out with Pai Lupi because of Chengle's matter. In a fit of anger, Pai Lupi sent him to a remote and desolate place to be a county magistrate. However, this caused Li Chengqian and Li Tai to be in a difficult position. On one side was their teacher, and on the other was their younger sister, the emperor, and their mother. No matter how they chose, they would be wrong. Of course, from the bottom of their hearts,
They naturally hoped that their teacher would be obedient and marry their younger sister Chengel. In this way, their teacher would become their brother-in-law. Wahahaha.
Just thinking about it made Li Chengqian and Li Tai excited.
Therefore, on the way to Huayin County, Li Chengqian and Li Tai discussed that they had to find a way to persuade Li Wangyu to agree to this marriage. In fact, this was also the intention of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son. Before the two of them left the palace, Empress Zhang's son had called them into Li Main Hall and instructed them for a long time. The meaning behind her words was naturally for them to think of a way to persuade Li Wangyu. However, in front of Li Wangyu, the two of them were smart and did not reveal their inner thoughts.
They behaved rather obediently.
Li Wangyu glanced at them and scolded jokingly. "All right, stop pretending to be naive.
Come and pour wine for your teacher." Li Chengqian and Li Tai hurriedly answered with a smile.
They got up from the ground and ran to Li Wangyu's side. One on the left and one on the right. They served him attentively. Those old officials who had fainted were pinched and splashed with cold water by the people around them. When they finally woke up, they looked up and saw the crown prince and the king of Yu serving Li Wangyu. They could not help but cough again. Their vision turned black and they fainted again. In the hall, all the officials of Huazhou did not dare to make a sound. They all did not know what to do. The county magistrate of Huayin County and the provincial governor of Huazhou, who were sitting on the left and right of Li Wangyu, felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. They were in incomparable pain.
Chapter 8:11. Shang Zimo only felt his heartbeat quicken.
He felt as if he was about to faint. He was merely a 7th-ranked county magistrate. Being below the founding county marquis was already difficult for him. At this moment, the crown prince of the Tang Dynasty and His Imperial Highness, the Prince of Yu, were both standing by Li Wangyu's side, pouring wine for him. How could he sit still? In reality, it wasn't just Shang Zimo, a 7th-ranked county magistrate, who couldn't sit still. Even the governor of Huazhou, a 4th-ranked official, couldn't sit still. His forehead was covered in sweat. Li Wangyu didn't care so much. Seeing that the hall had quieted down, he raised his cup to greet everyone.
"Gentlemen, why are you all not speaking?
For all of you to welcome me today, I am endlessly grateful.
Come. Gentlemen, let's drink this cup.
Don't waste the wine in this cup." Hearing Li Wangyu's words, the Huazhou officials in the hall hurriedly raised their cups, trembling with fear. However, they still didn't dare to be impudent. With regards to Li Wangyu, the Marquis of Huxian, only today did everyone truly understand the status of this marquis in the sage's heart. Originally, Li Wangyu, with his status as the founding county marquis, had been demoted by Pai Lupi to Huayin as a 9th-ranked county magistrate. Many people were still muttering in their hearts, wondering if this founding county marquis had offended the sage and would never be able to recover from this setback. Although they had misgivings about Li Wangyu's status as a marquis, the Huazhou officials didn't treat Li Wangyu with much respect. As a result, before Li Chengqian and Li Tai arrived, the Lai Hat's main hall was so lively. Everyone dared to speak with Li Wangyu without holding back. However, Li Chengqian and Li Tai's actions caused the Huazhou officials to suddenly wake up.
How was this marquis demoted?
It was simply the sage acting in a fit of pique with this marquis. An 18-year-old founding county marquis, nephew of the sage, relative of the imperial clan, and tutor of the crown prince. Which of these identities wasn't extraordinary? If this marquis were to nod his head in the future and marry Princess Chengel, joining the sage in marriage, how illustrious would he be? Perhaps even the princes, dukes and dukes in the imperial court would have to be courteous to this master, right? Those pedantic officials had originally wanted to stand up in front of the crown prince because of Li Wangyu's disrespect towards the crown prince.
But now they were all terrified. Fortunately, he didn't have time to make a sound.
Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. In the Lai Hot, Li Wangyu's welcome banquet made the Huazhou officials feel as if they were walking on thin ice. When the banquet finally came to an end, the Huazhou provincial governor and the chief of staff hurriedly got up and left.
Shang Zimo stood up and wanted to leave, but Li Wangyu grabbed his arm. "Where are you going to Ming House?"
"Haha, why don't you stay in my residence today, and we can continue to drink and chat merrily.
I'm a county magistrate, but I don't know how to perform my duties. Please teach me Ming House."
"Marquis.
Oh no, you're exaggerating."
Shang Zimo was about to cry.
"Lord, can you stop fooling around? Who's so stupid to treat you as a county magistrate?"
Huayin County is only a middle county, and the law and order in this county has always been good. You don't have to worry. If there's anything, I and the county deputy will handle it. Xiang Zimo carefully organized his words, afraid that he would anger the Marquis. Li Wangyu waved his hand disapprovingly. How can that be? Since I'm the county magistrate of Huayin County, I'm naturally in charge of arresting bandits and maintaining the law and order of the county. Ming House, don't worry, I'll take up the post tomorrow. Xiang Zimo opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He prayed in his heart that if this Marquis really became a county magistrate, nothing would happen. Otherwise, his heart disease would really act up. The night passed silently. The next morning, Li Wangyu changed into a light green rank 9 official robe and went to the county magistrate of Huayin County. To be honest, Li Wangyu was actually a little excited about being a county magistrate. To him, being the director of a county's public security bureau was quite interesting. Catching criminals, solving cases, and catching murderers. Such fun things could only be seen on television in his past life. Li Wangyu had seen Detective D. Renjia from start to end. In the future he could also say, "Niu Wu, what do you think of this?" Wahahaha. Just thinking about it made Li Wangyu feel very excited. He had completely treated being a county magistrate as a life experience. The county magistrate of Huayin County had a brand new look. Since ancient times, officials didn't build their own offices. The "Along the River" during the Qingming festival painting had drawn over 100 buildings. In the painting, there was a 3-room bungalow at the entrance of the city. It was the only government office in the "Along the River" during the Qingming festival painting, the tax office. However, this tax office looked very simple and was similar to a normal residence. It was much inferior compared to the restaurants and shops along the streets. If a local official built an office without permission, he would be impeached and punished. However, the county magistrate of Huayin County today was different. Not only was the originally modeled door repainted, the dilapidated walls were also repainted with lime. The county magistrate was also cleaned clean. Not to mention rubbish, there wasn't even a speck of dust left. This was naturally the result after the banquet last night. Xiang Zimo and the county magistrate had spent the night looking for craftsmen and urged all the officials in the county magistrate to clean the place overnight. Although officials didn't build their offices, it depended on the timing. The Crown Prince and King Yu had both arrived at Huayin County. If they were to accompany that lord and come to the county magistrate to take a look, what would happen if the county magistrate came to take a look? Xiang Zimo also believed that no one would be so blind as to impeach him over such a matter. When Li Wangyu left for the county magistrate to work, it was a little scary. Li Chengqian and Li Tai insisted on following Li Wangyu. Not only was Li Wangyu curious about working in the county magistrate's office, Li Chengqian and Li Tai were also curious about it. Naturally, the two of them wouldn't let go of such a fun opportunity. When Li Wangyu took up his post in Huayin County, Pai Lupi sent out 100 Jianghu guards to protect him. Needless to say, his 2 sons were even more so. The imperial guards and palace guards that followed Li Chengqian and Li Tai were no less than 1,000 people. The small Huayin County naturally couldn't accommodate so many imperial guards. Hence, most of the imperial guards were stationed outside the county. Even so, there were still 100 imperial guards that followed Li Chengqian and Li Tai. Beside Li Wangyu, there were naturally more than 10 guards led by Niu Wu. It wasn't that Li Wangyu was arrogant. It was just that as the county magistrate who founded the country, he should have his own guards. Therefore, when Li Wangyu and his entourage arrived at the gate of Huayin County under the protection of over 100 troops and imperial guards, the bailiffs of Huayin County were terrified. Was this lord really here to take up his post? Huayin County was only a middle county. There were only 30 to 40 guards in the county magistrate's office. Looking at the tall and sturdy troops and imperial guards behind Li Wangyu, the calves of many yamen runners began to tremble. Chapter 8:12. The county magistrate, Xiang Zimo, led all the officials in the county office to welcome Li Wangyu and his entourage into the county hall. Everyone exchanged greetings for a while. Huayin County may not be big, but the county magistrate, deputy, and county lieutenant all had their own office. Li Wangyu was led into a spacious office by Xiang Zimo. He looked around and nodded his head in satisfaction. Haha, thank you for your hard work in the Ming house. What should I do next? Xiang Zimo secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead.
This office was the most spacious in the county office. It used to be his office, but it was cleared out last night. As the county magistrate, he had to work in the office of the county lieutenant. Xianxia did not feel wronged, but he was afraid that Li Wangyu would not be satisfied. Hearing Li Wangyu's question, he quickly explained in detail. In the county office, there were 3 classes and 6 offices. The military and disciplinary offices, as well as the strong and quick offices, were all under the jurisdiction of Li Wangyu, the county lieutenant. Although the county office was small, the 6 offices corresponded to the 6 departments of the imperial court. The military office was in charge of military affairs, while the disciplinary office was in charge of law enforcement and prison litigation. There were 3 classes of yeoman runners. The soap class was in charge of maintaining order in the county office. The strong and quick offices were in charge of arresting and guarding. Li Wangyu's understanding was that the soap class was for the bailiffs, the quick office was for the criminal police, and the strong office was for the armed police. In Huaryin County, the only officials with ranks were Li Wangyu, Xianxia, and the county lieutenant. The other 6 offices were just exiled officials and official officials. As Li Wangyu was the 3rd in command of the county office, all the yeoman runners and leaders came forward to greet him. No one who hung around in the county government was a fool. No one would take Li Wangyu as a county magistrate. In addition, Crown Prince Li Chengqian and Prince of Yu Li Tai were standing behind Li Wangyu as a deterrent. Therefore, all the officials in the county government came forward to salute Li Wangyu respectfully and did not dare to breathe loudly. They were so cautious that they almost burned 3 sticks of incense and worshipped Li Wangyu like a bodhisattva. After the ruckus, Li Wangyu led Li Chengqian and Li Tai to his office. Niu Wu led a group of troops, as well as the palace guards beside Li Chengqian and Li Tai. They surrounded the office so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Xianxia and the district deputy were like subordinates. They stood in Li Wangyu's office, waiting for Li Wangyu's orders. Ming House. Go ahead if you have something to do. You don't have to wait for me here. You 2 are my superiors. Haha, don't be like this. Li Wangyu laughed. Yes. This lowly official only wishes to see if there are any other requests from the Imperial Financial Affairs Bureau. Ming House, there is no need to be so courteous. We will be together for a long time. In the future, we will certainly trouble Ming House. Xianxia sighed in his heart. Thinking of how long Li Wangyu, this marquis, would remain as a county magistrate in this tiny Huaryin county, he had the impulse to tie Li Wangyu up and send him directly to Chang'an to marry Princess Chengel. In reality, when news had first spread from Chang and that Pai Lupi wanted to betroth Princess Chengel to Li Wangyu, there had been many voices of opposition from all levels of society. The reason was simple. Since ancient times, China had emphasized that those with the same surname should not marry. Moreover, Li Wangyu and Princess Chengel were of the same surname and lineage. Since the Zhou dynasty, those with the same surname should not marry. Even in the Tang dynasty, the laws of the Tang dynasty stipulated that those with the same surname should be married as disciples for 2 years. Those with the same surname and lineage should be punished for adultery. Thus, Pai Lupi wanting to have Li Wangyu marry his daughter was in reality a complete mess. For the sake of this marriage, not only did Li Wangyu vehemently oppose it, Wei Zhang, that goat-nosed official, was about to spit all over Pai Lupi's face. However, Pai Lupi did not care at all. With a deadpan expression, he argued with Wei Zhang, resolutely refusing to back down. Using Pai Lupi's words, Li Wangyu had long been expelled from the Li clan of Huxian. As a result, he and Chengel only had the same surname but different lineage. According to the laws of the Tang dynasty, after marriage, they would be imprisoned for 2 years. However, as Li Wangyu was the founding marquis of Huxian, he could be punished with copper coins. Pai Lupi's argument angered Wei Zhang to the point that he was speechless. Indeed, as Pai Lupi had said, Li Wangyu had still not been returned to the Li clan by the imperial ancestral temple. Indeed, he and Chengel only had the same surname but different lineage. If they were truly married, the punishment of being a disciple for 2 years would only be a few dozen caddies of copper coins. However, despite Pai Lupi's unyielding stance, the voices of opposition in the imperial court were still endless. If the imperial court was like this, then there was even more controversy among the common people. Even Xianxia, the county magistrate of Huaryin, was originally opposed to Li Wangyu marrying Princess Chengel. Naturally, His reason was that people with the same surname should not marry. As a result, Li Wangyu, the Marquis of Huxian, was resolutely opposed. In Shang Zimou's view, this was absolutely correct. However, Shang Zimou did not expect that because Li Wangyu had refused to agree to the sage's bestowment of marriage, he would be sent to his own county to be some bullshit county magistrate. An ancestor had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Oh, that's not right. Looking at the crown prince and the prince of Yu behind Li Wangyu, those were 3 ancestors. 3 ancestors had suddenly appeared above Shang Zimou's head. No matter who it was, no one would be able to accept this. As a result, how could Shang Zimou care about such bullshit reasons as people with the same surname should not marry? He could only silently pray that the man before him would quickly return to Chang'an and marry Princess Chang'e. Shang Zimou's way of thinking was a classic example of how one's position determined one's head. Originally, whether Li Wangyu married Chang'e or not had nothing to do with him. Naturally, he could stand on the moral high ground and criticize as he pleased. However, when this matter affected him, Shang Zimou did not hesitate to change his stance and attitude. How could Li Wangyu know that the county magistrate by his side had so many inner thoughts? At this moment, Shang Zimou only felt a sense of novelty. He wished that some strange and unresolved cases would immediately appear, allowing him, the county magistrate, to display his abilities and solve the cases and arrest the suspects. After exchanging a few words with Shang Zimou and the deputy county magistrate, Li Wangyu planned to take a stroll around the county yamen and take a look at the barracks and torture chambers. However, a yamen runner submissively walked up to his office and bowed to Niu Wu and company. Langjuns, there is someone outside the county yamen who claims to be a good friend of the imperial chamberlain and wishes to meet with the imperial chamberlain. Langjuns, please inform them. The yamen runner ridiculed in his heart. His imperial chamberlain was truly awe-inspiring, bringing the crown prince and the prince of Yu to the county yamen. There were nearly 100 troops and imperial guards standing outside the office. The officials and bailiffs of the county yamen spoke in hushed voices today. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly for fear of disturbing the crown prince and his highness prince of Yu. Hearing the voices outside, Li Wangyu walked out and asked the yamen runner, "Someone claims to be a good friend of mine? Does he have a name card?" The yamen runner hurriedly replied, returning to the imperial chamberlain. The person who came did not present a name card. I asked him for his name but he did not reply. Li Wangyu found it strange. He did not know anyone in Huayin County. Why would someone come to the county yamen and claim to be his good friend? Lead the way, I want to see who is trying to mystify us. Li Wangyu had nothing to do, so he gestured for the yamen runner to lead the way. He wanted to see what was going on. Li Chengqian and Li Tai naturally wanted to see what was going on. Hence, a large group of people walked towards the county yamen gate. Chapter 8:13. Huayin County's yamen was similar to Chang'an's and Wanyan's, except that it occupied a smaller area. Li Wangyu led Li Chengqian, Li Tai, a group of troops, and palace guards to the yamen, but he didn't see anyone waiting for him. He couldn't help but find it strange and asked the yamen runner on duty, "Where are the people who said they were my good friends?" "They returned to the imperial treasury." "I don't know either. They suddenly disappeared after sending someone in to pass on the message." I found it strange too. Li Wangyu looked left and right at the entrance of the yamen. He felt strange. Who was playing a joke on him? He shook his head and was about to turn back when he heard a rush of horse hooves from the corner of the street. He looked up and saw more than 10 masked men with weapons in their hands. They were rushing toward the yamen along the street. These masked men waved the weapons in their hands and shouted in a strange voice, "Kill! Capture the county marquis alive!" This scene immediately caused chaos in front of the yamen. Niu Wu, Lai Hat's troops, and the palace guards beside Li Chengqian and Li Tai all drew their sabers and blocked in front of Li Wangyu and the others. Niu Wu shouted at Li Wangyu, "Go quickly, Lang Jun. I'll lead my brothers to stop these thieves." The palace guards were even more nervous. They surrounded Li Chengqian and Li Tai and slowly retreated into the yamen. The yamen runners were so scared that their faces turned ashen. They scrambled into the yamen and prepared to call for help. However, Li Wangyu pressed down on Niu Wu's arm that was holding the knife. He smiled calmly and said, "Niu Wu, don't panic. Get the people to put away the knives. Be careful not to hurt anyone." Lang Jun. Niu Wu was stunned. He didn't understand Li Wangyu's meaning. The surrounding troops also looked at each other. They didn't know what was going on. These thieves of unknown origin were about to kill them, but their Lang Jun was telling them to put away their sabers? Li Wangyu separated the troops in front of him and strode out. Niu Wu quickly went forward and wanted to pull him back. Haha, Niu Wu, don't panic. Watch how I deal with them. Li Wangyu laughed and waved at Niu Wu.
He turned his head and shouted at the masked men. Brother Chumo, have you played enough?
What? This group of masked men were Cheng Chumo and his group? Niu Wu and the group of extremely nervous troops were all dumbfounded. They looked stupidly at the slow horses that were trotting over. Following Li Wangyu's shout, the masked men on horseback were also stunned. They pulled on the reins and looked at each other. Then, one of the masked men tore off the black cloth covering his face, revealing a rough face that resembled Chang Yaojin. Is Chumo's face. You bastard, how did you know it was us? Mother Fastris Kerr. I said this guy is as smart as a monkey. I can't scare him at all. Cheng Chumo dismounted and muttered loudly. The other masked men on the horses also pulled off the black cloth on their faces. They were Feng Yai, Chai Linggu, Yuchi Baolin and the others. That's right. How did you know it was us at a glance? It must be Brother Chumo's broken voice. I told you not to make a sound. Bullshit. I just pinched my throat and shouted. I don't believe Zio can recognize it. Cheng Chumo was very dissatisfied with the pig teammate's behavior of shifting the blame. Obviously, this group of foppish men had nothing better to do. They wanted to pretend to be villains and attack the county government to scare Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu laughed and said, You bastards, do you think I can't recognize you just because you cover your faces with a black cloth? Please, if you want to pretend to be villains, can't you be more professional? He pointed at the foppish men's clothes and scolded jokingly. How can there be villains wearing brocade clothes to assassinate people? Are they that flashy? And the few of you, can't you be more attentive and take off the jade sachets from your waists? Even if I'm blind, there's no way I can't recognize those jade pendants on you, right? The foppish men looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Of course, more importantly. Li Wangyu looked at the foppish men and wondered if he would lower his IQ if he knew this group of idiots. More importantly, can you not wear sunglasses when you pretend to be villains? Damn it, you took them from me. Do you really think I'm blind? After Li Wangyu said this, the foppish men looked at each other. Everyone was wearing a pair of extremely flashy crystal sunglasses on the bridge of their noses. The foppish men were crying because of their own stupidity. This was really embarrassing. Cheng Chumo didn't care at all. He walked up casually and gave Li Wangyu a bear hug. Wahahaha, Zio, your brothers are here to see you. Are you touched? Hee, I was just joking with you just now. Li Wangyu naturally knew that this group of bastards wanted to scare him. He rolled his eyes and suddenly shouted at the group of palace guards who had just put away their she-blades and his own troops. Come, arrest all these villains. The palace guards and troops were stunned. Arrest a group of dukes? What kind of game was he playing? However, they didn't dare to disobey Li Wangyu's orders. They pulled out their she-blades again and swarmed forward. They pressed down the arms of the foppish men who hadn't recovered from their shock and put the she-blades to their necks. Feng Yai and the others were dumbfounded. They didn't understand what Li Wangyu was playing at. Li Wangyu was neither fast nor slow. He pointed at Li Chengqian and Li Tai behind him and said, Cheng Chumo, Feng Jun, Chai Linggu, the Crown Prince and His Highness King, you are here. You dare to use your weapons without permission. Do you have the intention to assassinate the Crown Prince and His Highness King you? Humph, you clearly want to rebel and assassinate the king. Although I am familiar with you, I can't bend the law for personal gain. As he said this, he turned his head and winked at Li Chengqian and Li Tai. These two clever little fellows immediately understood Li Wangyu's meaning. Their unscrupulous teacher wanted to take revenge. Li Chengqian coughed lightly and stood out. He said with a stern face, The Marquis of Huxian is right. You are court officials, descendants of dukes and prefectures. Instead of serving the court, you actually want to assassinate me. Li Tai, the little fatty, also jumped out. That's right, that's right. Not only do you want to kill Brother Crown Prince, you don't even want to let me go. Your conduct is truly vile. Brother Crown Prince, order people to quickly escort them back to Chong and hand them over to Father to deal with. The three of them echoed each other, causing Cheng Chumo and the other foppish men to be dumbfounded. Although they just wanted to joke with Li Wangyu, How could they have expected that the Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu would also be here? If the Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu ordered people to arrest them and escort them back to Chong, and because of this matter, not to mention whether they would receive any punishment, they would definitely lose all face. Zio Yu. We were just joking with you. Feng Yai, I really wanted to cry this time. Why was this scene completely different from what they had expected?